go. Yo, I'm like an addict, do I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna look back. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. Pieces is a form of art. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. Let's go.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Engage Master Series. We are here for the final step of the journey, the finals. We have our top 8 teams. But first, before getting into that, I think we need to introduce ourselves. I'm Kelosaurus, and joining me today, we have Lobo, Inder, and Zoinks. And later on in this set, we will also have SpartanTano as well. But how are you feeling, Lobo? You're in the same time zone as me. It's like 3 a.m.
Oh, Kilo, it is 3 a.m. We talked about this before. We had power naps. We got ourselves going. We've got our energy drinks ready to flow. And I am excited to be here with these wonderful crew of casters and yourself to bring us some really, really great action.
Yes, we are super duper excited. I must say, Inder, your background is looking spectacular. Giant Pikachu there. How are you feeling today?
Ooh.
I think Inder's, there's so many people around him, we can't actually hear him.
Yeah, there was
out.
Yeah, you know how play Pokemon events can be with a little bit of technical difficulties here. But yeah, I managed to get to the venue here. A lot of people playing the card game, but I'm here to represent Unite with the rest of you guys.
Zoinks, always good to see you. How are you today?
Likewise, I'm doing great. It's a comfortable noon PM for me, so not the typical 3 a.m. hours that our Aussie brethren have, so sorry, but I'm very excited. We have some incredible teams lined up for today's tournament. We have a top 8 now, 4 in winner side, 4 in loser side. Kello, it's going to be sick.
It is going to be sick indeed. Now, for those folks that haven't tuned into any of the Engage GG series just yet, let me quickly run through the format. So, obviously, we are here, the finals. We have our top 8 teams. These are teams from both the EU and the NA region. However, there were multiple ways to actually qualify into this. So, first off, we had our ladder rounds, which ended up running over a couple of weeks. We do have a team that did end up qualifying from that based on the points they gathered. We also had an open qualifiers as well, which was another avenue. Which ended up leading into the group stage. However, I think the most exciting thing is we actually have some invited teams, the best of the best in the Unite scene. So we have the likes of Nouns, we have Rework, Respawn, who is actually the singular LATAM team that we will have. So I guess you have EU, NA and LATAM. So that's pretty much how they've all got here. And you're probably wondering, well, why are they battling it out? Of course, Lobo, tell us what is on the line.
Oh, absolutely. I'm excited to tell you exactly what's online. We've got a nice little prize pool going on for these teams that are going to be battling it out, and I can't wait. You know, all of these grassroots, especially this Master Series, it's grassroots versus pro style tournament. So we like to see these pro teams battle it out against these teams that don't have too much competitive experience. So I'm really excited to see who's going to take it out and what kind of strategies we're going to see for them to be taking out this prize pool, Kilo.
Yes, it is going to be exciting to see who is going to take that $500 prize pool. And I believe there's also a master subscription for the Engage GG website once that ends up launching as well. So that'll be pretty helpful for the teams, whoever gets it. But I guess these teams are pretty much ready to go. We are going to hand it over to Lobo and Zoinks. Inder and I are going to jump on into the back and Lobo and Zoinks, I guess, bring us in and for our first match of the day.
Thank you so much, Kelo and Inder. Inder, I hope you hold it down at that live Pokemon event. Well, Lobo, the first matchup that we are going to be casting today is going to be Nouns Esports versus Vamos, which is going to be an incredible matchup. The Battle of EU, our winner's side of the bracket, made up of 2 EU squads, North America and LATAM North. But this is going to be the Battle of EU. We're already headed into draft. Let's go, Lobo.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so excited to see the battle of the EU. We've seen these teams represent on the world stage as well. And straight off the bat, Zoinks, we've got the Sylveon and the Phalanx band, as well as the Mimikyu and Blaziken coming out. Again, Mimikyu, Blaziken getting those buffs. Phalanx, a big problem. But Sylveon, such a good utility mon we've seen in these games so far. How do you find those bands so far? Pretty standard across the board?
Kind of. I'm honestly shocked about the lack of defender priority in the banning phase. We're leaving basically every major tank on the battlefield, but instead chasing the all-rounders. Top path is going to be really interesting. We get down to it. It makes no surprise to me that Slowbro is going to be first picked by Nouns Esports. After those buffs, this defender really does feel like it's on the top of the ladder in terms of power picks, in terms of the tank.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a powerhouse in that Unite move, Slow Beam, just able to cancel out absolutely anybody on their team. We do see the Leafeon being picked up as well as the Cramorant going first pick. Cramorant, such a good utility mon, becoming a surprise entrant for me, seeing as how popular it is right now. But that Slow Beam really going to help stop the Leafeon come through, as well as that Gulp Gatling missile come out from there. But we've got Espeon Hooper being picked up, as well as Crossel Blissey. I like the Crossel Blissey and the Hooper. We've seen a lot of Invade Hoopers coming around on this side, especially in this tournament. You think we're going to see a little bit of trickery come out from our favorite little trickster?
We could, mostly just based on player pick, too. I'm a Desu coming from a long history of attacker-style play. Seeing a bit of a bloodthirsty support is no surprise. One thing about the draft so far from the side of Vamos I love is that Blissey pick. It's one of my favorite options in the support role right now. It's such a great option when you're going up against a Slowbro. A Slow Beam is easily shut down by a big Blissey Unite, so those are always really, really impressive to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Rounding out the teams, we got Gatlu bringing up that Gyarados. Again, one of Gyarados' biggest weaknesses is how long it takes it to get to that big fish that can. So that Magikarp early game is going to be super important to watch. But I love also the Solar Beam Venusaur, as it looks like that loadout is going to be just being able to sit behind possibly that wall of the Crossel, that Rock 2 moveset, allowing it to isolate and probably let it pick off those beams. But I'm really interested to see Sorayu on the Cerule Edge, not something that we've seen before. That Pokemon has served its time in Moratorium. Give me your quick thoughts on this Cerule Edge pick on the side of Nouns.
It's fantastic when you have your Unite move, and that's why we see the energy amplifier locking in on Sorayu. I was able to cast one Grassroots tournament earlier on in this event where we were able to see some big plays from it. Honestly, the amp does so much work on that Unite move, but when it really comes down to it, Saraledge's main job is just a main defense shredder. Psycho Cut being the probable option for this Pokemon to cut through defenses. Not many options in the Unite roster to be able to try to cut down on some of the bigger defensive stat options. Saraledge, one of the best in the business. Not to mention, those wound damage counters can be huge, especially when we have a few damage over time style of options with both Saraledge and maybe even Bruv if we want to see some of those moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really keen to see how these Pokemon get on the stage here. We're going in to the start, but it looks like we have a redraft. Zoinks, I do believe the Cerule Edge is a mistake. And we are going back to a redraft to have to. That's a little bit unfortunate for us that we don't get to see the Cerule Edge. But this gives us a great talking point going back into that draft where, when it comes to the utility of Cerule Edge on that team that we just saw, what do you think? What Pokemon do you think is going to get slotted right back into place?
I don't know. I mean, I'm looking over at our little admin chat. I see the word Luca being put in, so maybe Lucario in that position. I know Sorayu specifically adores that Pokemon. Is a fabulous Lucario player. Really became kind of the Lucario player in EU for a long, long time. So maybe that would be a prolific option there. It would be interesting to see it, however, because it would probably have to head to Central area while you leave Magikarp to the top side, which not unseen or unheard of, but definitely not a very popular option. So yeah, we'll have to see what it comes down to when we remake this lobby, or at least when we unpause and get back down into it. But when it's we're looking at these two compositions, honestly, one of the things I think is most interesting is kind of the double range setup that Vamos has. Running Cramorant and the Venusaur, I mean, that is a lot of really powerful range options into what seems like just kind of the bulk and brawl that Nouns Esports is drafting. Personally, it seems to me like that is going to be pretty tough for Nouns Esports to try to counter out.
Yeah, absolutely. What I really do like, though, is the versatility that we've got on the side of Cramorant as well. We can see that dive air slash combination, or we could see the surf hurricane combination come out. We could see a mixture of those two. I think that's why Cramorant's become such a nice, big, popular mon. That CC is going to be heavy. We want that Lucario, if it's going out that power up punch moveset, to get to that level 11 as quickly as possible. I'm a little curious, though, about Gyarados. We have seen a lot of play with Bounce coming out instead of the Waterfall moveset, moveset allowing Gyarados a little bit more maneuverability, which I think could help out in this very bulky, brawly, heavy style team that you were saying. But I think all of our answers are going to be solved as we're heading on into the very first game of the Masters Series final.
Okay, and well, to answer my earlier question that I had, Lobo, about where we're going to see this Lucario, it's actually going to be bottom path to start off the initial run out. Gyarados going to head top, Lucario going to head bottom, but still take blue buff, as Toon Slim is only going to need the red to be able to get to that Espeon and have an early clear, try to help Gatlu with these early moments.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking that Sliver, take that blue buff as well. Lucario going to head down, get those stacks. Magikarp coming in. We've got a 3v3 situation heading on into the top lane. Leafeon getting that red buff coming on through, popping off those Razor Leafs. Espeon's going through with that store power. They're just going to have to back off now. Vamos, the Cramorant is low, but unfortunately, they do have the pad of the power of the healing pad. This is a great start in that side, that top side, but Gatlu has just retreated and heading back to take those central area Baltos to get more experience to hit that big fish that could.
Yeah, experience in terms of the level, but of course also in that effort gauge. The main objective of this Pokemon to fill that up as quickly as possible. And basically everything under the sun fills up that effort gauge. You have taking damage, doing damage, knocking out wild Pokemon, knocking out opposing Pokemon. So Gatlu on the fast track to that Gyarados evolution. As our good friend Inder, who's already on screen, always says, if you can get it before 8 minutes of that first bird fight in middle, you're actually having a great Gyarados early game. And that's a big Engage already. Record trying to fight back with the Hurricane, but not enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Magikarp going in great there with that flail. It does so much damage, especially close range. Gyarados not online. Inder choosing that bounce moveset, opting for that surprise and that stun there. Gyarados being online is going to be huge for Noun Esports, as Gyarados is also going to start entering that central area, taking that red buff as we move the action down to the bottom lane. The Cramorant Whirlpool taking a lot of that secure, but still unable to stop Noun Esports from running forward, as Cooper and Gyarados going to head into this top lane. Blissey going to try and take anything he can, but Blissey might get caught out here. It's going to have to pop that XP to get out. And it seems like we have a Trick Hooper on this side, as the middle Altares and Lucario is just going to scoop up all of them for himself.
Okay, so despite the nerfs on Trick, Adesu's still believing in this particular option. Oscatar, maybe a bit of shades of Icarus as they try to go and steal a Citrus Berry. Great coverage by Bro, but that is why you pick that bounce option, Lobo. You love that crowd control opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And E-Speed Lucario is just running through. The Cramorant just has to go back. Leafeon going to try and make in to stop the breaks here, but Lucario is going to try and persist ahead. Gyarados bouncing on in. The Dragon Pulse going to go out. Hurricane stunning the Gyarados as it does get its stacks in Lucario. Gyarados just getting their stacks. Razor Leaf trying to do whatever it could. E-Speed is going to go in. It's going to get takedown on the Cramorant. Blissey has no choice but to egg itself and find a way to get out, but Dragon Breath is just doing too much damage. Blissey almost got caught out inside the So Zone, but Gyarados getting out as well. And this is great topside pressure heading on into the very first Reggie. Where do you think both these teams are? It looks like they're heading towards that bottom path, as Blissey is being chased down and taken out by the big fish.
Yeah, slowly but surely making their way to the bottom path, but maybe a little too slow for my liking in particular. So, right, you're gonna Unite move, do some damage, and already the entire enemy team of Vamos is at half HP before this fight even truly starts in earnest, as Soraya is gonna be able to easily 1v1 Oscatar.
Yeah, absolutely. The beams coming in, trying to take down the Lucario. The Verdant Anger missing its target that time around, but Gatlu is going to go with that Dragon Current. Venusaur getting towed up. It is gone down this time around. Cramorant's going to feel the wrath of the Water Dragon, as now Hooper and Gyarados are going to try and hit this Reggie Ice, but there's 3 members of Vamos coming in. Here we go. Hooper's on low health. Gyarados still going to try and secure, but he does get the secure with the Dragon Breath, and now it's going to go on a tear. Bounce, trying to get out. Leafeon just managed to get out. Rock Tomb not able to survive, as Crossfield goes down as well, and now Nouns Esports looking to possibly push this bottom pad that's on 68, but I think they have decided against it, and they're just going to back off, as in the top path, Zoinks, that Lucario and Espeon combination is taken down, and now Regieleki is marching towards that tier 2 pad. 2-2 pad.
2 for 2 objectives for Nouns Esports. I mean, honestly, shout out to Gatlu for being able to turn a situation like that. That was a collateral solar beam from Venusaur, able to take 2 targets down at once. Honestly, a devastating start to a team fight, but Gatlu undeterred, able to still make it work.
Yeah, Psychic Solera coming out here. Gyarados is going to bounce in. Blissey does go down. The Regieleki does walk in. Crossel has no choice but to just do anything it can to survive. Solar Beams are firing. Gold Gatling Missile does come out, but does not stop the tier 2 pad from breaking. Gatlu says, doesn't matter. I will take all of the bullets you got to fire, as he gets a 3 KO streak with Venusaur unable to pin down that bouncing fish. But bot path, we've got Leafeon trying to secure here, but the Slowbro is just not going to let it have its way. Vamos have a real big problem here. 5 minutes into this match, the midway point, and Nouns Esports are up 223-3, as E-Speed Lucario is just having its way with this bot path. What do Vamos have to do here, Zoinks? They are just on the back foot. They need to get some kind of hold in this game.
Yeah, they've been playing their composition well, but I think their undoing might be this Trick Hoopa. I mean, right now, they have the superior poke composition to be able to do damage from range and get some early damage numbers onto these dive targets from Nouns Esports, but, I mean, now that Oscatar's trying to turn things around, it's a bit of comeback experience, but that Trick Hoopa always giving them the backdoor to retreat to their own side has been so big for Nouns Esports. It's allowed them to dive way more aggressively than normally you would think is possible, and still make it out of danger, even with threats like Solar Beam Venu or that Cramorant.
Yeah, absolutely. Lucario dodging again. Bliss assistance onto the Leafeon, almost going down here. The Reggie has spawned, but they've opted for the fight. Oracan is going to fire on. Espeed's going to go through. Psychic, the Espeon is going to hit its mark. Espeon going down. There we go. Psychic Select coming on out. Hooper has become unbound. Gyarados is firing that Dragon Breath at anything that moves. 2 members down for the side of Vamos, and it looks like Nouns aren't even going to be bothered with this Reggie, as they are just looking to get the takedowns. We do say that KOing your opponents is the best form of CC, but Nouns Esports securing that Reggie, and now they're going to push onto this bottom pad with Gyarados leading the way. Cramorant's come back in. It's dive. There's the Gulp Gatling missile, and Nouns are forced to retreat back because they do not want to take some sustained hits from that little bird that could. Such a powerful Unite move as it dives away from the Gyarados. Dragon Current's going to go in. Leafeon is the target, but a good Rock Tomb manages to take out, but Nouns working so well together to just get these KOs, and Vamos just have no way back in to this match. Zoinks, with 3 minutes to go, they've got to find something.
Yeah, this is really tough. I mean, Nouns Esports in that fight around the Reggie, I mean, I got a few notes. Personally, they're playing this range composition super aggressively and far forward. I feel like Oscatar kind of feeling the pressure that Nouns Esports has been putting on in this match so far, feeling that maybe that need to try to turn things around solo. We're seeing a lot of Leafeon solo missions into the backline, try to shut down Toon Slim or maybe even Sarayu if they have the opportunity. Sludge Bomb is going to land on that Reggie Alecki, reducing its special defense. Very easy Solar Beam secure when it's only an E-Speed Lucario in their face. So finally, some objectives start going their way, but Vamos is currently boasting a mighty score point threshold of 3, so there's a whole lot they need to do in this final fight. At this point in time, with 30 seconds until the final stretch, their win conditions have shrank down to only 1 objective left in the game. It's Rayquaza or nothing for this squad right now.
Yeah, where there's a raid, there is a way, but now both tier 1s still up. Level 2, level 13, level 14 Gyarados that Vamos are staring down. Venusaur kicking over to that level 13, level 12 Cramorant as well on the way. Again, this is going to come down to the big green dragon once it spawns in. It's going to be a very interesting raid fight. Now, Esports just have to be really, really patient here, but Vamos is going to have to push the fight and try to secure the raid, because that is the only way they're going to try and take game 1. Here we go, Zoinks!
All right, good take position by Vamos so far. Crustle and Blissey bringing up that front line, covering that corridor, makes it a lot safer for Bordy's Venusaur to be able to get some space. A bit of a back cap opportunity for Vamos, but the same could be said for Nouns Esports, as we now have the classic play of the Yamada. Hoopa bringing everybody back towards that main goal zone. They are going to abandon this Rayquaza, will easily be secured by Vamos, but now they have to secure almost 600 points to be able to catch up. There's only 5 members on the team. That's not enough Hundo Birders.
Yeah, they have to find the points from somewhere. They have the shields, they have the buffs from the Rayquaza. Oracan's going to fire out each speed. Lucario is just going to try and shred those shields down. Crustle has no shield. Venusaur's going to try a point blank Verdant Anger to survive here. To Emerald 2-step onto the Espeon, who survives with Psychic Solaire. Gets caught by the Surf, but Espeon going down. Surf doing its job. Crustle versus a Gyarados. Dragon Current's going to go in. Dragon Breath to try and take down the little bird, and it does go down even though they had shields. They only managed to get 200 points in with about a minute left to go on this game. 626 to 287 with a minute left. I don't think there's enough points, even if they're able to get the last 3 members of Nouns Esports down. But let's see where we go. Trick Hooper is just scouting anything that it can, but I think this first game might just have gone to Nouns Esports, and it was such a good first game to watch. But let's see if Vamos can make one final push with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, let's do it for the numbers, you know what I mean? Let's make it look pretty while the match is gonna. I mean, even a full 5 team wipe, I don't think would give them enough points to take a lead at the moment. But Nouns Esports also hearing the call for numbers from yours truly, gonna try to get some damage numbers onto Sarayu's Lucario a little bit. But the scoring attempts are going to be happening across the board. But even Wrecker not able to put in those points on the Cramorant. An impressive performance from them, at least in the damage department. I think Cramorant never one that we could count out. Such a powerful pick right now. But I think if I'm going to pick out any superstar in this matchup in particular, it's got to be Gatlu's Gyarados. I mean, a game-changing moment around that first Reggie fight, and then after that, it was just a constant Gyarados showcase of dominance. They were winning individual 1v1s. Edesu, whenever they were supporting them, they were always perfectly lining up with those Phantom Forces. I mean, Gatlu just put on a show.
Yeah, absolutely. And that shows there with the 12 takedowns, 3 assists. Again, doing so well. I think to Sorayu doing so well on that E-Speed Lucario, no matter how, that's just the damage output coming from those two itself. Toon Slim, incredibly timed Psychic Solaire from Espeon, just able to really shut down the team. But there's the damage that we saw come out from Galu, the 103k damage going strong. Bordy on the Venusaur doing a great job. Did manage to get a few really good Solar Beam picks off, did manage to hit that Verdant Anger as much as possible. I think the Lucario go down to the Solar Beam and then hitting the Verdant Anger was just a little bit of a waste. We talked about that game-changing moment with Gatlu down the bottom. That Venusaur Verdant Anger could have turned the tides there. Again, I'm really excited to see what we're going on. That is only game 1, and we are still seeing this kind of gameplay. What do you expect we're going to see heading on into game 2 now?
Well, first and foremost, I would love to see Vamos take first pick in draft. I think you gotta swap over. I think first pick priority is so unbelievably important in today's metagame. I particularly am a huge fan of that first pick side. So I think Vamos should already start up with that. I think they're reliance on this range composition was strong. It just took way too long to scale. And into a composition when you're running Leafeon and the opposing team is running that Gyarados, if that early game doesn't slide your direction, something clearly went wrong. So there's a lot of things we need to tie up in the top path if we are going to be able to make this composition style work. However, on that first pick side, well, they're going to be on second pick side. So Lobo, my advice is not being adhered to. I'm totally disappointed.
I mean, sometimes the advice of the casters are helpful because we see, but then we also have
always
the curse
helpful,
of the casters
Lobo.
as well.
Always
helpful, always helpful. But sometimes we do get the casters curse, where sometimes something we say might just make the something go the wrong way for the team. But again, we've got Sylveon, Mimikyu, Phalanx, and Blaziken banned straight off the bat. I want to talk to you really quickly because we didn't have a chance just between games. How important it is to deal with that Lucario. We know how to deal with Gyarados a little bit in the early game. Gatlu did such a good job getting it online early, but that Lucario was such a great assistance in that first match. As we see once again the Hooper on the side of Vamos this time around, and then sticking with that Leafeon pick.
Yeah. I like taking the Hoopa away. It definitely slows down that dive potential that Nouns Esports was able to put with that composition. A dive composition, I will say, by the way, with not a single speedster on it, which I think is just something that Hoopa allows you to do. And it's a really, really cool style of play. You don't sacrifice bulk for that damage burst, and it was really nice. So, great look for Nouns Esports in match number 1, or game number 1, rather. In game number 2, I think Vamos is starting to see the writing on the wall. They're going to take away that Hoopa. Krinsky is going to go over to the Umbreon. So, in a world where Trevenant is still available, I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of this specific option. However, Mean Look plus any kind of range special attack or super mages like Bordy on this Venusaur is a pretty phenomenal option.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, the Umbreon being picked, we saw the Trevenant being hovered over just a second there. But we've got Sorayu coming onto another very tricky mon in the Zoroark. We've got the Mamoswine being picked up. Now, I have seen a few Mamoswines picked today across these regions, although I still think it struggles a little bit with that high level evolution. But I think Ice Fang is such a good combination here, being able to just isolate targets and then be taken down by that Zoroark. We do have a double defender comp. Sorry, my bad. Just catching up with my brain here. As Toonslim has picked that Cramorant and the Absol last pick. A very interesting pick for Absol for me. It's a comfort pick, I think.
It is.
And I'm not sure. Could you give me a little bit more insight as to that Absol is definitely a comfort pick, right?
If we check beneath that Absol's fur, it might have a tattoo that reads Sad Record. That is how often this player is picking up this Pokemon. I mean, they are extremely strong on it. They're running the Energy Amp, Scope Lens, Razor Claw set with the X Attack. One of my favorite options, and I do think that Absol is the best speedster into tanky compositions, by far. A Psycho Cut just enables your damage output to be so much higher, even into Pokemon that will, for the most part, be able to shrug off a lot of dive options. So I do like this Absol into the Mamoswine and Cerebra. You got to remember, it was their final pick, so they were able to see the entire roster of Nouns Esports when picking this option. All that being said, This is very much a take from Vamos of the best defense is a fantastic offense, because Krinsky is going to have their work cut out for them trying to peel for Bordy in the backlines on this Umbreon, because this Venusaur is going to have a tough time shrugging off all the damage that's going to come in from Soreyu. One of the interesting parts about this composition as well is, again, a Gatlu pick on a Water-type Pokemon, but this time a defender, going to be playing the Slowbro Attacker, something that we saw so common in the Buzzwole meta for that skull debuff on the attack damage. I guess just a new look on it into this double speedster that both utilize their attack stat.
Yeah, absolutely. That Slowbro Attacker phrase kind of threw me for a loop there. But again, I'm very interested to see what Gatlu's got come up. We see the Leafeon already with that red buff coming through central area, and we've already got Leafeon and Absol in a lane staring down an unevolved Slowbro and an unevolved Blissey. That is going to be very, very hard for Nouns Esports to get any kind of side, any kind of farm on their side, because that secure is just going to go all to the side of Vamos. Now, this time around, we did see, we saw Trick Hooper before. Do you think we're going to see the return of the Hooper Highway this time around in this game, or are we going to see a Trick Hooper once again?
I love Trick Hooper, just personally because I think you're not saving anybody on this team comp with a portal. They're all getting knocked out before that timer finishes, right? So I personally would love that build. I think it works great with diving Pokemon. Also interesting to see Oscatar rotate over towards the Solar Blade, giving them this big secure tool.
Yeah, absolutely. Hurricane diving everybody up as Night Slash is just going to rip and tear through all of that. Great stun. The Scald coming out from Gatlu here. Hooper has no choice. Does walk into the Hurricane, and now Zoroark sees blood in the water, but no. Hooper having to pop that berry and just get out of dodge. Leafeon's coming in to help defend, and it looks like Nouns Esports going to take a trip all the way through Vamos' central area here. Umbreon's going to try and stop it. The Hurricane Whirlpool is going to secure that, and that means that Cramorant's going to get out unfazed, but Absol is on its tail, and as it goes through there, and the Hurricane is just going to zone that Absol out. Great play by the side of Nouns Esports, and that dive being able to go over walls so easily. It looks like this Blissey is just left out in no man's land. It's going to get taken down, as Gatlu comes in to try and hit some skulls, but Zoroark is right behind it, and it's going to go in with that Night Slashes, and Hooper is just going to get taken down as Zoroark. Those Altarias were just a little bit of a side story for Soreyu on that Zoroark as he went for that takedown.
Yeah, well, all Soreyu sees is 4 little feint attack reset timers on their dash. That is what spawns in the middle whenever Soreyu Zoroark starts to move towards one of those fights. Bruv will be selecting the Ice Fang Mamoswine, an incredible option into double speedsters. If Leafeon or Absol gets grabbed by that, that is going to be tough for them to deal with. And Tuslim going to take full advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. That Umbreon had absolutely nowhere to go. And again, the Night Slash is going in. Absol has been taken down once again. Like you said, Soreyu is just seeing nothing but little red dots as it's going to Night Slash his way through again. Leafeon trying to get some kind of advantage in this thing, but Egg Bomb is providing a few stuns for Leafeon to just really deny that movement that's coming through. It's going to go through. Hooper is going to try and get the Scald is gone. The Telekinesis pops. The ult comes out, and Leafeon is going to go down to Soreyu. I think Soreyu, when he saw this match, has just had a giant smile on his face as now it's going to head to that top Regieleki as Reggie starts to spawn. Again, Vamos on the back foot very early, 102 points. What do they got to do? They got to stop that Zoroark somehow.
Yeah, would have been awesome if they were first pick. I could have grabbed Slowbro. But hey, who am I to say? Apparently my advice does not matter, but that's all right. At least for Vamos, they will be able to secure that Regice, mostly because Nouns Esports have elected to actually try to escort this Regieleki. The defense for Vamos is here, though. The Cavalry's starting a Unite move.
Yeah, absolutely. Absol's going to use its Unite move as well. Solar Beam going to hit that Slowbro. Again, the Gold Gatling missile does take down the Absol. They had to back off for a little bit. Hooper's going to go down here. Night Slash is going in. Slow Beam onto the Leafeon, as well as the Midnight Prance coming out from Umbreon as well. It's going to get some defense back up from the Little Bird. Verdant Anger's going to hit its mark. Telekinesis going up, trying to stall that Umbreon out of the way, but it just looks like Nouns Esports, the defense was just a little bit too good for the side of Vamos as Slowbro gets taken down as well, but Nouns having the chance to back off without giving away too much comeback experience from that, as that Ice Fang is just too powerful and Absol has absolutely nowhere to go. They really need to watch out those tusks for this big Mamo boy.
That was such a sick, knowledgeable play by Bruv, knowing that Ice Fang will put them on the other side of the rock wall. Toon does miss the Hurricane. Everybody remember that. But honestly, if I'm Bruv, I'm remembering that. That's all I'm going to say. But it was a very, very cool play. Earthquake to get over the wall, sneak Wrecker into a very tough position. It's solo beam by Bordy, and now this bot lane looking a little scarier. Wrecker taking a bit of time to get online, but that pursuit damage is very strong into the Mammo.
Yeah, you want to say scary, but there's a Zoroark that's just looking for little red dots to chop on. Night Slash going to go in on the Umbreon. The Icicle Fang is going to reposition it, and Umbreon is now in a place that it doesn't want to be. But Emerald two-step coming in to take down the Zoroark, and Mamoswine has going to pop its Unite move as well. Leafeon just has to back away. Telekinesis stops it from running away, but nobody to follow up there. Oh my god, this action in these short bursts is so impressive, but I'm loving the positioning of Mamoswine just being able to pick anyone up that it can and Isaac Fang it into a position where Nouns Esports can just pop and try to just jump on it. Cramorant is going to search here, but what Reggie have we got? It's a Reggie Steel. Everybody's going to want the big Reggie Steel boy, as Hooper's going to go down here to the Night Slash combination. Poison, Sludge Bomb's going to weaken that defense on Gatling, but he does not care. He's just going to march his way forward. Gatling Missile comes along with the Bliss Assistance as it comes through. Midnight Prance is going to go down on to the Umbreon, but they just do not care. Verdant Anger trying to get a steal, but unable to do so as Reggie Steel resets itself, and it still has half health, and now Esports are going to focus this one down. Could a Solar Beam coming through, but no, Ice Fang stops it, and we get a Zoroark secure 4 minutes on in. Again, this action is fast and furious, Zoinks. I'm having trouble keeping up, my friend.
It's all good. I mean, it's hard to fall asleep at the wheel in a position like this, honestly, because
absolutely.
these matches... I mean, Nouns Esports playing that team fight exceptionally well. You have Gatlu, Bruv, and Adesu all creating this fantastic front line. It just doesn't allow Wrecker or Oscatar to get in, risk it here. So amazing work from them. Toonson with a picture-perfect Unite move as well, backed up by Adesu. And I mean, the late fragments of this fight will most likely be going over to the side of Vamos. That's a perfect pursuit into Psycho Cut combo from Wrecker. Will definitely clear some space, but the entire time we just have a 50-point score going in for Sorayu on the top side. That will be a goal zone break. So Vamos obviously more comfortable in this dive composition than this poke composition that they were playing in that last game. You could definitely see why this team was so successful in the European region so far this season. But now it's Esports showcase that they can play a full range of comps as well, and have some great counter options.
Oh, dive versus the Leaf Gun. He's going to bring out the gold Gatling gun at 3 minutes to survive, but ends up getting taken down by the Solar Beam. That should be a turning point if Nouns Esports do not have the Cramorant Unite for the Ray fight. That's just a minute away. Reggie Lecky is still being untouched here. We've got the team circling each other. Zoroark's going to go in on the Absol, getting out barely on anything. Hooper is hunting the Zoroark. It gets taken down as well. Hooper probably risking its life there just to take down the Zoroark, but it does manage to get out on just a sliver of health. Vamos is providing chaos all over the map, and Nouns Esports, who are comfortably in the lead, are a little bit I don't want to say frazzled. That sounds like too much of an insult, but this reclassifies 15 minutes to go. That big talking point is definitely the Gold Gatling missile. It has to come back before the Rayquazifier, don't you think?
Yeah, I think they are running AMP as well, if I remember correctly, so they shouldn't be too far off from it. Honestly, if anything is surprising to me about that last engagement, it was Ayame must have been so close to Hooper Unite. Because if they're not, and I'm on support, I'm just getting myself KO'd in that scenario. You get to your Unite move faster, you're not giving up very much experience. Honestly, it feels like the better play. But we can see they do have the hoops unbound, and they are set up for Oscatar hiding her out on that back flank, but Sorayu, wise to their tricks, Zoroark on the back line, trying to protect against any of these flanks. And again, this double defender composition just gives Nouns Esports so much real estate off the start of these engagements.
The Emerald two-step being used, but unable to take down anyone as Leafeon and Zoroark are trying to hunt down each other. Leafeon could go down here. The Egg Bomb stunning it a little bit. Leafeon does go down. Absol's getting a score in the bottom here. One member down for the side of Vamos, and it might just trigger the team fight to start heading on in. Umbreon is on low health as they're just going for the score. Midnight Prance is going to come on through. The Solar Beam dodged impressively by that Night Slash. Here we go, the Icicle Fang picking up Slow Beam on the Venusaur. Venusaur does get taken down here. The Gold Gatling missile is just going to do a back dunk here to try and even it on up here as we have a little bit of loading on our side in the middle of this amazing Ray fight as Ray is now finally being tickled. Both teams are back in with Venusaur down for another 11 seconds. Zoinks, I don't know where this one is going to be headed.
Yeah, one of the only times I'll give Wrecker the credit for the back caps. That's totally fine in this position in particular.
Situation, Zoinks. But, I could be wrong. Here we go. 317. Leafeon's going to get that in. Now, Vamos do have the advantage here, but only a flimsy little margin. Hooper's still got that shield. Mamoswine trying to get a few points in, but Umbreon is just going to stop it on that pad. And it does look like with 12 seconds left to go, those Hundo Burgers are due coming in. And we are going to have ourselves a Game 3 situation on our hands.
Wow, great patient play by Vamos in that team fight. Hoopa just holding out for as long as they possibly could to try to wait out for that team fight and use their Unite move, make sure that Venusaur could get back into the mix, and good thing they did, as it was a Bordy who was able to secure the Rayquaza on that Venu and have that big play. So impressive start from this squad, and honestly, a good bounce back from game number 1, which, whew, yeah, tough looks for them in game number 1, but great response to what Nouns was trying to do in game number 2. Impressive stuff,
Yeah.
but Lobo, I believe we got to bring in the real brains of the operation. Kelosaurus, our analyst in the backlines, has been watching these matches. Kelo, we want to hear your thoughts on how these games went down.
My golly gosh, that is a result I was not expecting, considering, as Lobo mentioned, we did have the moves that were on the back foot there. I guess going in with that Ray Flip, being able to get the secure with the Venusaur snipe shot was absolutely insane. I know there was a moment where I think all of us ended up holding our breath, not really knowing what the result was going to be, but I guess it was an advantage in disguise on the side of Nouns. I know the back caps coming in from that Absol were, that it did get them a little bit closer. So, some interesting plays there, knowing that they did have the Hooper over on their side. But I mean, they have Nouns sweating, considering, we're going into this game 3.
It's true. Now, Kelo, in terms of drafts, I was talking about how I really wanted Vamos to take first pick position. I think that Slowbro needs to get out of the hands of, well, I guess Bravo or Gatlu at this position. But that was one of the most interesting things about Game 2 was the attacker Slowbro from Gatlu. Any thoughts on this double defender comp that Nouns Esports had?
Look, you have Bruv there. Also playing a bit of an attacker Mamoswine.
Okay,
we
sure.
cannot deny that. Yes, they were, I guess, the allocated tank having the experience share on there. I know there was a moment there where they were able to pick up that Absol over the wall. However, I guess it's the utility that Slowbro provides now. It's the ability to not just slow your enemy down, but it's also the damage attack reduction that you get from that Scald. So, it was an interesting, I guess, composition. And, that's the thing. You're going into two speedsters that are relying on that burst damage, plus that solar beam. But when you have a tanky comp like Nouns have, well, you just end up getting healed by taking that damage and then getting healed up by Blissey.
Yeah, look, I saw a little bit of a moment there when we did have the Zoroark facing off the Leafeon. The Leafeon did get taken down, a few takedowns as Absol also going for the back cap. But we also saw Nouns Esports try to push that bottom base and score instead of possibly focusing on that Rayquaza fight. Could be a misplay, you think? But we also saw a really nice use of the Gob Gatling missile being used as a zoning tool to let them to get that score in. Do you reckon that could have been a little bit of a turning point where they allowed Vamos to come right back into that game and contest for that Rayquaza secure?
I don't think going and dunking in that bottom path was a mistake. Considering they did have Sad Record on the Absol going and, getting the back cap of their own with nobody to go and stop them. They obviously know that they need to level up the playing field in terms of those points that were dunked and hoping they would be able to win the next team fight. As we saw, it was a little bit of a scramble during that Ray fight when everybody, did their back caps and then came back in. It was just a matter of who's going to get the last hit. It's, down to timing, to luck, whatever you want to dub it as.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
Where there's a ray, there is a way, even if you are behind. But we don't have to wait too long to head into this game 3 situation. Kilo, we will see you after the game 3 to get your thoughts once again. Zoinks, you and I are heading on in to get the final game of this amazing first match, to be honest. And again, we have a different bans coming up with Slowbro, Leafeon, but Phalanx and Blaziken still banned.
Okay, so Mimikyu still available. We'll have to see if that's a priority pick from someone on the side of Vamos. So far, it hasn't been. Hoopa does return to the side of Vamos. So Nouns Esports electing for that first pick position. Banning Slowbro themselves, though. Little shocked about that, I guess, prioritizing the Sylveon over the Slowbro in this specific opportunity. And Bruv makes the triumphant return to the Mamoswine.
Yeah, no, I really am enjoying seeing Mamoswine being used in these tournaments. It's a Pokemon that I have not seen used a lot, but now its versatility and its ability to just provide so much hindrance and disruption is really being shown out. I love the Sylveon. First time we're seeing Sylveon today. Hyper Voice, Mystical Fire, such a good utility mon, but again, I love the Hyper Voice, not only doing a lot of damage, being able to shred tanky mons, but then it's also able to act as a zoning. And you, a little bit surprised with the Zeraora pick?
Yeah, what is this, OC? What's going on? I
Hey
get
now,
my low
hey now.
shots in at
Hey
some
now.
point. All right,
No, no,
Gatlu
come on
on the
now.
crevice. Rayu grabbing the Zeraora for whatever reason. I can't imagine at this point in time. Final option from Wrecker will be that Espeon. So both Oscatar and Wrecker seeing that Mamoswine on the other side and going, not again. No, thank you. I do not want to be trying to play dive comps into that Ice Fang Mamoswine. Oscatar gonna rock that Guard Shot, running the Curse Bangle, Muscle Band, Focus Band. Now, I have heard with Curse Bangle, there are a few techs you can play around with Garchomp, specifically EQ Garchomp with Bangle. But now that we see the Scope Lens, yeah, I think we're going with the Dragon build, which also got buffed in the most recent patch. 1 second cooldown on both of them, very, very, very strong. And Wrecker going to be taking up that straight up Espeon. So we're returning kind of to shades of game 1 from Vamos. We're leaving a lot of our dive potential behind. We're playing a poke competition, but we are still holding on to that Hoopa. So trying to prevent the enemy from having kind of that centerpiece of their mobility and their dive options. Instead, taking that away. Nouns Esports playing a pretty vanilla composition outside of the Electric Cat.
Yeah, I like to see these. I like to see people change this up. Players such as Saray is probably just going to pick anything that he just wants to have a little bit of fun on. We saw that happen with the Zoroark and the Lucario. It just looked like he was enjoying himself in those matches. I really like this coming up from both sides. Such good potential to see from both things. I'm curious about the Eldegoss, so good in that early lane. Again, for me, I don't know which team wins this on draft, on paper, but I'm very excited to see how these teams decide to battle it out in this exciting Game 3 situation.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say early game at least will be Nouns Esports territory. It has been two out of the 2 games we've seen so far on stream, and looking at the team compositions, they are going to power spike a whole lot earlier than Vamos will be able to. Both Venusaur and Garchomp do take a bit of time to really hit the, or at least damage numbers we've expected from this squad. Good early take by Gibble, though, able to out-secure the Zeraora in path, and now the 2 evolutions, 1 buff apiece, gonna meet each other in the top side.
Yeah, absolutely. Sylveon's going to go in with that Mystical Fire, but Espeon is right there with the stored power to try and bounce it off. These evolutions are very low as Gibble is just going to try and secure that farm as the Electric Weasel's going to come in. Stored power going to go in once again. Mystical Fire is probably charged. Eldegoss almost getting taken down here as Hoopa looked to go for the finishing move, but unable to do so. So both teams are probably splitting that middle farm very evenly. 0-0 across the board. Haven't seen that very often in these games with 2 very skilled members here. But these 3 people are just going to stay in this top lane and fight it out for these middle Altarias that have spawned. And it's just going to go in, Store Power taking on, and there's the evolution that Gibble wanted to the Gabite. And it's 1 stage from getting that big power scope that I'm sure they want to get that Garchomp online as soon as possible.
100%. Yeah, I mean, 0-0 is a pretty surprising early game start. However, I don't think there was many I don't think there was very many stacking items on this battlefield at all. Actually, I know Oscatar not running anything, Zera Aura not stacking, so not a lot of incentive to score early, at least in a statistics kind of perspective. Also interesting to see Gatlu playing the Cramorant for the team comp, so when they're playing this double attacker, Gatlu showcasing that they are one of the most flexible players that we have in this game, willing to play so many different roles. And now they have Sorayu on this roster, another player who I think we could give that same creditation to. Very impressive. And nice early play. Ice Fang plus Hurricane. I mean, that's impossible to get rid of.
Yeah, Ivysaur trying to go in and try to secure some of that farm to get to that level, to get to that level 7, to get that Venusaur online here. But again, that combination, Hurricane's going to stun the Umbreon. The Ice Fang is just going to stop it from chasing down as Mamoswine sacrifices itself to get the Cramorant out of the way. We love seeing versatility on all these monsters, but there's 3 members charging down here as the Hurricane's going to go in onto the Venusaur. It does redirect with that Solar Beam. Beautiful takedown as Sorayu also goes down on the Zeraora. And Vamos are now going to crash into that bottom pad, but they're going to leave it on 3 points as Sylveon is going to pick up a counter takedown and score 30 into that bot lane. We said that these scores were not going to come on in, but they seem to be raining on in as we have 12 seconds headed on to before the Reggie spawn.
Yeah, Vamos win that fight. The price they pay is Oscatar going down early, right? So now the Gabite is going to take quite a bit of time to level up. And this, even more so when the Sylveon is going to try to invade. It is a Fairy Frolic, will be an easy takedown for that Sylveon. Unbelievably powerful Unite move that Evolution is able to boast. And now it'll be Sludge Bomb, debuffing the defenses of Regirock, and an easy take for the side of Vamos. Regieleki, though, will be going onto the side of the Nouns as they have put all their priority on top path and just trying to slow down Oscatar as much as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. The Mamoswine's not going to be able to do too much as they're going to get a nice 37 overcap into that top pad. But the Regieleki did head on in, but it was dealt with, I believe. And now the Gabite is still going to face off against Sorayu on this this Electric Weasel, denying any kind of farm. There's got a Gold Gatling Missile in the middle of the central area for Vamos. It's going to go in. Verdant Anger is going to try and take down the Cramorant as it does, as Eldegoss cannot provide enough healing. There is nothing that is going to heal you enough if you're going to take a point blank right on top of the head. Verdant Anger from a Venus or Solar Beam combination. Vamos doing a great job here. They seem to have the momentum heading on in, crashing into that tier 2 pad. But again, it's the story of this Gabite that just needs to get online. Sorayu's done a great job of starving it for any kind of experience or farm. But I don't think it's going to be too long before we see. There it is. The big dragon is now online for Vamos. And then it's going to start, I think it's going to start wreaking some havoc towards Nouns Esports.
Yeah, so Garchomp is an interesting top path pick for the most part, right? We talked about how his early game really struggles. We talked about that kind of ad nauseum at this point, but why we see this Pokemon so frequently is into attackers is because there are very few attackers that can withstand the Dragon combo plus Unite. You're basically full comboing any target that you're able to hit, despite even an Eldegoss Unite move. You probably still are able to out damage a threshold like that. So finally, we've kind of achieved that level, but the question is it going to be too late? Early Hurricane damage and an escape tool from Gatlu, and now Cramorant, the first to really face the fury of Oscatar. But it's dealt back in kind. Early Cramorant assassination. Gatlu playing this extremely well right now.
Beautiful Hurricane combination to take it out, but they get caught out in the choke area, and the Unite moves from Sorayu manages to do big damage as Gatlu cleans up with a clean 3 KO streak. He did so well to outmaneuver that Garchomp there, popping up the Hurricane, providing that assistance, but now he's down bot lane. Emerald, Midnight Prance is going to come on out here, and now Z-Sports are going to have to back off as Sorayu's going to take that top Reggie by themselves. Dragon Rush is going to come on in, but Mamoswine's going to stop it with that Unite. Gold Gatling Missile is going to come out as well. Garchomp is going to go out, get taken out by the Sylveon. Unite on Hooper Unbound is come through as Mamoswine goes down as well. But all the time while Vamos is heading up for that Reggie Rock, that top path Regieleki has just walked on in, and Sorayu's just gotten a 50 score as Elspion is going to try and counter itself with a 25, and Sorayu's got another 5 in, but he's got a Garchomp on his tail. He's going to Unite move and take it down as well, and Sorayu's just having fun at the Garchomp's expense. Sylveon's going to go down, not enough taking this to be taken out by the, and gets taken out by the Solar Beam, but wow, these teams are scrimmaging all over the map. Mamoswine's going to get taken down as well. I don't think these teams are going to disengage anytime soon. They just want takedown after takedown after takedown.
Yeah, and slowly Vamos' win condition is becoming solely placed on one player's shoulders, and it feels like it has been all 3 games, as Bordy on this Venusaur or any long-range damage dealer has been phenomenal for them in the bottom side of the map. I really like to play that Wrecker was able to do in that last team fight. As soon as they get that KO, they push to tier 2 and just score 20 or so. These small dunks are still keeping them in the matchup. It's so important. They're losing topside so bad, and with the threat of another Regieleki before the end of the match, they need to keep on that pressure somewhere else. So impressive rotations by Vamos to keep themselves in this game, but they have certainly not found a way to take the momentum away from Nouns Esports quite yet, despite taking so many of these bot Regis.
Yeah, Saray tried to popped its Unite move there from the Zeora, tried to take on the Espeon on pad, but then just decided to back out. He's just said, he's just reminding them that they're here. He's just reminding them that they're there and that he's a presence to be felt. Garchomp is level 12 now. We could see that pass by coming on. Venusaur level 13. The Unite moves are on as Cramorant's going to go on in. Hooper almost getting takedown. Venusaur saving it with that Solar Beam as Gatlu is just poking and prodding with this Dive Hurricane combination, which I love. And the Mamoswine is so near to it to just be able to peel out, but there is that top Regieleki Zoinks as Saray is already on it. Gatlu's going to come try and help it out here. This could be a very big problem for Vamos. Do they just let it go in, or do they go for it as Mamoswine manages to get on out here as Vamos wants to try and take this down? The Solar Beam, oh my god, breaking ankles that way. Solar Beam almost catching the Mamoswine out 10 seconds before raid. That would have been a big problem for Nouns Esports.
Yeah, Focus Band's a hell of an item, so we're able to rely on that specifically. And look at how much this new Sludge Bomb has just become a threat. Bordy caught in so much danger. Now this is the player you're relying on in this team fight. They are able to escape. Ayame putting up some good tricks, and Venusaur able to get all the way back thanks to some wish healing.
Yeah, absolutely. That Regieleki has headed on in, has marched on into that top pad, but it looks like Garchomp is in that central area. I thought he was just going to go for the rip, but he's waiting for anything to come his way so that he can start bursting it down. The Solar Beams are poking, so Rayu is just watching the raid, making sure that nobody hits it. Garchomp's hidden really well in that top bush. A nice pincer technique coming in with the Grand Rush. Golden Gap Missile's going to go in. Psychic Solar not effective. Vernon Anger's going to jump right on top of the Cramorant, but managed to dive out. Midnight Prance is going to come on in. Ice Fang just isolates the Venusaur as it's going to go down. Solar Beam not working. Garchomp was way too far away from its teammates. Icicle Fang is going to knock it out completely. But now, Vamos, they do have a Hooper. They have a Hooper with its Unite move still go, but this Sylveon is going to try and hunt it down. There is the Rings Unbound. Do Vamos have the players back up to try and come through? Umbreon's going to be chased down again by the Sylveon. Zeora's gone in to try and zone out once again. The Rings Unbound not super helpful as Nouns Esports have just decided to leave this raid, and for the next 40 seconds they're just going to focus fully on the defense of their lead. Fairy Frolic going to come out. Venusaur gets taken down with the assistance of Cramorant as Espeon has no choice, and it has so low, and I think with 30 seconds to go, Nouns Esports are just playing on the defensive.
Yeah, they did an extremely good job of shutting that down. I honestly think the Hoopa played unbelievably well in that fight. They saved their Unite move for as long as they possibly could, and it bought them precious time, but in the end, I mean, Toonslam 1v1's your Venusaur in the back line. There's just very little you can do to try to come back from that. Sarayu getting a bit of a two-piece. Gatlu does fall, but I think Wrecker just doing everything they can to prolong this matchup. With 10 seconds left, it seems like Nouns Esports still going to prove that they are the kings of VU and take down Vamos 2-1 and send Vamos down to the losers bracket.
Oh, absolutely. But again, the losers, with the talent that we've got going on inside this tournament, the losers bracket's going to be even more of a nail biter to watch as these teams try to fight their way back through the losers brackets. Really good job by Nouns Esports. Congratulations to them for taking out this win. Again, give me your highlights, Zoinks. Give me your highlights.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I talked about how Toonslib was able to get some of those 1v1 wins. That was huge. Nouns Esports was playing towards their top side priority as much as they needed to. They didn't even need to really show bottom side. They weren't worried about the scaling, and they had perfect target priority in that final fight. You take out the Venusaur, you win the game. I don't think I could have outlined it anymore. It's like, that is the VIP that you need to shut down as soon as they knock out Bordy. At that point, Garchomp can come in and do anything, and I mean, look at these numbers. 21K on a Garchomp. Not what you want to see. Great target priority and shutdown by Nouns Esports. But Kelo, we want to bring the brain back in. Mamoswine, 2 games in a row. Kelo, what are you thinking?
You just mentioned it. Bruv knew who their threat was, who their target is. able to just lock down the Bordy in that Ice Fang, yoinking back that way the rest of Nouns could just take care of them. That was definitely the turning point. Not even risking going and shredding the Rayquaza, instead just pushing on fourth, trying to get some dunks here and there in that bottom tier 2, just to seal the deal. Honestly, that match was just very back and forth between both Nouns and Vamoose. I think that's a thing. Oscar, they definitely struggled to get that Garchomp online. There was, a moment, the fact that Bordy was the highest level at one point throughout the match, there was that hope, but Toon Slim knowing to just shut down Gabite for as long as possible.
I think it's a great option into a lot of attackers. Cramorant and Sylveon, though, in particular, have some pretty fantastic responses. I mean, Sylveon's got every escape and defensive tool you could possibly want in the book, and one Hurricane lands on Garchomp when they don't have Unstoppable from one of their moves, and it feels like it's kind of over. So, I mean, a great outdraft by Nouns Esports, and just a really good answer to what Oscar hoped would be a difference maker in that matchup, but you get shut down that hard. It's a loser's bracket angle, so we'll have to see what Vamos can put together when they go down there.
Yeah. Yes, a little bit of an... Oh, there we go. Sorry, Lobo, go.
I wanted to just point out something really quickly. We saw the audible gas from Zoinks when that Zeora was picked up by Soraya. I wanted to know if you had a similar reaction as to my colleague to my right when that got picked up.
I don't think it was more the player picking up Zeraora. I think it was more Zoink's reaction that I had a giggle to. Quoting, is this OCE? The only thing they were missing, though, was the Comfey. All right, that's what makes OCE special. Is
all right,
the Comfey,
well, we're going to be throwing to a very quick break. Thank you so much, everybody. We're going to come back with the next matchup very shortly. We're going to have more matches in the Ingage Master Series coming up for you very soon, so don't go anywhere. Who knows? Maybe more Zera or a Comfey right after this.
But look at this right now. The question is, are they going to be able to get away? No, they're not. It is going to be a 4 down, man. Even the side of Nightmare. Right now, the question is, are they going to be able to get away? No, they're not. It is going to be a 4 down, man. Even the side of Nightmare. Right now, the question is, are they going to be able to get away? No, they're not. It is going to be a 4 down, man. Even the side of Nightmare. Right now, the question is, are they going to be able to get away? No, they're not. It is going to be a 4 down, man. Even the side of Nightmare. Right now, the question is, are they going to be able to get away? No, they're not. It is going to be a 4 down, man. Even the side of Nightmare. they going to be able to get away? No, they're not. It is going to be a 4 down man into the side of Nightmare. But look at this right now. The question is, are they going to be able to get away? No, they're not. It is going to be a 4 down man into the side of Nightmare. But look at this right now. The question is, are they going to be able to get away? No.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Ingage Master Series. We're in the final day. We have some incredible matches for you. We've already gotten to see one, and I'm sure the rest is going to be just as exciting. I am Zoinks, returning to the caster desk for the second game in a row, where I'm joined this time, though, by SpartanTano and Inder are eyeing the sky in the analyst role. Tano, how you feeling about this upcoming matchup? We have an amazing one. I believe we have Orange Juicers versus Rework Respawn.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite games lined up for the day so far, Zoinks. Okay, so Rework Respawns, they won the open qualifiers without dropping a single map, and I do remember casting them previously, and again, they didn't lose a single map. So this is going to be a very exciting game for them to come up against Orange Juicers, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I can't wait. I mean, top of NA versus what some would say are the top of LATAM North. At least in this tournament, they're repping that region pretty hard. Inder, how about you? Word on the street is you are actually employed by one of these teams. I think you're an official sub for Orange Juicers. So how you feeling about this matchup between Orange Juicers and Rework Respawn?
Yeah, I am helping out the Orange Juicers leading up to their journey at Worlds, and I have to say I saw them play in Ingage last week. They did end up winning to bring themselves here, but they had some close games into a team I think they were more expecting to take down with these. So, I know I had a lot of choice words for them. I know they're kind of shaking off the rust after NAIC, which they did end up winning. Contrary to popular belief, they did win that event. But no, I think Orange Juicers are, they're one of the teams that when it comes to the late game, it's so hard to close out games against them. And I think a lot of that comes from Zugrug and Kratos. Like, they have so much experience. They think about the game in such great detail and mesh that with, Roland, who's had a lot of experience himself. And then Flareons and Machisel, two almost newcomers, especially Flareons. They play with, they have such a dynamic way of playing where they have some veterans, they have some new guys. So I'm really excited for them to put up a show, and they're going up against one of the best teams out there, like you mentioned in LATAM North. Rework Respawn's been putting up a clinic even in this event alone. So this is probably, I think, one of the highly anticipated matches of the day in our second round already, or in our second game of the day.
It feels like it could be a preview of whatever our grand finals is, right? These two teams definitely have the ability to make it that far in the tournament. Inder, if your back was against the wall and you had to predict one of these two teams to take it down, though, even a scoreline, you give us a final endpoint, 2-1 or 2-1, 2-0. What are we thinking? Who's winning it and how they doing it?
Based on how Orange Juicers played last week, and I think if I were to root against them, it might light a fire under their tails. I'm going to go 2-1 Rework Respawn, just to kind of get these Orange Juicers juiced up a little bit.
All right, yeah. Machisel heard you loud and clear and is now going to rage against the machine to take it down. Tano, you and I are going to be casting this one. We're going to be bringing back Inder very shortly after a couple of these games to get your professional insight for an interview, as I know everybody loves, but we're going to be getting into draft momentarily. Tano, you've had the chance to cast some of these games. You watched Rework Respawn's flawless run. Apparently you and Inder also watched Orange Juicer's flaw-filled run, if Inder is to be believed. believed. How are you feeling about Orange Juicer's chances against maybe a tournament favorite in Rework Respawn?
Well, I honestly think with Inder's opinion there, that is going to light a fire under them and they are going to come out swinging. That is what I'm expecting anyway, but we are seeing two of the strongest teams probably in this tournament fighting it out here, so it really could go anyway. But as we see, we're coming into the draft ban here. We've got that Mimikyu and the Umbreon and the Slowbro ban straight off the bat there. Let's go.
A lot of Mimikyu bans today so far. It'd been kind of a surprise to me, but more defender priority on bans than we saw at all in that last match. I was kind of shocked with how many defenders were sliding through the drafting phase in the first match of the day. So no surprise to see a double defender ban on the side of Orange Juicers. First pick is going to be locking in that Blissey with Hoopa gone. These viable supports quickly diminish. Eldegoss probably going to be the option that Rework Respawn go with eventually, but now that it's a pretty safe pick, I don't think that they're going to be racing to grab that in the early phases of this draft.
No, and I love the picks that they've gone with there with the Blaziken. We were going to see possibly a Trevenant, which in my opinion is the strongest defender in the game at the moment, but instead they went for the Cramorant, which we are seeing quite a lot of now, right? Zoinks is in a pretty good position. It is able to drop quite a bit of damage, and that Unite move, it can be really vital when it comes to team fights, right?
It's unbelievably strong. I think this Dive Hurricane moveset is really what's made it scale up all these tier lists so quickly. I will say, though, I don't think it's better than Sylveon, so I am shocked to see them pick that up while Sylveon is still on the table. Could just be a individual pick priority, you know, maybe Hitman is the cram god, and I'm just waiting to see it, and I will say, overall, maybe it doesn't live up to what I expect Sylveon standards to be. However, it does feel like a bit more of a skill-expressive Pokemon, so if we get to see that happen a little bit more often, maybe we'll be in a good look. We do have Minato grabbing that Hoopa, and whoever Smurf is ABC 1-2 rest of the letters is going to be picking up Crustle.
Yeah, and to be honest, when you don't have that Trevenant available, I really love the Crustle pick. I think Crustle is so underrated at the moment. It is such a strong defender to take into this, especially if you're going to expect to go up against ones that are going to be going in for a melee perspective, such as that Phalanx that has just been locked in there. But Orange Juicers have a really strong comp that I'm seeing there. The Leafeon and the Sylveon is going to be so vital for that early game. And if you pair that with the Trevenant as well, this is going to be a really interesting battle here, Zoinks.
Ooh, okay, so I think we have just discovered kind of the main effort of Rework Respawn in this matchup, or all of a sudden the game has changed. With that Phalanx pick from Machisel, this matchup now becomes, how do we shut down this top-tier all-rounder? This Pokemon is so unbelievably powerful, Tano. It is one Pokemon that on release, everyone was like, yeah, it's strong, but it just loses these matchups. And then we all watched Phalanx just one-tap Venusaur, and we're like, uh-oh, maybe those counters don't actually work. And we're kind of in a brand new world. It feels like Phalanx kind of dominating certain parts of the metagame, and Machisel, a fantastic Phalanx in their own right. Rework Respawn, though, is kind of choosing the option of ranged damage to try to shut them down. Cramorant and Chandelure are both unbelievably kind of mid-range mages, having damage over time options, and Chandelure having crowd control options in the Cramorant. We definitely have answers prepared. But I don't know if it'll be enough. Personally, I like the Phalanx pick into what the enemy side is trying to do.
Yeah, especially when you have those evolutions as well, right? You've got the Leafeon that's going to be trying to shut down that Chandelure and that Cramorant, right? Chandelure is so underrated. It has that Flamethrower, 2-second cooldowns. Once if you hit that Flamethrower, it can spit out so much damage, as well as the CC moves that you've mentioned. But that is going to be Kratos' main target, right? You get that out of the fight, you get that sort of range damage coming in from that away. Phalanx can be let loose to do what they want.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, even if you do damage, sometimes it's let loose. You know, like this Pokemon really just refuses to get KO'd sometime. Honestly, a strategy I wish more Pokemon would employ. But Phalanx has really mastered the early matchup. But in this bottom path, it's going to be really interesting to see what Hitman can try to do against the fabled duo in the bot side that Orange Juicers. I mean, Inder was calling it out early. The Zugrug Flareon's path, one of the keys to success for Orange Juicers. Roland's Blissey, though, the man of role swaps. Roland has played so many different roles in their competitive career, now filling in support to make this roster work, and it's already on that invade angle. Love to see it.
Yeah, I do, but it's probably why they went with the double jungle there to be able to ensure they protect against that invade. But no, we see the Leafeon coming in. The Glossifers had to go and try and stop that Chansey from doing whatever they can, but Leafeon instead decided to come in. This is the problem with the Leafeon, right? The Leafeon is so oppressive in that early game, Zoinks, that it is so tough to deal with, but they have managed to get that jungle rotation. They are now rotating up to this these top mid birds that are about to spawn. Phalanx there with the Chansey and the Leafeon. We have the Sylveon here as well. This early game is going to be so tough for Rework Respawns to deal with as we see them engaging here. Phalanx popping in, but we do see that damage coming in from the Chandelier. It is so strong with that 2-second cooldown. The Sylveon picks up the Cramorite, not being able to hop to at the Sylveon there. Instead, they're going for the offense themselves. Leafeon's going to have to run here because one more hit from that Flareon would be enough to get that KO. Really strong from Rework's, from Orange Juices in that top lane. Rework Respawn, not quite on the back foot as I expected there.
Yeah, good look. There's a few options into this Phalanx that I think look pretty good. I love Flamethrower into Phalanx. You are never missing a reset or a cooldown reduction on Flamethrower, right? And then you could see below those Pokemon now, those Blaze ticks also moving up on any target. So the healing that our top path Pokemon for Rework Respawn is going to be pretty huge on that Blaziken. Being able to heal off of any of those targets, and that Blaze healing actually getting improved in the most recent patch. So maybe not the early on-paper counters that we saw theorized when Phalanx was first coming into the game, but definitely ones that are starting to show their faces now that the metagame has developed a little bit around this Phalanx presence.
Yeah, Rework Respawns are really getting into the vibe of this game at the moment. They've managed to get that Evo on the Chandelier. They're level 7. They see where the Phalanx is. They're able to try and lock it down. It's going to back out there, but I feel like Rework Respawn are just trying to concentrate on one, getting this Blaziken up and running, Zoinks, because if they can, before Orange Juices manages to get more of their mons up and running on that side, they are going to be in the better situation. As we see those mid-birds going to the Blaziken, but no, the Phalanx comes in with the amount of damage that they can drop. They do pick up some, but it is pretty even up in these lanes at the moment.
Yeah, with the backpedal in that no retreat form to get safe, I mean, that is the dangerous position. After you've kind of used your combo, is Combusken able to get enough healing off their Blaze to really contend in that team fight? The answer was no in that specific spot. Roland doing a great job of covering the retreat. But now it's going to be this chase out of the Regieleki. Rework Respawn actually focusing and prioritizing on the top side. Machislo prioritizing the Chandelure, it seems. No objective secure angle for them. Instead, tries to take out that mage, but no cigar this time for Machislo. So they have to retreat back to the goal zone, defend against the Regieleki. In fact, they're going to abandon that, actually, potentially. And they just focus on knocking out the Blaziken.
I can't believe that Lecky didn't go in. If I'm in solo queue chat, that is going in instantly. The second I'm even on the pad and that's going in. That was crazy to see. Eldegoss trying to be a nuisance here, just trying to see what they can do. Probably try and get that berry, pump some damage over there. They're going to get out of there. They're going to have to defend that Lecky there, our Orange Juices. But we see Rework Respawn getting up there as well. They do have the Blaziken and the Chandelier to drop the damage while all this is going on in the bottom lane. Leafeon securing the Crustle there. They're going to be able to get the Regis. Cramorant here to defend this goal, but there's going to be a little bit too much for them to defend there. It's going to be interesting to see how they deal with that.
Yeah, Rework Respawn winning kind of the refight on the top side means that a few stacks are going to be able to go in, but they do sacrifice all of that for losing the bottom side objective. The question is, can Orange Juicers translate that into a goal zone secure? Rock Tomb just barely out of range to hold Sylveon within that spot, so Flareon's able to make it out thanks to the Fairy Frolic, and Kratos and Flareon's on these double evolutions really being such a pokey composition to try to push into. Even Crustle with their defensive stats and all the shielding available to them is having a tough time getting in some of these early pushes.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we just see a constant fight going on from the Blaziken and the Phalanx. We do see the Chandelier coming up, and they managed to secure it with a tasty stun coming in from Blaziken against that wall. We see the Unite move coming from the Leafeon. They're just trying to take out the Chandelier. I am so surprised at how well the Chandelier's staying up. They managed to secure it with the beam coming out of them there, and that is crazy. They managed to get the 2 KO up in that top lane, Zoinks, and they're now feeling quite strong up in there with their levels.
Yeah, I mean, Reggie's been playing the Chandelier in such a perfect way. They stayed basically solo topside, I think for a few different reasons. One, Blaziken's a big win condition for their team comp. They want to make sure they're enabled the best they can. Two, Imprison is phenomenal into a lot of the options that Orange Juicers are trying to utilize. So constantly tapping that in has made Machisel's job so much harder in these early fights. You see how much damage Flareon's is going to take because they don't have access to any of the moves, specifically Calm Mind, to try to negate some of that damage. Pollen Puff lands on the right target for the first time, it feels like, in this matchup. So great look there, and now they are favored in the secure race of the Regieleki.
Yeah, we got some really good zoning coming in from the Crustle here, but Screamion's going to go in there with the Hyper Voice. They are trying to do the best that they can zone. Machisel dives in on the squishy there. They do pick up the Chandelier, but it's the Blaziken that manages to secure the objective. Blaziken now hopping in. We do see the Blissey Unite coming out. It's enough to keep Phalanx up, and Phalanx pops around and just chippy chappers in the face of anybody that's there. It does so much damage in that position, right? Zoinks is so tough to deal with, pushing the Crustle off of that goal there, but they're going to have to do some really strong defense or Rework respawn. They do have the Chandelier back. That is a 2-second mega damage that they can drop every time they hit somebody there, and it's enough to buy them some space up in that top lane.
Honestly, Rework Respawn, I think, coming away in a positive fashion, able to defend those goal zones. They also take the Regieleki as well. His bottom side goal zone slowly being defended as well by this Cramorite. Hitman putting on a clinic of how to dodge all of the abilities of the enemy targets with these dives. And now finally, Blaziken is going to return to the bottom side just out of range of getting that KO. But Zokrog will go down, and Rework Respawn have a chance to push on this top tier goal zone. Minato, by the way, is on a solo Eldegoss push mission at the top side, which is absolutely wild to me, but Rework Respawn going to take the momentum of the points race now, 191 to 120. Minato still up and running, I think primarily trying to gain vision and take a few of those defensive targets of Orange Juicers away from the bottom side so that they can take this matchup. Now, they've taken the score lead. They have been trying to chase and catch up in the experience task as well, but they are catching up now with that Registeel, and look at how much healing that Blaziken gets onto that Phalanx. Absolutely wild.
That should be illegal. That healing was insane. It's almost as if it's his own pocket. So we do see the Phalanx trying to get some KOs on the Blaziken, but the moves that it's able to drop off and the healing that it does sustain is so strong. It is crazy to see. It's going to be so hard for them to KO that Mon, right? It's going to take a lot, especially when you have that Eldegoss with it, backing it up and getting those heals as well.
I think we're starting to see why Phalanx, even though we've seen it banned so frequently, has not been a prio pick for Rework Respawn, especially after taking that Blaziken. They're very confident in their counterplay, and so far, I would say so good. Over the final stretches about to begin, we only have about a 71-point difference between these two teams. An extremely close race, but positional battle has been won by Rework Respawn. They know where Roland and Zugrog are. They can isolate them. Rock Tomb plus imprisons a ton of lockdown.
Yeah, see all that damage coming in there. Blissey going to have to back out at the moment. They are in a very good position at Rework Respawn, but they need to play this team fight correctly because they have their T1s up. If anybody manages to get some scores, it's going to close to this game, and we do see the Screamion going on to the Crustle there. The Trevenant is taking so much damage from that Chandelier and the Blissey with the healing, but it's just not going to be enough. We do see the Leafeon coming in for a little bit of a invade there, but no, instead the Cramorant securing the Leafeon. That means it is now a 4v5 game, although the Blaziken managing to just dodge out of that Unite move from the Trevenant. They are running as fast as they can. The eject point from the Trevenant would have been enough, but no, Eldegoss with their Unite move heals the Blaziken there, chat. Screamion, there's a bit of a fight going on up in the above this Ray pit, but they're ripping it. Who's going to get the secure? We see the Phalanx jump in, and of course, it is the Beyblade that secures the Rayquaza fight there. You Orange Juicers are now going to be able to score some easy 100 burger, 120 burger, whatever burger you want. You can order it up because that is an easy set of points that they can score there, Zoinks.
Hundo Burger with all the fixins? Is that what we can call the 120? I don't know. I know Doobsnax has a new name for it. I haven't bothered to remember what they've been calling it these days, but we'll get that from them later on as they're going to join the casters as the tournament is going to proceed. But honestly, unbelievably good team fight from Oranges. In a position where it felt like they were starting to lose it, but you have to understand the main game plan around that Rayquaza, and that basically is separate Blaziken from the secure potential. They just constantly were on the back of that Blaziken, and when they had to run all the way around, Minato has to bring the Eldegoss Unite move just to save them. All of those moments are just creating space where Blaziken cannot be standing in front of Rayquaza with overheat. It's just an entire game plan built around that. Machisel and Kratos and Roland rise to the occasion and are able to secure the Rayquaza and secure game number 1 as Orange Juicers are going to start this set 1-0.
Yeah, that was a really, really good game. I was very impressed with Rework Respawn during that game. They
Me
were coming
too.
up, they were coming up against like the Phalanx. They were coming up against the powerhouse that is the Leafeon and the Sylveon. So I was really impressed with how Rework Respawn worked that. It did come down to that Rayquaza fight, and it was fought really well by both teams. The Leafeon Kratos trying to get that sort of coming in from the back and get those squishes was a really good shout, but Rework Respawn did spot it, but that divided that team at that Rayquaza fight, and it was enough for Orange Juices to secure that. It was really well played.
Yeah, I think any game where you're holding Kratos to 2 KOs and 31k damage, you're very happy about that, right? Obviously, the match doesn't go the direction you want to, but at the very least, you can kind of point to your draft strategy and feel relatively confident if you're able to shut down the enemy central area Pokemon. But the problem is, no matter how many counters you had, no matter how many good 1v1s you had, Machisel's Phalanx still just superior in so many of these engagements. So, at the end of the day, you had a good response, but clearly not good enough. Blaziken and Eldegoss being basically taken out of that team fight by good rotations and good macro work by Orange Juicers put them in an advantageous position for the final Rayquaza. They take full advantage, and they secure it. So good, honestly, if we're going to give any credit to Orange Juicers, Tano, it's got to be to whoever is shot calling for that roster, which I think a lot is going to be Kratos and Zugrug, who we had Inder giving the credit to in the start of this matchup. They heard Inder loud and clear. They heard that their literal teammate was not giving them the vouch, so they had to rise up and really show to the new sub on the roster that they got what it takes to hang.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to show, show up to the game. And you were mentioning during that game, right, that when Phalanx first came out, like people were like, oh, we do have counterplay to it. And then we were suddenly seeing how much of a menace it could be. I mean, originally, I used to refer to the Mon as like a chippy chapper because you were like, oh, it's cute. It's nothing to be too worried about. But now it's just an absolute Beyblade. It rips through anything that it wants. They did a good job to try and limit it as best that they could, but it is so strong in the meta at the moment. But do you think that we're going to see them possibly rotate that Cramorant out for something like a Sylveon, like you mentioned previously? Because that is probably the better attacker, in this position, right?
I agree with you. I do. I just don't know if they will. You know, that's always what it comes down to. I don't know if we see that exchange this time around. Now, okay, so we see the Slowbro and Blissey ban Mimikyu on the other side. Rework Respawn actually hovering a Hoopa ban in this particular time. Interesting. Okay, so now we're going to be headed into an interesting support. They might be trying to bait Orange Juicers into a early Eldegoss pick, and that just kind of gives Rework Respawn every kind of attacker they would ever want to select in these first couple options. You low-key could pick Cramorant and Sylveon and feel very comfortable in that spot. Not going to be grabbing it now. Instead, the Zugrug will be locking in that Trevenant with the first pick of the day. Umbreon here, a pretty solid defender option. I think it is incredibly powerful these days. I know you're giving a lot of vouchers to Crustle, but Umbreon still puts in an absurd amount of work these days.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, to be fair, Zoinks, as well as the fact that you have that wish, right? It's kind of like a defender that can work really well as a support because it does so much healing, right? So I love the Umbreon pick, to be honest. If you can't get a Trevenant, for me, you know, either an Umbreon or a Crustle is absolutely fine, especially if you have that Slowbro band. But we do see that Cramorant get locked in straight away there, Zoinks. So it seems like that is a really important strategy for Rework Respawn at the moment.
Yeah, okay, so Orange Juicers taking the Blaziken and the Phalanx, so making Rework Respawn have to have a really tough decision about what they want to play in the top path. Zarina's fine, Lucario we would see quite often in a position like this. I think the biggest question is where does Orange Juicers want to go in terms of support? Usually with double all-rounder and a Trevenant, I would just be salivating over a Hoopa pick at this position, but yeah, Comfey, a viable solution here too. I don't know how well that works with Phalanx. Roland gonna be punching air every time they grab the wrong. I don't actually know the interactions between Phalanx and the Comfey. I guess we'll have to see. But Rework Respawn picking that Zarina, not a bad option at all. But a lot of unstoppable keywords on the side of Orange Juicers right now. Alberge is gonna have to have very, very good discipline about these Unite moves and popping them at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, you can utilize it to, try and if you can unite move the mon that has the comfy on it, at least it is like a 3v4 for a couple of seconds. But I'm kind of with you, Zoinks. I think it is a difficult one. That comfy is going to be really important. You do have the Eldegoss on the other side with respawn there. If you can't pick any of the support mon, go for the comfy. You can pop that onto the Blaziken, the Trevenant as well. It works absolutely superb with. So I do like that pick, but I absolutely love the Chandelier pick again for Rework respawn.
Yes.
I feel like that did such a fantastic job in that previous game, just being able to not only do the CC and lock them down, but also do their damage. So I think that is going to be a prime target for probably the Mew or the Blaziken coming into this.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say, Toto. Now they get to play it into Blaziken, which they didn't have before in our game number 1. And Blaziken, a Pokemon that, lives or dies on its pressing of buttons. It is an incredible button presser Pokemon. Chandelure decides to remove any aspect of button pressing with that imprisoned. So I'm excited to see that matchup in particular. Kratos going to have a tough time with that one. They will be rotating into the central area with this Blaziken this time around, where I believe in game number 1, we saw Rework Respawn actually trying to play it solely in the top path. So we're going to see a bit of a rotation this time around, unless Phalanx wants to take a first clear, but Phalanx so absurdly good for the early game. One of the old standards of Pokemon Unite has been if your Pokemon doesn't evolve, it's very, very good in one of the lanes. And I don't think that has really changed these days. You don't need to evolve. You're not going to get level capped. You can just slowly take EXP from the top side and give all that Evo experience over to your central area player.
Yeah, and it does so good with the secure in the lane as well, right? If you do have a decent secure, you might as well take it in the lane and grab what XP you can. But having said that, we do see the Serena and the Eldegoss up in this top lane as well. That is a pretty good secure. We see the Serena trying to go for their own stacks there. The Comfey's not going to be able to do much against it, but in return, Felix is stacking as well. They're going to grab the opportunity while they can. So that's going to be a bit of a handshake up in that top lane, I would imagine. Oh, we do see Comfey managing to secure the farm away from the Serena there. Are they going to be able to pick up the Felix? It is so weak. Do they pick it up? They do get the KO. They are so weak themselves, so they're going to have to back up here. That Comfey really wanted to grab that KO, but unfortunately, they managed to just bounce out of it there, Zoinks.
Yeah, in a battle of A-button pressing, it seems that Eldegoss still stands above the rest in the early game, at least, even above Comfey. A lot of scary situations either direction, but it will be the tops or the right-hand side winning the early game. Rework Respawn getting the Steenie evolution at level 5. Still nothing to write home about. They really need their level 6. They're going to try to chase it down with an Altaria Secure. Will not find it, and with a 4-player rotation to the top side, Orange Juicer is employing this strategy 2 games in a row. It will be a clear victory for OJ in that first fight.
Yeah, really, really strong for OJ there. Phalanx is trying to back out now. They've managed to grab themselves some stacks, though. They will probably get KO'd for it. They do there. That gives Eldegoss the Evo that they wanted. They're going to be able to catch up on some XP here. Will they be able to get the Comfey? No! The Combustion is there, and they do manage to hop onto it to be able to save themselves. We have 4 Mons from Rework Respawns up here, although I do say that the Chandelier's having to back up to try and stop this nuisance that is flaring on the Mew going into their jungle. Are they going to be able to steal the blue buff from them? This is going to be an interesting battle. They do manage to secure it to Rework Respawns, but they've drawn away 2 of the Mons from the lanes, meaning that O-Juicers can get themselves a good advantage in these lanes at the moment.
It feels like the top few teams of NA have really made this double invade strategy kind of their identity this year. Like, ever since EUIC and Kabi-chan showed what you can do after winning a team fight and an immediate invade, NA has taken that to heart. Rework Respawn are really famous, Orange Juice is really famous for it, Nemesis are famous for it, and now we see so many of them just invade on cooldown between so many of these squads. Really interesting to see kind of a whole identity shift come from these teams this year. It's going to be cool to see if they can employ it at levels like this and levels even higher in some tournaments. But right now in the Ingage series, it's popping off very well for Orange Juice, at least for experience. Rework Respawn, though, very comfortable with their point lead as they shatter one of the top tier goal zones.
Yeah, and we do see these this bottom, well, both objectives about to spawn. We do have Rework Respawns down here with 3 of their Mons in a good position. The Phalanx is just being a nuisance up in this top lane. Serena trying to do whatever they can, but no, the Blaziken comes and takes out the Serena. Eldegoss has to back up. They have to run because you have 2 of the strongest all-rounders in this game with a Comfey there to back you up. Eldegoss is just showing their face here. They may be able to try and steal the secure. I don't know whether they're going to be able to do so. Nope, the Blaziken is there to grab the secure, and in return, Rework Rework Respawns grab that Regirock in the bottom lane. So it is pretty even across both of the lanes at the moment, Zoinks.
Yeah, they're doing well points-wise for sure on both sides. Yeah, incredibly even now. 1 point difference between these two teams. Zoinks trying to slow down this scoring advance, but come just shy on the timing with that last Horn Legion Prison, making their job a lot harder. Zarina Unite move is finally employed, and it will be good enough to get that Phalanx KO. And this has been one of the major questions for me, Tano. Is this Zarina pick? I mean, I believe this is Sherlock just playing on an ult. If I am correct, I could be wrong at this situation, but Lucario is such a good pocket pick for so many LATAM North players. I'm honestly shocked to not see it in a situation like this one. I guess maybe into the Blaziken you'd rather have that Unite move, but either way, really shocked to not see the Lucario come out. Zarina will be good for 1 KO, though will fall in that second case. And yet again, Minatel's Eldegoss just constantly on the invade. And that final fight, that game number 1, it was wild to see where the Eldegoss was coming from with the Unite move. They're like, oh, they were over there? Okay, sure. Very aggressive support player in Minato.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a really good job of just being a nuisance to that Phalanx, right? What's the point in having a Phalanx if you're spending the entire game being harassed by an Eldegoss? It's done a really good job of doing that, but, you know, Michizel is managing to grab quite a bit of XP themselves. They've done a fantastic job of taking on the Eldegoss, but it's been really, really worked by Rework Respawn. It's a good job that they're doing. They're currently just grabbing whatever XP they can. It's a very close game at the moment, chat. We do see these both objectives about to spawn in about 20 seconds. It's going to be interesting to see which team goes for which objective.
Yeah, we can't really understate how important this matchup is either. A $500 prize pool these teams are competing over. Being on the winner's side of the bracket is such a huge advantage. You do not want to lose that right now. Rework Respawn with their back against the wall. Clearly, Orange Juicers want to close out this series at the time being, and Kratos making it look like that's exactly what their main objective is. Caught into that prison of Comfey Unite move will still happen, but it's Reggie turning the tables yet again on this Chandelure. A KO streak of 3 as they carve up through the enemy side and trying to tee up Machisel as the next main target.
Yeah, we see the Phalanx getting the let it rip out there. The Umbreon is able to back up. They're trying to get some cheeky temps scores in there. The Umbreon managing to secure the Mew with the help of the Cramorant. It is just going to go down, is this Phalanx, although they're doing a fantastic job of staying up in the meantime. But we have seen Orange Juicers rip that Regirock, or at least trying to, with that Blaziken and the Comfey. Are they going to be able to get in and get a secure Rework Respawn? The Trevenant is doing a fantastic job at getting some space for them. They do secure the Regirock. They are quite weak on the Umbreon, although they do have the wish. They do pick up the Eldegoss here, possibly. No! 1 HP and a dream for Eldegoss there. They are able to get out, and it seems like they've bought themselves that space, have Rework Respawn in that bottom lane now.
Yeah, Zokrog is a really interesting defender player when it comes to North America. No one ever questions the skill that Zokrog has in the lobby. I mean, they've been playing this game since its inception. They've been dominant since its inception on this defender role. I think the one major critique that Zokrog tends to get in the community is that they're just a really passive defender. You won't see them leave the bottom path very often. They're very comfortable just playing a very safe, macro-heavy game. But while that might be some criticism, it works out so incredibly well for them. They shut down objectives so well. They make sure that Orange Juicers are always in an advantageous position, and you see it happening here yet again.
Yeah, I mean, these Night moves popping out here are really strong. I mean, it's 3 minutes, so they're going to try and get some farm themselves to get those back. Umbreon is doing a fantastic job at defending with that Chandelier in the background, just dropping so much damage here, chat. They do pick up the Phalanx. That's a really good secure. Zugrug is locked out with the move lock there. Are they going to be able to get the damage? The Horn lead is coming in. Oh my god, we see the Regieleki go into the T2. That has just broken the T2 for Orange Juicers. A good position for Rework Respawn to be in, but you have a Blaziken and a Comfey taking on the Serena, and that is too much for Serena to handle there. While we get a cheeky little bit of an invade coming in from these two attackers here. They do pick up that blue buff, and now they're just going to back up, probably get themselves in a pretty good position for this upcoming Rayquaza fight.
And this Cramorant Chandelure duo has been phenomenal, hasn't it, Tano? I mean, the damage numbers, obviously absurd. We'll have to check those on the stats screen at the end of the matchup. But, I mean, Reggie single-handedly has shut down every bottom push that Orange Juicers has been able to achieve. The amount of objectives OJ has been able to have is super, super solid, but they haven't been able to translate any of those into a successful siege. Look at that! Zugrug almost full combo to 0 HP on a Trevenant of all Pokemon, thanks to this Chandelure, thanks to this thanks to this Cramorant as well. But now Rayquaza has spawned in. Orange Juicers prioritizing the top side of this Rayquaza pick. caught out early. They're going to have to try to dodge away. Despite that slow smoke, they still get escaped, and that...
Yeah, what's fantastic is that Orange Juicers have just managed to get a flank on in both positions. We saw the Phalanx coming in there with the Let It Rip. They have managed to get quite a lot of damage on the Umbreon, but with that Wish, it's just going to go back to full health themselves. So at the moment, we have 2 Mons down from Orange Juicers. We see Rework Respawn just hunting down this Mew and this Phalanx however they can. The Trevenant is there to defend against it, but they are fighting currently in the pit, okay? Rework Respawn know that they are in a better position at the moment. They have the lead, so they just need to defend this Rayquaza as best as they can. But the Orange Juicers are doing such a fantastic job at taking this fight at different angles. We see the Blaziken coming in there with the Phalanx backing them up as well. Phalanx is pretty weak now at the moment. Comfey's going to have to hop into them and give them some healing. We see the Huck Tour coming out from the Cramorant there. They are able to secure the Trevenant. That is a huge KO. That Trevenant is going to be the main front line once that Blaziken and Phalanx have taken that damage. They have taken the Phalanx out here. Oh my god, is Umbreon going to go down? The Comfey hopping off to drop a little bit of damage, but they do hop back onto that Blaziken for the healing. This is an insane Rayquaza fight here, Zoinks. It seems like it is never going to end. We see the Rip coming in. They're just going to try and do whatever they can to flip that, but no, Kratos is here on the Blaziken. I cannot believe the Blaziken is still alive with the Comfey giving it that support. We see, oh my god, so much Rip going on. Umbreon going down. Who's going to secure it? It is the Chandelier with the Flamethrower. Is it going to be anybody else? Of course it wasn't. Will they be able to score some points? I don't think so. Not with the Chandelier there. Ooh, a little bit. 26. I don't think that's going to be enough though, right?
No, not going to be the difference maker. Rework Respawn able to defend the Rayquaza in that entire set. I was honestly getting a little nervous for them with how aggressive they were playing their composition. As soon as they get a couple KOs, they were chasing Orange Juicers all the way down to the enemy side, despite having the range advantage, but it's all right. It still worked out for them. They were buying time for Reggie to get back, and what a hero they were on that Shandy. 10 KOs, I think a double KO in that final fight, even taking the Rayquaza for good measure. It was looking good across the board, but I gotta hear how it was looking according to our analyst, Inder. I want to bring you in and get your thoughts on this matchup. What do you think of those first and second games?
Yeah, thank you so much, Zoinks. These 2 games have both, I mean, we saw it come down to the wire there. Game number 1, Machisel able to get that secure in, which was wonderful. I do have to say, I think the difference maker in both of these games, despite Rework Respawn losing game number 1 due to a Ray secure, basically, is Reggie on that Chandelier.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen a lot of different control mages come in and out of the meta. Venusaur, Gardevoir, Chandelier, Delphox, Firespin. Chandelier, though, with its move lock and imprison, is making it so difficult for these melee bruiser assassins to play the game, whether you're a Phalanx or a Blaziken, just getting stuck, not able to cast your moves. And it almost works as a twofold, where the Comfey is really there to kind of be a multiplier on one of these melee assassins. And if the Comfey's target isn't able to get his job done, whether it's getting Serena United, move locked, it's really, really struggling to do really anything in these fights. I actually think Vamos in the last series, if they had a Chandelier instead of Venusaur, I think they would have had games go a lot similar to these where, you know, Sludge Bomb versus Imprison. Sludge Bomb, it's got that updated slow and that special defense reduction. It's nothing like that move lock that Chandelier has. So I think Orange Juicers in game number 3, they did win game number 1, but they're going to have to find an answer to the Chandelier if they want to continue drafting the way they are. But yeah, no, I think close games. I'm surprised Orange Juicers were able to get that draft though, right? Like Blaziken, Phalanx, some of the most power picks of the draft, both making it through, and Trevenant all on the same team. Sylveon went undrafted, and you know, from the Orange Juicers draft perspective, I think that might have been the glue that was missing in all of it, right? We see Toonslim pick up a lot of these evolutions, and it's kind of like this supportive attacker role that you're playing, where you kind of bring the team together. Like, and Mew in the past has done a great job with it, with coaching and things like that. But I think after the nerfs, Mew can struggle to be almost that like foundational sort of piece.
It had some good looks. It had some good looks in the 1v1s versus Cramorant, though. How do you feel about that specific matchup? Because it feels like these days it's what can face up against Cram in that bot path.
Yeah, the Mew looks good there. I think the Sylveon, maybe not in the laning phase of the game, might struggle a little bit into the Kramer, but throughout the game, just being able to match it, especially if you're Mystical Fire with that special attack reduction, being able to isolate and take these 1v1s with special attackers can be really key and important. But we'll see. I think Orange Juicers have what it takes to bounce back if they can have an answer to the Chandelure. Otherwise, they might be struggling in game number 3. Keep it up, guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Inder, for your insight. I can't wait. Your Inder site? I'm working it in. All right, we'll get more of your Inder site later on in this series. But Tano, we already got the bans. Slowbro, Blissey, Mimikyu, and Leafeon are going to make them up. Sylveon, notably, not in the ban phase.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if we see that picked. Flareon's getting the Cramorant, so they've decided to take that away from Rework Respawn. That's quite interesting, right, Zoinks?
It's very interesting. Mostly, I am curious how good Flareon's Cramorant is. Flareon seems to be one of those kind of sniper-style aim mages that we see so often. I mean, they're so well known for their Inteleon play, their Mew play. Cramorant, a little bit of a different aiming style. So I'm curious. I mean, I'm not doubting Flareon's skill at all. I am curious about how much experience they have on this Bluebird. So we'll have to see what it looks like.
Yeah, in return, though, that Blaziken getting locked in again with the Umbreon. Rework Respawn seems to enjoy the Umbreon pick, and I mean, you can't blame them at all, but Blaziken finally going to the side of Rework Respawn there, picking up the strongest all-rounder that they can, but there's that Hooper pick that you like so much, Zoinks, right?
Oh, I love it. I mean, I adore this pick, specifically in Roland's hands. They are an A-button aficionado, so I am excited to see Roland on that particular pick. Rework Respawn, not having the Cramorant feels like Sylveon would be a pretty easy selection. Have to imagine we're going to see another Eldegoss. Oh, we are not! We're going to go with the Zoro Comfey angle in this game number 3. A particular favorite of Rework Respawn's, and if you're a Rework Respawn fan, I think this is an old hat we've seen quite a few times before.
Yeah, it is such a strong combo, right? And the fact that they're also pairing that with the Umbreon and the Blaziken is really, really strong. We see the double defender coming in there for Orange Juicers. They've got the Trevenant lock in, and it seems like they're also going to get the Sylveon as well. That's some pretty strong attacker damage that they have there.
We're going to be taking the Trevenant, which notably is leaving the Phalanx behind. So I'm assuming Machisel is going to swap with Zugrug and Terma Pokemon picks. You could see the top path Crustle. We don't see it that often these days. And now we see the Lucario? Okay, I was definitely expecting it in an earlier variation, specifically in game number 1, or game number 2, when we had that Zarina show itself. But Lucario going to be the option for Rework Respawn. Zogrug will be taking that Crustle, swapping the picks with Machisel, making sure that top path Trevenant is going to be here again. A Pokemon that did receive a few nerfs before. I have to imagine, though, Machisel loves this pick particularly. I love it too. Tana, I'm wondering if you do as well. The Hornleech Curse combination, I think, is what we'll be seeing from Machisel in this game.
Yeah, I really enjoy it, to be honest. It's one of my favorite ways to play the Mon. You're just doing that consistent damage. You get the healing as well, so I really enjoy it. The thing is, though, they really need to be thinking about how they're going to deal with this Comfey Zoroark, right? Because you can drop that CC on it, but the issue is you drop so much damage onto the Zoroark, the Comfey is just there to heal it back up. It is such a menace of a duo, especially with an Umbreon backing it up. Hopefully, Orange Juicers have an answer to it. They're able to shut it down. Maybe the Hooper is going to be really important in that.
Man, I love this draft, Tano. I really do. And I think mostly I love it because Rework Respawn knows that the main plan of Orange Juicers at the start of this draft is that Orange Juicers is trying to draft around a future Chandelure. We're not going with Pokemon that are reliant on a lot of their moves. We're not going to lean into Comfey. We're not going to be taking a typical brawler all-rounder into the top half. Instead, we're going to go with a defender pick. And Rework Respawn just flips all that it's on its head with a Zoro Comfey duo. Now, Zoro Comfey is a little tough into double defender. However, this is probably the best defenders to play into. There's no Slowbro on the enemy side. They don't have to deal with that immediate lockdown that really hurts a Comfey duoed Pokemon because Comfey can't drop off, and they're going to have a bit more space to work. So I think Rework Respawn very happy with how this draft went. Not happy with how that engagement went, however.
No, I mean, we do see the Zorak and Kufi coming up into the top lane now. They're going to be up against 3 Mons up there. That can be a little bit too much. Lucario getting pretty weak here. They do manage to secure it, and that's going to be the evolution for the Crustle. You want that going that early. That is a really strong lane Mon to have down there. Trevenant also getting the Evo there. So Orange Juicers are in a pretty good position here, chat. They've got the 2 Evos on their defenders. That's what you want as early as you can possibly get.
Oh, of course. Now, first birds will be spawning in just a couple of seconds. Kratos, wise to Zorok's tricks, going to try to get some early damage in. And honestly, Zoro taking so much damage, too much, in fact, as Kratos is going to get that KO and get that easy reset. When Chisel lining up with that curse, dealing a ton of early poke damage, waiting till it's at full burst potential, and they do let it go, and it will be enough to KO that Umbreon, get a score, and go back to the portal. I mean, nothing could have went more right for Orange Juicers in that engage.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, the Zorak is managing to secure a KO there, but there's so many of Orange Juicers in their face. What more can they do? The Hooper Portal sending them home. They do come back to be a nuisance on the Umbreon and the Comfey as well. Are we going to see a cheeky Invade? We see the Cramorant coming in for the Invade. We have a Torchic still at 8 minutes. This is a really good position for Orange Juicers to be in. They're going to try and be as much of a nuisance as they can be, but Zorak is here. They're going to have to back up. They grab these mid birds whilst they take the opportunity to do so. Orange Juicers are really in a strong position at this early game right now.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, and it is a foul play Umbreon. That is one that we're going to have to watch out as a potential option into those Hoopa portals. A very small pulling effect on foul play, but it is enough to prevent a reset potentially sometime. So watch out for how they try to play around that, at least on Rework Respawn's side. But Chisel has hit level 7, and so this combination of the curse as it's full is able to reset the cooldown of Hornleech immediately as soon as they're able to burst it at full damage. So Hornleech might have gotten nerfed in that most recent patch in the cooldown variety, but it doesn't really matter when you have it with that curse set, right? You're able to still chain 2 Hornleeches together and really pop off and show why Trevenant should still be at the top of that tree list. I'm sorry, I'll show myself out.
You're trying. I love it. I love that you're trying, buddy.
Yeah, I'm trying. Yes, thank you, Tano. I am attempting.
We have the Mystical Fire on the Sylveon. They just miss out on picking up the Umbreon there, even though they do pop out the Fairy Frolic, but is it going to be enough? The Umbreon is just such a menace. It's so strong. Looks like it has the foul play as well, but the Lucario is doing so much here. Flareon goes down. Are they going to pick up Crustle as well? Look at the dashing left, right, and center, but no, they don't pick up the Crustle. That thing is so freaking strong. It is a massive rock, a rock too much for them to deal with. The Umbreon's coming in to defend the Lucario. I cannot believe they are getting out on that little health there, Zoinks.
Yeah, that's criminal. That final Bone Rush recall, I think, was almost devastating. Kratos just waiting on top of that Bone Rush. They had found where they buried it and was trying to get enough damage in, but I just don't think Mystical Fire was cutting it at that specific moment. Good news for Rework Respawn, though. One objective does go their way. Potentially could be 2, and it will be as Lucario picks up the Registeel on the bottom side. Reggie just shy of the cooldown on Feint Attack to take out Roland, who does retreat safely to base. Hitman doing as much work as they can on this Lucario, but they can't get the damage done before the KO happens from Kratos, who just ever present, one of the most consistent players we have in North America. This Sylveon looking fantastic in their hands.
Yeah, and I'm loving how Rework Respawns are working on this map, right? We're seeing them grab so much XP from Orange Juice's sides, from the middle of the map. They are defending their goals really well. They are everywhere on this map as we see the Zorak coming in there to try and take out the Sylveon. They do manage to get away with that dash that they have. So they are working this map really well. And it seems like they're going to try and put a little bit more on grabbing that XP as you see the Zorak going back there. They're defending this goal really well. The Lucario is doing so much damage down here. You have a Sylveon on a Cramorant and a Crustle down here, but a Lucario and an Umbreon are so huge at defending a pad, right?
Yeah, in a 2v3 situation, though, Hitman's objective becomes less damage focused and more don't get locked down by Crustle focused. As soon as you get Rock Tomb exits or comboed, it's kind of over for the Lucario. So you have to see Hitman. You see, as soon as they get Vision of Zogrog, they're peeling back. They'll try to get some damage to the Sylveon and Cramorant if they can, but other than that, they have to completely change up the strategy. Big eject button combination from Sherlock as they try to get the KO with the overheat, but it won't be enough as Kratos is actually able to win in a 1v or a 2v1 versus the Zorak on the top side. Zorak gonna retreat. They have so much shielding from their Robo Rouser. They're not really afraid of getting KO'd, but they are trying to make sure that they can defend this goal zone as this fight can persist. Sherlock gonna be just shy of getting the KO onto the Sylveon as one of the most defensive attackers shows its face again. This evolution, well known for a lot of things, let's say first and foremost, never dying. It's a big part of it.
Yeah, and I mean, that Crustle with the CC there to stop that Zorak in the combo. They do manage to get off that last hit, but it's just not enough damage. They're going to try and pick up the Crustle again, but it is taking so much damage. It's so strong, and we have Orange Juices in a really good position here. They're going to try and rip this Regirock, but we do see that Blaziken coming in with the secure that it has, as well as the Lucario. They do manage to secure the Regirock, and that's not enough for them. They're going to try and get some KOs themselves. Zorak coming in. We do see the Unite move coming out from the Trevenant. There's a fight going off in the top and the bottom here, and we do see that Gatling missile coming out from the Cramorant. They have decided to get some damage in there. They do manage to secure the Umbreon and the Blaziken. That's a really good position for them to be in, but with that Zorak and Comfey still being around, they probably need to back up and grab themselves a little bit of space here.
Wow. Dollars to donuts. I don't know who won that fight. Like, that is such a weird position, right? I guess maybe we got to give the credit to Rework Respawn for actually winning the objective, but Flareon's honestly putting up some fireworks on that Cramorant in that Unite move. The Octua, as you were calling it a little bit before, the spit on that thing, Cramorant Unite, was very, very good, but Kratos able to survive through all of those engagements. Playing Sylveon to the best that it possibly can has been a huge outlier for why Orange Juicers is still in this match. Which is going to try to contend around this Regirock. Hornleech focused on the Blaziken, but it's too little too late as Overheat's already charged up, and now the rest of OJ is here for the fight, and that is going to be so many members, at least two from Rework Respawn, going to be following as a big push from Orange Juicers. A rare sighting of Zogorg on the top path is going to succeed.
Yeah, and I mean, they may have got the objective right, but the Orange Juicers managing to get those KOs. Look at these levels at the moment, right? You got the level 13 on the Trevenant, level 13 on the Sylveon, so they have managed to get the level lead slightly, but just as I say that, the Zorak ticks into that level 13 as well. So I do feel like, you know, with a level 13 on 3 of them on the side of Orange Juicers, they are slightly better in that level selection, but it's going to be interesting to see how they take this fight. Zorak just trying to see where they are, trying to see what they can do. They've managed to get out of there. They know the position that Orange Juicers are currently in coming into this fight.
Yeah, I think the only Pokemon they don't have vision of is Kratos on the Sylveon, who's playing on that top right-hand side, who is trying to ambush the Blaziken, or at least find out if they're going to hide out on their side of the map or in that top right L-bush. I mean, that is a very important thing to find out because Blaziken, one of the more pivotal Pokemon in these team fights. Backcap goes in from Zora, kind of trusting that OJ won't immediately try to rip that objective, but that's going to be a lot of damage in. They do Illusion past the Draining Kiss, preventing Kratos from getting any healing, and of course, preventing that damage from swinging in towards them. Reggie has to go all the way back to tier 2 to try to get away from Kratos.
Yeah, now they've got the Umbreon in their face. They are managing to dive out of the way. Blaziken and Umbreon coming down just to show face there. We do see a nice engage coming in from the Lucario, but at the moment it seems like everyone's just waiting for that big fight to break loose. They're trying to poke this Rayquaza just to push the other team coming in. We do see a flank coming around from the Zorak. That's going to be a really good position for them to be in, but we haven't seen that many Unite moves yet. Although, as I say that, the Lucario did pop their Unite move. Are they going to be able to get the secure the Umbreon with their Unite move as well? Oh my god, I cannot believe this Lucario. The way they're diving in and out is working an absolute treat for them here. And we have a little bit of a rip coming in. Oh my god, they've decided just to go for the... Are they going to pick up the Cramorant there? Oh my god, the Hawk 2 is spotting out. Who's going to get it? It is the Blaziken diving in there with their... I believe it must have been an eject button or something. They do secure it with the Blaze Kick as well. Is this going to be enough? Are they going to be able to score some points? They do have plenty of shields left. This looks like it's going to go to the side of Rework Respawn here, Zoinks.
Ooh, Rework Respawn. I mean, let's face it, a lot of people doubting this team a little bit coming into this tournament in particular. The regional finals having a less than ideal finish for this squad, but they are showcasing that they are still one of the best teams in the world, especially when they're playing from an advantage state. Rework Respawn, one of those teams that if they have a point lead, I do think that their win percentage in matches has to be absurdly high. They play so well around those fights, both Sherlock and Reggie playing a huge flanks, always being a ever-present threat that Orange Juicers has to pay attention to. They simply cannot force the Rayquaza, or at least not comfortably, as Rework Respawn always playing from the outside, playing from the wings, threatening a fantastic dive. We had, I believe we had Hitman on the Lucario in this game. You were mentioning having so many moments where they were surviving. They would throw down that bone rush and then just abandon it, right? Make orange juicers have to take a double take. Are they going to return to this bone or are they going to just run? So do we chase? Do we camp? It is so tough to decide. And Hitman played that perfectly. Loved it in that final fight. But I know what the people want at home, Spartan. It is going to be another interview. So, Inder, please talk to me about the results of this matchup. What went down in game number 3 for Rework Respawn to come away with the W?
Yeah, so I talked a lot about that Chandelure pick in the first 2 games and how Orange Team was going to respond. And I think the issue that ended up happening is that they overcorrected their draft to deal with a range control mage, right? That Crustle Rock Tomb, really good at taking down a range mage that doesn't have an out. Mystical Fire Sylveon, another good Pokemon in that role. But Rework Respawn showing their depth in draft and able to adapt, going with a triple melee composition, which is usually a little unheard of, but they made it work this game. And I think if we want to get a preview of Worlds, the teams that are going to be the most successful are the ones that within a series can switch from one archetype to another. If they can play that double mage, that single mage balance comp, triple melee, double melee, whatever it takes, I think the teams that are going to have the ultimate, the best success are going to be the ones that can do that. And I think as a region as a whole, Latin America is the best region at that. They have phenomenal range players in those mage roles, but they're not shy from playing those speedsters, right? We've seen Japan excel with some of the speedsters and melees. They don't even play a whole lot of mages nowadays. Maybe some Glaceon here and there, maybe some Mew here and there. North America, for a long time, defined by their double mage play. I know, Lutano really brought that Gardevoir to North America and set the tone for that. And I think right now, what NA is struggling with the most is define an identity, right? Nemesis early knocked out of this tournament. LG, we didn't get to see participate. Orange Juicers having a bit of struggle in just finding their footing. So great practice for these teams. Really well done by Rework Respawn. I'm sure the Juicers are going to be able to claw their way back. But a really good preview for Worlds for those of us that are excited for the best tournament of the world coming up.
Yeah. And we're not done with the Orange Juicers. They are just going to the losers bracket, so still potential for this team to make a run. How about you, Tano, though? Any questions for our resident analyst, Inder?
I guess what I want to know personally is the best way to deal with a Zoroark Comfey, because they are a nuisance in every game that I end up going in the EU region, especially when I'm 5-stacking. So I would like some advice around that, I think.
Yeah, we've seen Japan have pretty much the best answers to it. So Slowbro, the obvious one. You can slow beam the target and, you're getting a 2-for-1 Unite move there. Mimikyu, a Pokemon we saw banned a lot in a lot of these series, primarily because it does a similar effect. Mimikyu actually makes it so that when they use their Unite move on a Comfey hosted target, the Comfey can't activate their heal. So it literally gives you a 2-for-1 kind of situation there. Serena, very similar example. These are why these Pokemon popped up in Japan so much as kind of a preemptive answer, like, hey, we're going to pick the anti-Comfey characters. Good luck if you want to lock it down now. So we'll go on and see. I think those top 3, Serena, Bro, and Mimikyu, if you want to shut down those Comfey players.
Fair enough. I like it. Also, production letting us know that, Inder, your prediction was spot on. A 2-1 victory for Rework Respawn. So well done earning that analyst title. So thank you so much, Inder and Spartan, for casting that last set with me. So excited. We have our 2 winners semifinals complete now, and our tournament is going to be forging on. Can't wait to see what these teams are able to do. And chat, I know all of you are excited to see more competitive Pokemon Unite action. So don't go anywhere. Right after the break, Engage Master Series returns.
Look at this right now. The question is, are they going to be able to get away? No, they're not. It is going to be a 4 down, man. Even the side of Nightmare.
Let's go. Yeah. I'm like an addict, do I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna look back. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. Pieces is a form of art. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. Let's go. Yo, I'm like an addict, do I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna look back. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. Pieces is a form of art. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes.
Guess who's back? Back again. We are back here with the next game of the Engage Master Series, chat, and we have a tasty one for you. We're going to be following Orange Juices again as they take on Will We Pass First Round. Now, Will We Pass First Round were first place in the EU ladder rounds. They are a very strong team. We have Lobo here that's going to be casting alongside me, and we have our amazing analyst Kilo that's going to be giving us some updates after the games have finished. But first of all, I want to know what your opinion is going into this next game. Let's start with you, Lobo.
I don't know, man. I was just watching the Orange Juices game before. Some very interesting stuff going on in that one. I can't wait to watch it. Again, we were past first round. We got to watch them go through the ladder rounds as well. So I'm really looking forward to this match. I feel like there's going to be a lot of action, a few possibly twists and turns that we're going to see coming forth.
Yeah, and I mean, as we've been seeing, Orange Juices pulling out some really strong picks. We did see the two defenders picks joined in that final game there, Kilo. What do you think they're going to go coming into this next game?
Oh, that's a interesting thought there. I really think the Trevenant is such a great pick, especially Machisel playing it. You know, I know Zoinks ended up mentioning that Zagreg is more of a passive defender there, but seeing the two different play styles between them during those matches was really interesting. But I mean, I have to say it. I feel like Will We Pass First Round's name is kind of redundant now. They have passed the first round. So, you know, to make it this far into the top 8 and now to continue through, the question is, I think they need to rename their name to Will We Make It to the Grand Finals?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. I mean, I have seen them in the losers bracket, you know, throughout these tournaments. So maybe their name should be "Will We Get Out the Losers Bracket?" Because they are such a fantastic team. But obviously, we are up against pro teams here, grassroots teams versus the pro teams. It is an amazing tournament that we're coming into here, chat. So I'm excited to see what. I'm excited to see what they pick. Is there any Mon that you are expecting or hoping for them to pick? We'll start with Lobo and then we'll go to Kilo.
My friend, you and I have casted together. Kilo and I have casted together. You know which Mon I am going to say. My little ghost puppet that could has been in ban jail for way too long. I would love to see the little ghost puppet be unleashed. We talked about it with Inder before. It's Play With Me, such a good unite move, almost akin to a Slowbro unite move that is able to stop you and I's most hated combination, which is that Zoroark Comfy. But you know what? For me, it's definitely the little ghost puppet that could.
Look, I think the little ghost puppet Mimikyu has received 100% ban rate today.
No.
We've seen Blaziken, we've seen Phalanx being popped on out. We've even seen a Slowbro game as well. So I guess this is just showing the threat that Mimikyus possess right now.
I'm so upset. I'm so upset.
I mean, I'm an attacker speedster player. I kind of agree with it, to be honest. I love you, Lobo, but I kind of agree with it. But we are going into this first game here, chat. This ban phase at the moment. We see the Slowbro getting locked in instantly. Orange Juicers do not want to deal with that Unite move. They want to be able to utilize some of these Mons that just get shut down by that. And hey, that Beyblade, nah, you ain't letting it rip this game, is what they're saying there, Lobo.
Nah, they are absolutely never going to let that Beyblade rip once again. The Blissey, a very interesting band that I'm liking to see. And the Blaziken band, Tano, do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? The Ghost Puppet is available to be picked. I'm so excited. Hooray for me!
Kratos answering for you straight away there, Lobo. I mean, to be fair, if you don't have a Blaziken or a Phalanx on the team, you might as well go for the Mimikyu, especially with no Slowbro there as well. But that does mean, in turn, the Hooper pick does go over to them over there with the Umbreon as well. So will we pass off first round? They've got some really... Oh, in fact, no, they go for the Sylveon instead. I mean, Zoinks said it last game. He's one of the best attackers in the game at the moment, so I completely understand picking that up. But I was expecting that Hooper pick.
Yeah, look, they baited us once again. That Umbreon is a great pick into that, though. If that's going to be playing that mean look, that Kratos on the Mimikyu is going to have to be very careful. But again, we've got the Zoroark Comfy, Tano. A Zoroark Comfy plus a Mimikyu with Slowbro banned. Okay, so now we go back to, again, what Inder told us before. Slowbro gone. Mimikyu on the same opposing team. So now what are they going to have to do? They do have the possible mean look with the absolute incredible firepower coming from Garchomp to possibly be able to get some traps going on in. I don't know. This is going to be interesting. We've got the Cramorant possibly being picked in as well. I am absolutely loving this mon. You and I have casted a few games together over the past weeks, and we've just seen the popularity of this mon rise and rise as finally we're getting to see the debut of Snorlax coming through, and possibly the big blue button in terms of Glaceon, although not so much big and blue anymore with a few nerfs, but we could see both moves still being very, very viable here.
Yeah, it's very good, right? If you go for the icicle spears when you are handling that Zoroark and the Comfy. So I especially with the Snorlax as well, I kind of like the Glaceon pick. But honestly, we saw Orange Juicers running the Zoroark Comfy previously. Me and Inder casted that game, and they did very well on it. But it seems like they did need to practice on it a little bit more. There were often a few times where Machisel was playing it and was caught out without that Comfy with them. But it seems like they've worked on it, right, Lobo? It seems like they're feeling confident enough to pick that up coming into this game. So they're in in this game, they really want to showcase the power that they can bring. And to be honest, I'm not sure whether they're going to be able to answer will we pass, because that thing is a menace. They don't have any of the mons that Inder just mentioned that would be able to deal with it. So I don't know. Maybe that does mean you've got to go mean look on the Umbreon.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very keen to see how Will We Pass is going to adapt to what they're seeing with the Comfy Zoroark, because they were picked up second and third pick in the draft, so they had time to answer with their own draft picks. It's going to be interesting what moves that we see running on the Hooper. We've seen both Trick and the Hooper Highway come into play, but also going to be very interesting to see what the Sylveon picks, because if we go for that Hyper Voice, it's going to get locked into a direction, probably not going to be able to dash out of the way. So I'm predicting possibly a Mystical Fire coming through from the Sylveon, and maybe we could even see the Icicle Spears come through, but that big burst damage coming through from Icy Wind, also a big possibility here. But most importantly, it looks like that Mimikyu is going to head up into that top lane as Zoroark is going to take that central area for the side of Orange Juicers.
Yeah, I really like that. It means Orange Juicers get that mon up and online straight away. We do see the share coming in here from the Umbreon and the Glaceon again. Really enjoy that, as well as the third evolution over on the side of Will We Pass. We do see the Hooper Invade coming in. That's what you expect to see when there is a Hooper there, but they've managed to grab the blue buff straight away. Comfey is there to assist as well. Will they be able to do much with it? At the very least, they're at least wasting that time, and it's going to give that benefit to Will We Pass. We see the Sylveon coming in as well. They managed to get the Evo. This is going to be so much damage that they can pop. It may be a Comfy and a Zoroark, but no, they managed to secure the red buff anyway, Lobo. That means that they've managed to get that Evo. They can go in really strong now. They just have to retreat. You don't want to be dealing with a Zoroark and a Comfy right there.
Oh, Will We Pass missed up a great opportunity to really hinder Orange Juices that secure Zoroark getting its evolution, and the little Trickster and Silver just had to get out as far as we can. Mimikyu's had a little bit of a free reign inside this top path. It's going to go back on in. Zoroark's going to try and get out, but it's a 3v2 situation, a 3v3 situation. My apologies. I did not see the combo on that Zoroark, where it's obviously going to be for the rest of this game. Night Slash going on in. Mimikyu unable to do too much right now. It does have that level 5, so it's got that second move unlocked, but now Zoroark is going to do what Zoroark does best. We think that the Hooper is the Trickster here, but here goes the Zoroark. It does manage to secure the buff, but it might not get out here, Tano, as Zoroark does manage to Night Slash over that rock wall. Again, Zoroark, now that it's online, is going to be such a problem, and Will We Pass is trying to hunt down the little fox.
I mean, you can't blame them. If you've got an opportunity to take down the Zoroark, you've got to try and go for it. But unfortunately, they were breaking ankles there. So the Chisel heading up into that top lane. We do see the Gabite with the Evo there. Are they going to be able to pick up Kratos? I love that jet button to pick up the berry before them. The play rough. They do manage to take down the Mimikyu. That was a really smart play to do that. But they have managed to get themselves to level 6 on the Gabite. They just need to get that Evo as fast as they can. They're in a pretty good position at the moment, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But they've got 4 people barreling down on them. Hurricane stunning them all up. And now we've got a 5-man top push as we see the Trick Hooper coming on now. Zorak's just going to try and Night Slash his way through Slow Smoke Block. Hooper gets taken down by the Zorak play rough coming on in from the Mimikyu as I stumbled over my words there. And Will Pass just has to unite, has to retreat here. Hurricane going on in. Glaceon getting taken down. And it's just the Sylveon left. A 5-person push onto that top lane got absolutely broken down by the power of the Comfy, Zorak, and the Mimikyu. And now it looks like Orange Juice is going to try and head on into that central area and cause even more damage to the side of Will Pass as Zorak is just running amok. Sylveon barely having to eject out over as Hurricane does pull up the Glaceon, who looks like it's going with that Icy Wind build, Tano. But now Will Pass have a big problem that they have to address really early on into this match.
Yeah, level 8 on the Zorak already. This is a really good position for Orange Juices to be in. The thing is, when you are taking these fights, you have that Zorak that you really want to concentrate on. That's what the Glaceon's trying to do. But then you have a Mimikyu that's in your face and just sitting on you with that play rough, right? So what are you meant to do? You're going to try and target the Zorak, but you just can't get to it. We see a crazy rip coming down here. They've managed to get the Red Eyes. They're going to try and defend this goal, but it's not going to be enough. It is just constant going for Orange Juices. They do get that Gatling missile. They are able to secure the Glaceon with the Zorak there as well. They're going to score plenty of points in here, chat. They've broken that T2 at 6-27. That means any Lecky that spawns is going to be a good position for them to push that into the home goal.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big problem heading into this 6-minute, just the 6-minute mark. They don't even have jump pads to be able to defend this. Zorak is just having its way in that central area as Sylveon gets taken down once again. The illusion popping, almost getting out. Zorak's just going to pop its Unite move. If it's going to go down, it's going to go down swinging, breaking the ankles and Night Slashing into the central area as Umbreon is on the chase, but it backed off very quickly as it saw Zorak heading back up towards its Mimikyu counterpart inside the central area. Will We Pass have got a problem? Like, Snorlax was there trying to look for the steal on that bottom objective as Will We Pass was taking it there, but it just backed off because you knew that his teammates had already secured that Regieleki, and then it didn't have to worry about any pressure on its pad. I don't know, Tano. Will We Pass need to find some way to deal with this? Like we said at the start of the game, the obvious counters to Zoroark, Comfy have been nullified as Comfy gets a takedown in the central area from the Glaceon, and it just looks like it's 242-0 is, you know, just how to say how this game has gone so far.
Yeah, but the thing is, what I'm seeing here is that Zorak and the Comfy are just causing so much nuisance for Will We Pass that they're trying to put so much into taking it out. We do see some Unite moves popping here. The Gatling missile is enough to be able to drop so much damage there, but no, the Garchomp's in the face. That Dragon is going to rip, but they do go down with the Zorak coming in and doing that damage there. They managed to secure it with the Cramorant being able to get out of the way. They score in that T1 there. They've broken that goal. It is 298 points to 0 here, Lobo. Will We Pass are yet to score a single point. They are getting completely out-leveled at the moment as well because Orange Juices do not want to give them any XP. Anytime they go back for XP, they are getting their secures on them. They're getting the KOs. I don't know what Will We Pass can do here. They need to get XP to get the levels, but it's so tough when you have that Zorak in your face just like that, taking out the Hooper again. Are they going to get the Sylveon? They want to. We do see the Comfort Unite there. They're just not going to stop. They go back on the Garchomp. The mean look maybe enough to pick up the Zorak. That's going to be some tasty XP, but no, they're breaking ankles again. They do secure Zorak, but that was so much that they had to use to be able to take that, and Utah's going to go down here with a backup coming in from Orange Juices. Orange Juices are just dominating right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We're 5 minutes into this game. That Regieleki is pushing into that pad. We again, the mean look combination plus the glacial stage being set from the Glaceon trying to take down the Zorak, but the Comfy just has another slippery assassin type Pokemon inside Mimikyu to just lock onto if Zorak goes down. I don't think Zorak minds too much. Resetting of that death timer, not too bad of an option at this point here, but they have absolutely no control of their central area. Mimikyu is taking anything that it can to do anything, and Orange Juices are in just such a good position here. They need to start fighting a little bit together, I think. Will We Pass? They need to start you know, not paying too much attention to the Zorak Comfy, which I don't know how you do, considering how good it is, but here we go. The Rings Unbound. They're going to try and do something here. The Passing Gun, the Gulping Gut missiles come down. Emerald, Midnight Prance is going to go in. Cameron just has to back up out of here. Zorak's going to try and go and play off on it to the Glaceon, and Glaceon managing to secure that objective here, but the Glacial Stage once again getting blocked by the Zorak. Zorak so low on health. Is it going to get a takedown here? It's so low. It gets caught out in the mean look, and it finally goes down to the Umbreon. Sylveon is going to pop that Mystical Fire. Cramorant is super low. It could go down. Hurricane popping a little bit of stun up, trying to get that back. That is exactly what Will We Pass needed to do in that objective. They pushed the objective with the hoop up, with that rings unbound. But now, Tano, there is another problem. 15 seconds, we have another Reggie Lecky, and this is much closer to Ray, so they are going to have to prioritize this one.
Yeah, I mean, the Garchomp was realizing it. They've rotated up to that top objective, knowing that was happening, but that Snorlax slamming them against the wall with the Mimikyu there just to drop the damage. They take down the Garchomp. This means that this Lecky can go to Orange Juices. That's a very good win condition to be in because they haven't managed to score any points at Will We Pass. They can either decide, Orange Juices, if they want to push this into the home goal, or if they want to go for the Rayquaza, or in fact, they could just defend. Either way, it just means that Will We Pass are going to have to concentrate on picking up some experience here because they are so far behind. They did have a really good fight in that Reggie. They managed to secure that and grab some XP, but it's such a huge difference between them and Orange Juices at the moment. Seems like Orange Juices are just taking the opportunity to grab a little bit of XP themselves, whilst that Lecky's been dealt with by Will We Pass at the moment, Lobo.
Yeah, Mimikyu is taking down anything that moves whilst they try and take down the Regieleki, and Cramorant is just tickling this Rayquaza as it goes, but the rest of Orange Juices have come on in. The Midnight Prance doing its job, but unable to secure anything as Umbreon also gets taken down in the midnight. But this Regieleki, with a hope and a prayer on 1 HP, was marching down but got taken out. And now both teams are heading in towards the Ray fight. Where there's a Ray, there is a way. Slow Smoke coming on in. Zorak's going to pop its Unite move. Glacial Stage is being set, and Zorak is still going to get down here. Does take down the Hooper. This Zorak combination so strong. Icy Wind unable to do much, but Snorlax is going to take a nap in the middle of the field. Fairy Frolic's going to come on out, and it is the Gold Gatling Missile that's going to go 1v1 versus the Sylveon, but the Mimikyu is there to back it up. 3 members down for the side of Will We Pass. The Shadow Sneak on to the Umbreon. Play With Me comes on out as Mimikyu just wants that attention. The Rings Unbound once again to try and defend this. The Rayquaza is still up. There's still 1 minute to go. Will We Pass could try and get a few takedowns here, but now Orange Juice is sensing danger. They just decide to back it on up. And with 50 seconds left to go, Tano, Will We Pass is going to head back on into the Rayquaza because certainly the flip is coming.
I mean, it needs to. Currently, they are on a 400-point shutout. They have managed to go 450 points for Orange Juices. They do pick up the KO on the Mimikyu there. They're going to try and get this rip in, but the Snorlax is just throwing up that block in their face. Cramorant is there. Flareon's doing so much damage. They pick up the Garchomp. It's not going to be enough. They're not going to be able to do anything to get this objective now. This is going to be a shutout game, I do believe, Lobo. I don't think Will We Pass are going to be able to score any points. They know the situation that they're in, and I tell you what, you may have lost the previous games, Orange Juices, but they have come out swinging. It's almost as if Inder may have had a possible word, or they've at least taken those words to heart, because they have come out with the strongest game I've witnessed in the Master Series yet.
Yeah, absolutely. A shutout is something that we have not actually seen just yet. Orange Juice is definitely possibly listening in to Inder and his quote. But again, they came out with a vengeance just this time round, a shutout. But again, now we know what Orange Juice's strength is going to be. They're probably going to come back just as strong inside game 2. Tano, we have to figure out, what can Will We Pass do? What can they do? They're like, again, all of the common takeouts were done. There's no Slowbro. There's no Play With Me by Mimikyu to stop that Zorak Comfy. What can they do to stop this if it gets picked up by Juices once again, or could they just ban it out straight right?
Yeah, I guess there is the option to ban it outright. So you could do that, or if you do have somebody that can play that mon themselves, try and pick it yourself. But 111k damage coming in there, they did not have an answer to it. As soon as Zorak was able to get that snowball, as soon as they were able to grab that red buff straight at the beginning of that game, right, Lobo? That was it. They were able to get that Evo, drop that damage, get some secures. So it is a difficult situation. I don't know how Will We Pass deal with this. They, if that Slowbro gets banned again, if they're not able to pick up the Serena or those alternate ones that you do want to go for, such as the Mimikyu, maybe it's a matter of making sure that they don't manage to get that Mimikyu as well as that Zorak over on Orange Juices.
Yeah, but also we pointing out, just like you said, it was another point I was going to try and bring up, that Comfy. Once you take out the Zorak, it has so many other really good options to go onto there. Not only does it have the option to hook onto the Mimikyu, it has the option to also hook onto the Cramorant inside the middle of that Gold Gatling Missile, which is it was so effective in these tournaments that we're seeing. But it also has the option to even go on to the tanky Snorlax. It seemed like Snorlax was a little bit of a bystander in that game, just really staying into that bottom lane all by itself. But then we saw it come right into play with that beautiful block just zoning out that Garchomp, and then the Hurricane coming through it to just take it out. So that took out everything that Will We Pass had a chance to do. I'm really interested when we head on into the second game to see where this draft goes. We had a few bans with the Blaziken. We had the Slowbro ban. We had, I believe, the Phalanx ban as well. I'm not entirely sure. I will have to be reminded, but I'm curious if the Zoroark makes up it. But again, Orange Juice is so versatile, and I think that's the great thing, seeing such a wide move pool. If that Zoroark gets banned, what do you think we're going to see come out from Orange Juices?
I don't know. It's gonna be an interesting one. The Zoroark and the Comfy was so vital there. It seems like they've worked on it really well. If it does get banned, the thing is with Orange Juices is they can just rotate onto a different kind of comp that they've been running, right? They've been running the double all-rounder. They've been running the double defenders that we've seen as well with those attackers, the Sylveon doing absolute bits. So I think they're very comfortable on the all-rounders at the moment. So I think if that Zoroark Comfy does get banned out, I think they'll probably look to be picking up that Blaziken, picking up that Mimikyu again, or even the Phalanx, whichever one gets through, and kind of utilizing that to their best ability.
Yeah, absolutely. Our analyst behind the desk updating me on what bans we did see. We saw Slowbro, Blissey, Phalanx, and Blaziken banned. We've seen the Slowbro picked up once again on the ban screen, as well as the Blaziken. Are we going to see the Mimikyu return to the jail? Because that would really, really, really hurt my little heart here. I would not like to see that come back through. It was such a pleasure to see that little ghost puppet that could come up and make such a big impact. But now we've got the Sylveon entering into that ban phase as the final ban's going to come through. And it looks like, I think my heart's going to break, Tano. My heart is just, it can't handle it. Mimikyu has been put back in the jail.
At least you got a really good game to witness.
I did.
You know, you get what you want. I love Gengar, but you never see Gengar in these tournaments, so count yourself lucky, buddy. But we do see the Phalanx getting locked in straight away there for Will We Pass. So that has managed to sneak through with that Blaziken and the Mimikyu getting banned. So that's going to be a really strong pick for them to take. I thought we were going to see the A9 there, which is a decent answer with the CC that it can drop. But no, Zugrug locking in the Umbreon. Will we see the Machisel pick it up? No, we see the Cramorant coming in again. And it's interesting, Lobo, that so many teams value this Cramorant and what it can bring.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, it's in the same boat as Sylveon, probably not exactly in the same role, but it's got such good diverse move pools that it can draw from, and it's got such a good Unite. Those are the parallels that I'm drawing between those two mons. But we see Trevenant being picked up. We see the Hooper coming back out, and I'm curious what Machisel is going to be gracing our screens with this time around. But again, I'm really excited to see this Phalanx pick. It could be the one that Will We Pass has a chance to really stomp some authority onto this game. We saw the Blissey get banned up first time round in the game one. It's being picked up by Orange Juices this time round, alongside the Absol Hooper getting picked up by Will We Pass. I really like this draft. It's very different. It's quite different to the first draft, where we do have a few of the same mons, including the Cramorant and the Umbreon being picked up, but we do see a lot of experimentation, I want to say, with these teams going into their bag, if you will, to pick out some mons that we want to see.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. This is exactly what we like to see from Tournament Unite, right? We're getting that Dragonite getting pulled out now. I love the Absol pick by Machisel there. I absolutely love it. It makes me very happy. One of my favorite mons. It's very strong at the moment. It is definitely one of the speedsters that can do such a fantastic job at dealing with some of these all-rounders. We do see Kratos locking in that Serena. That's going to be really valuable for trying to take out, maybe just take the Phalanx out of the team fight that's going to ensue. But I also like that Espeon pick, because I feel like it's a pretty good attacker at the moment. It can do some damage from the range, but also that Unite move can be really vital when it comes to those team fight engages.
Yeah, absolutely. Psychic Solaire is so good at just shutting down mons that just like to move, especially like that Absol, like that Cramorant, if it is running that dive moveset, also able to stop Serena in its tracks. But what I do really like is what I'm seeing on Utah with that Dragonite build. It looks like it's going full outrage. We could get an Angry Dragon on our screens. I'm very excited to see it. Trevenant, great pick. Phalanx, great pick. It looks like for Will We Pass, they just decided to go a brawly type team comp here with that Espeon supporting from behind that Trevenant. I feel like we could also see a Hyperspace Hole Hooper this time around, unless we want that trick to power up the Dragonite and the Phalanx. But I do like Orange Juice's draft as well. I'm really keen to see this combination of Absol and Cramorant coming through. We see how well Cramorant pairs up that Hurricane with anything else that moves around it, don't you think?
Yeah, no, it really, really does. I think we're also probably going to see this Blissey sticking to this Serena like glue. I think that's probably going to be the duo, probably against the Hooper and the Dragonite as well. So it's going to be a bit of a duo off as we come into this next game here. But will we pass? Need to get the win because Orange Juicers are currently 1-up. It's going to be interesting to see how they handle the mindset coming into this next game.
Yeah, absolutely. As we can see, the Hooper, we see that on the minimap as it's going to go possibly in for a cheeky little invade. The Trickster, Little Mon. I like to see it, but I don't know if Hooper wants to go up against an Absol. Very strong, very early game, especially if it's taking those central area buffs. It's already got the blue buff, but Hooper's just going to make its presence known as we have another Monka. The Phalanx is coming in to support the Hooper this time around. Tano, we've got craziness from the get-go. Blissey going to try and out-secure the Phalanx this time around for that rare buff as Absol is just going to make its way to topside as Blissey does manage to get the secure and it's just going to pop that X speed and run away.
Really, really good secure by Blissey there. I did like what Machisel did. They decided to abandon the jungle to them. Instead of wasting time fighting for that jungle, they just went into the lane and grabbed what XP they could. I really like that. That kind of takes the sting out of the jungle invade a little bit because not only do they get whatever farms in there, but they waste time from you when they do that invade, right? You take that away from them, they don't get as much out of it as they had hoped. But we see these birds pop up here. The Phalanx is here to drop a lot of damage. Oh my god, that Serena does manage to get out. They were half health, but Blissey is there with their eggs. That is a good position for them to be in. They've not managed to grab any secures yet. Absol doesn't want to let it go. Machisel is going to go back down into this jungle to try and get what they can, but Espeon and the Hooper is here to invade. We do see the Dragonair coming in as well. Oh my god, it seems like they do not want to let up. Will we pass? And they are managing to secure all of the farm here, Lobo. They don't manage to get Machisel though. Machisel breaking ankles on this Absol.
Yeah, Machisel is struggling to get any of its central area farm. It's just decided to pick out the weakest target it can, and it saw the tree that is still a little sapling that has not managed to go. Machisel just has to get out this time round, and it does get hunted down by the Dragonair as Umbreon and Cramorant are looking to try and keep the pressure on inside this bot lane. But wow, again, great job by the Phalanx and the Dragonair to just starve it. The Espeon playing a really great offensive game with that stored power, putting damage on. So Absol just has absolutely nowhere to go. Hurricane going to try and secure as much farm as it can, but it's going to dive out the way because they know if it sticks around for very long, that Espeon is just going to try and find it. Stored power dodges past the Hurricane and takes a beautiful KO going into that area. And this is just a great reversal from game one that we saw.
Yeah, it really is. That Espeon stored power pick is fantastic, especially when you are pairing it with that Trick Hooper that's going on there. Like, it is working a treat at taking out the Absol and the attackers. Like, it's a really good decision, and it's making Will We Pass be in a pretty good position at the moment. Look at that. Flareon dives in on the Cramorant, but with so much CC and the stored power there, it is enough for them to get the KO. Absol trying to do whatever they can, but it's not going to be enough. The Dragonite is up here with the Phalanx. They are not the kind of ones that you want to go up against, even though you are a Serena. They are trying to get some points in, but when you're going up against that goal with the Serena on it, you're not going to be able to score more than the 5 that Phalanx just got in there. The 30 may have been a little bit too ambitious from the Dragonite.
You have to be careful before you take a position to try and take the queen out. She is going to do whatever she can, but Dragonite's going to try and fight its way. It does manage to secure the Regieleki as we got a bottom path push. Espeon almost on low health. The Horn Leech, the stored power is doing the damage that it has to. The Hooper managing to get a nice little berry steal here, but Dragonite with the Hyper Beam. Excuse me, Tano. I was completely misled by what I saw in the draft, as now Dragonite has a friend in need, as that Regieleki he's just going to walk through, but it doesn't matter. It's just going to make sure that Blissey backs right off. Even though it's got 40 points, Tano, it's not going to break that top goal. It does not want to give that experience back to the side of Orange Juices, whereas Will Be Past, this Regirock still has not been touched.
Yeah, I really like that. I think that's a really smart play not to break that goal there. They want to get more of an overcap to it. Regirock is currently going to get reset. Umbreon trying to buy some space for Orange Juices here. They did manage to score some points, but with a Phalanx and a Trevenant coming in, oh my god, a massive Horn Leech coming in. They pick up the Cramorant. Umbreon uniting in return, but there we go. Absol unite after the Psycho Cut. That does drop a huge amount of damage. They secure the Phalanx. That is the one that you want out of this fight, but here we go. Dragonite has popped in. We see the Blissey unite. They do manage to secure the Trevenant with that there. Dragonite is trying to do whatever they can. They've got a huge amount of damage with the Hyper Voice, but it isn't enough. Instead, they managed to secure a 4 KO streak. We get a quadra for Machisel there on the Absol. Wow.
Never doubt the Machisel. It had such good backup. We saw it all come in. The 4 KO streak coming on in. Phalanx is now just going to have to try and take what it can do. It's going to go after the Umbreon as Orange Juice is going to secure that. Absol's going to go back in on the Phalanx after that 4 KO streak. It's feeling brave. It's feeling plucky. There's the Beyblade. Let it rip. And it rips the Absol to pieces as now Phalanx is pushing onto this pad. Cramorant just has to back off. Hooper's going to get a nice little sneaky dunk in as Trevin is going to try and zone out here. But here is the Gold Gatling Missile. A great zoning tool. And Will We Pass just has to back off. 85 to 129 heading into this top lane. But these teams just want to brawl. The Mega Horn's going to take out the Cramorant. Trevin is just doing a great job. The Phantom Forest is going to come on out. Hyper Beam Dragon Dance is going all the way through. Serena gets taken out as well. Umbreon gets Hornleash all the way back. It goes down to the Dragonite. Again, Orange Juice has said, I'm sorry, Will We Pass it? If you do it, we can do it too. And Absol is just going to try and break this top pad, getting 37 in. What a sequence that we just witnessed, Tano.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I mean, Will We Pass putting up one hell of a fight down to that bottom lane, but I do also love the Chisel going up into the top lane on the Absol, trying to get at least a little bit of a balance there. They do drop their Unite move. They don't manage to pick anyone up. They do manage to dive out of it, but no, the Umbreon is there to pick up the Dragonite as well. Phalanx is going to have to try and retreat here, but look at that. Psycho Cut hitting on every single one of them on Phalanx. It isn't enough to do the damage, though. They have so much strength with that move there and the shield that they gain. Umbreon is going to try and buy some space here for Orange Juices to back out, and it seems as though in the meantime we have a bit of a fight in that jungle. Trevenant trying to do whatever they can, but the Dragonite is there to back up the Serena to take out, back up the Trevenant, sorry, to take out the Serena. In the meantime, though, Hooper Rings Unbound pops out. They do see the rip coming in from the Absol. Who's going to be able to secure it? Is it going to be the Umbreon? It was the Absol with the secure, but Gatling Missile coming out as well just to get some space for them here, Lobo, and it seems as though they're going to secure that Lecky there and just back up to be able to get a little bit of an offense with that Lecky backing them up there. Oh my god.
You said back up. I don't think they heard you, Tano. The Beyblade is out once again. It does manage to take down the Umbreon as it goes through. The Cramorant is just going to have to try and do whatever it can. The Phalanx hunting down the Absol. I don't think they heeded your warning for backup. After that first round, what Orange Juices put them through, they are going to try and put Orange Juices through the works here, as we're now getting a double 40 possible cap coming into that top side. Not too much of an overcap, but that brings the scores to 182 to 195 with 37 seconds left to go until the Rayquaza spawns. Orange Juices are just going to try and secure this. Regice going to be a little bit helpful to get that healing up. The Umbreon is going to scout it out for them. It's going to take big damage, not that much damage from the Hyper Beam, but we've got a fight breaking out here as we go on in, and KOs are coming. Absol trying to slash on in, but the Hyper Beam locked on and ready to fire, as now Orange Juice is going to have to bow on out. But again, Tano, 12 seconds to go. We've got a level 14 Dragonite. We've got a level 14 Absol, 2 level 13s on the side of Will We Pass, but only 2 level 12s on the side of Orange Juices. 2 seconds to go. The big green dragon has spawned, and now who is going to take this game number 2?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because this Trevenant's doing such a fantastic job at frontlining while the Dragonite just drops that damage with the Hyper Beam. We see the Absol trying to get a flank on there with the Serena. They got that vision, right? They know where Will We Pass are at the moment. Phalanx is trying to respond to it as well, but it seems like they're just agreeing on where they want to go at the moment. They're ready. Umbreon with a nice flank coming in here as well. It's going to be just a matter of time before we see this Ingage chat. Is it going to be Will We Pass that take it, or is it going to be Orange Juices? It looks like we have an Ingage on the bottom path there. Cramorant on a little bit of half health. They're going to back out, and it seems as though they're just in the meantime deciding on where they want to go. I don't think they know who's winning this though, Lobo, because it is such a close score. They're not sure who is winning this.
Yeah, we know there's 13 points in this game. The players do not know that yet, but here we go. The Engage has come out. The Blister Scissors is coming off. The Phantom Forest is going to go in. The Gold Gatling Gun is going to go up. The Hurricanes are flying. The Hooper is unbound. The Psychic Solera is going to stun anyone in its path that it can. Umbreon is trying to do whatever it can to do. 2 members down, 1 member down from each team. The Hooper is stunning anything that can move. Dragonite trying to retreat, but gets caught out by the Hurricane. 46 seconds left to go, but we've got 13 points in this. Umbreon's going to try and get a score down bottom. It gets a 48. Orange Juices are now in the lead. Will we pass? Are going to have to go for the rip this time round and try to get some 100 burgers in. Absol is going to come round behind to try and get them from behind, but here we go. Hooper's doing everything he can to do. Absol's going to pop its Unite move. Hyper Beam, possibly the secure that they want for the side of Will We Pass, but it's surrounded by a Cramorant. It's surrounded by absolutely everything. It Unite moves into the Rayquaza pit. It's going to get taken down. The Hyper Beam secure, but no, the Cramorant manages to pick up the secure for Orange Juices, and with 8 seconds left to go, I do believe that is going to be game number 2 to the side of Orange Juices. What a Ray fight.
Yeah, I tell you what, buddy. I mean, it was probably like, what, 1 minute, 30 seconds or something like that, where they were just like, kind of like pairing off against each other. It was like an old Western where they were just looking at each other like, who's going to do the engage? And then all of a sudden, boom, it happens all at once. Orange Juices with a fantastic fight answer there. They managed to get the win. That was fantastic. I mean, I don't have any words for how well that went, Lobo. It was such a close game during the entirety of that game. It was fought so well by both teams, but that Rayquaza fight, wow.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking at this Screamer Chisel with the 10 KOs, and again, this shows just how close the game was. But look at this with the Espeon and the Phalanx doing 84k damage plus 97k damage. Again, this game was so well done. I cannot wait to bring back Kilo so that we can get her absolutely amazing analysis on what we just witnessed. A much more forceful game coming out of the side of Will We Pass.
Yes, a much better performance from Will We Pass this round, considering the first round that they had didn't really go in their favor. But I must say, there was so much that ended up happening during that Rayquaza fight. We saw how close the scores were. I think you said it was, 13 points difference, but timing from Roland on the Bliss assistance, can I just say, absolute chef's kiss. To say Flareon's on the Cramorant, who did end up getting caught out by Gek on the Trevenant, like, that Bliss assistance, this is why Blissey is one of my favorite supporters. It's just such an impactful Unite move. And then it was not only saving the Cramorant, but it was also paired up with that Gatling Bolt missile as well, just to give it that extra boost. So, absolute insane plays from Roland there. Definitely my MVP.
Now, I want to say we definitely were a little bit flummoxed by the Absol pick being picked up by the side of Orange Juices. We also saw that Absol getting very hindered early game. Kilo, what was the turning point for that Absol for you in that game, and where did it really start to become a problem for Will We Pass?
I guess it's just playing it smart. Yeah, they may have struggled a little bit at the beginning, but I think even then they were able to secure that blue buff in the beginning, despite getting double invaded by the Hooper and the Phalanx, but also Blissey being able to take that and just stop that invade. So yes, it took a little bit of time for Machisel to come online with the Absol, but I think it was also just the smart plays to dash in and dash out and try not to get caught out too much.
Yeah, absolutely. Tano, your highlights of the match, anything you'd like to ask our analyst Kilo?
I mean, I gotta say, I think we need to do a huge shout out to that Dragonite. I think the Dragonite did a fantastic job in that game. They may not have won the game, but it was a different team fight when that Dragonite was there. But it seems as though in that Rayquaza fight, they just did such a good job, did Orange Juices, of just singling out that Dragonite and managing to get their KO. But it could have gone either way. But it just shows the power that these mons can have, such as the Dragonite. We were expecting the Rage, right, to come out, but it was the Hyper Beam there, Kilo. I mean, what did you expect to see when you saw that Dragonite locked in there?
I know it was dependent on the build. Lobo ended up getting bamboozled. I guess it was running the Muscle Band, Scope Lens, and the Focus Band. Like, this move still works. You just can't go wrong with a trusty Hyper Beam secure. They did have a pretty incredible top path fight at the top, but also it's an interesting play how they decided not to break the tier 1 despite Reggie Alecki going on in. And I'd say that's probably, it was left on 36 if my memory serves correctly. Knowing that they only had 40 points on hand, only going to get a 4 over dunk, maybe that's why not wanting to give over, the experience with the Indeedis, instead soak up the rest of experience that was left with the Bunnelbees and the Boltoys instead, and then pivot down to bot. So I'm not sure what the play was there. I think that might have been why. I'm just wondering whether it would have been better to actually go and break it though, and just create that space on the map for them.
Absolutely. Oh, sorry, Tanya. After you.
No, it's fine, but I was going to agree, to be honest. It will have been a 4 over cap, and they will have got that XP, but it does break open that space for you to be able to get that. And then any Lecky that happens, if it's not, like, if you manage to secure a Lecky before that springboard's up, right, you can try and push that into a T2. If that springboard's not there, you're scoring points in the T2 and managing to grab more XP. So, but I do, I understand why they decided not to break it. 4 over cap isn't much, but hey, it wasn't the decider in the game. The decider in the game was the insane Rayquaza fight that we saw from Orange Juices. They did so well at singling out certain mons, especially that Dragonite that wasn't able to get the secure there. But it just shows how well these teams work together.
Yeah,
now,
absolutely.
Lobo.
I love... Yes.
So I was going to say, you have a bit of an announcement for us before we wrap it all up.
I do indeed, guys. Before we throw it to a break, again, the guys here at Ingage for this Master Series have been working absolutely non-stop around the clock. Now, you guys must be thinking that, after a month of all this, organizing tournaments, organizing all the brackets, organizing all the events, corralling all of these teams together, you'd think that the guys here at Ingage are going to take a little break. No. So we have an absolutely special, amazing announcement that we are going to be announcing a new event with a brand new format that we are calling the Engage Giant Slayer Series. I'm super, super excited to be announcing this. This has been in the works. It's been in the talks. So let me tell you just a little bit about this. We are going to be taking 3 grassroots teams, and there's going to be a cash prize. And what they are going to have to do is they are going to have to try and take down a giant. Now, when I say giant, I mean a giant. We have some pro teams that are going to be sitting on that throne as the giants. Teams like Nemesis or possibly Nouns or Orange Juices that we just watched, or Rework, Respawn, that are going to take the position of the giant. And those 3 grassroots teams have the opportunity to face down these giants for a cash prize. So guys, please be sure to go follow Engage G over on X. Join the Discord so that you can find out all the juicy information about this new format, about this new event, because we are so excited to bring you something absolutely brand new for this Unite scene. Mr. Tano, Kilo, after this little announcement, I'd like to hear your thoughts on what I just revealed.
Ooh, I think it's fantastic. I am very, very excited to see that. There is nothing more adrenaline-inducing, blood-pumping than a grassroots team trying to take on a giant in the Unite scene. It is the kind of thing that gets people just proper working at how to best these teams in this game. So that is a very, very exciting announcement from my point of view.
I am definitely excited for one to see who ends up taking that throne up first, and whether there are going to be any teams to take him on down. However, we are going to take ourselves a quick break before we get ready for our next set. And we'll even have an extra guest that'll be joining us very shortly as well. So definitely stay tuned, and we'll be back very shortly.
But look at this right now. The question is, are they going to be able to get away? No, they're not. It is going to be a 4 down man. Even the side of Nightmare.
go. Yo, I'm like an addict, do I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna look back. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. Let's go. Yo, I'm like an addict, do I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna look back. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. I take shots to the top, I'll get it. I got one life, I'ma do all to win it. I do what's right.
Welcome back, gamers one and all. My name is Lobo. For the next match, I am joined at the casting desk by Inder, and our analysis for this one is going to be Zoinks. Guys, we have seen an absolutely fantastic array of matches coming on this time round. Inder, your team, Orange Juice, is making a claim back through the losers finals. How did you feel watching that one as opposed to their early game in the evening?
Yeah, I think this last set is a lot more characteristic of what we expect from the North American champions. We mentioned it earlier that the Comfy play last week was a little shady. This week, I think they've put in, they've been practicing. Roland's looking solid on it. I like some of the drafts that we're executing as well. So things are looking on the up, but they've got a pretty good opponent ahead of them in Vamos.
Absolutely. Zoinks, my friend, you are on the analyst side at this time around. Give me your thoughts on what you think you're expecting to see from this next matchup.
Well, what I'm thinking to see, I don't know. I think Vamos is one of the tougher opponents that Orange Juicers is going to have faced so far this tournament. However, in terms of stylistic matchups, it is going to be similar to their earlier matchup in Rework Respawn. At least the dependency on more dive-focused compositions. We saw a lot of similarities between what Rework Respawn was bringing to the table and Vamos now. We've had a chance to see both these teams play out a couple of times. So I'm expecting to see something similar, at least in the draft screen, but it's been cool to see Orange Juicers in that last set start to experiment a little bit more in the draft. Inder, you were saying that it's much more characteristic, or at least what we would all expect out of OJ out of NA, so I do think that at least momentum is starting to back them a little bit. Machizzle finally wakes up after sleeping in, and now he's all set for the event. We'll have to see if they can take it to Vamos, who, on the other end of the spectrum, kind of burning the midnight oil for some EU squads. However, that's kind of become this team's nature. I've seen this team play in evening NA tournaments, so I don't think they're going to be upset whatsoever.
You made mention of trying to see a little bit of this experimentation going on into the draft phase. I want to chuck this out to both of you. Do you think we're going to see a drastic change, or you just think we're going to see a few little role swaps here and
I think the Orange Juicers, considering they've got the momentum, they've been playing on stream all the way through, I think we're going to see a bit of the same from their end. When it comes to Vamos, on the other hand, I think they've had to shake things up within this tournament. Kind of known as the Absol team for a while. They've had to use the Absol, not use the Absol, so I think they might shake things up a little bit here.
All right, well, I personally hope for it, but I'm going to leave the two of you up to take the game. So, Lobo, Inder, take it away.
Thank you, Zoinks. We'll see you back again to give us your thoughts on the way this game has gone. But, Inder, we have seen the Cramorant, the Sylveon, the Mimikyu, and the Phalanx Band, all very popular mons so far that have been used throughout the stages. All mons we've seen perform very well, with the Blaziken being picked up and the Slowbro and the Umbreon being locked in as well.
Yeah, seeing a little bit of a defender choke on the side of Orange Juicers. Whenever you see a Slowbro and Umbreon, it tends to show that the Umbreon's going to flex into that supporter role and lean into Wish. Also a deny pick to not let the other team get Umbreon, which is a very, very powerful tank pick. Slowbro obviously got those recent buffs, good at locking down that Blaziken. Also a preemptive pick if Vamos wants to secure something like that Absol or Leafeon, which we saw them play a little bit earlier in Machizzle, hovering that Absol. I think they really don't want that in the hands of Sad Raptor and the other team.
Yeah, absolutely. We've also seen the Trevenant being picked up, such a good, versatile defender as well, and Hooper coming on in at this time round. But we're also seeing Absol and Lucario picked up on the side of OJ with Mac and Kratos. And we could see another Garchomp come into the mix this time round.
Yeah, Garchomp been a similar on the veins of Chandelure and Fire Spindelfox, able to really have its way with these melee Pokemon, a lot of these defenders as well. And there's a Chandelure on the other side as well. So I like to see these teams adapting. I think the Venusaur we saw from Vamos earlier proved to be too much of a liability. Slows just don't cut it in this heavy melee meta. You really want to have some sort of secure lockdown, and both A9 Chandelure, I think, are going to fit that bill really well.
Yeah, absolutely. I do really like the A9 build, that Blizzard Avalanche moveset. It's just so powerful, as well as the Chandelure. I do really enjoy the utility with its Unite move to completely blind the entire enemy team. This is going to be a very interesting comp, just based on the draft that we're kind of seeing on paper right now. Where do you think this kind of lies? Like, who got the better of the draft in your opinion?
Both of these drafts seem very interesting. I think both have the capabilities to take it away from the lanes. For the side of Vamos, it is a bit risky having both Blaziken and Garchomp, two Pokemon that need a lot of scaling, can have a little bit weaker of an early game. Same thing on the Trevenant. You need these Pokemon that require their level 5 evolutions. Always have the opportunity to kind of get stuck at that level 4 mark, and you see a couple babies running around. So if they can get over that hump comfortably, I do like their composition, but it's not to say that the Orange Juicers don't have a formidable comp. Slowbro, Umbreon, these are power picks in the meta. Chandelure within this tournament alone has proven to be a nuisance, and I think Orange Juicers are taking a key out of Rework Respawn's book, where, you know, that Chandelure proved to be really viable. So, you know, I think the drafts go either way. As always, it's going to come down to play.
Yeah, absolutely. As we head on into the play, we're seeing the Hooper go in straight for the invade once again, but we're seeing a double invade this time around with the little Phantom trying to hinder this Absol as much as we can. We saw the invade coming through on Orange Juices in the previous term, and it's just going to cost this Absol time trying to get back into lane, but if these invades are not successful, it's going to cause some problems on the side of Vamos, but Phantom able to take away that blue buff. The double invade, very interesting. That specifically targets how strong Absol would be in that early game when it's trying to take that first rotation?
Yeah, pretty much. The tree actually had an interesting tech, equipped that float stone, something we've seen other Trevenant players do as well. Helps him get to that enemy central area a little bit faster. But invading is always about a give and take, right? So you take away from the Absol, but you give a little bit to that Chandelure. A Pokemon that would typically struggle in the early game is now going to be level 5 off of that back ball toy for these first set of Altaria. So, you know, while you did shut down the Absol a little bit, you still enabled this Chandelure.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the bottom the bottom Altarias coming through. Both teams are going to try and get even experience from there. Absolutely going to try and go on into this top side. We've got a 3v2 situation. Players are heading on in to the central area. Orange Juice is a little bit ahead on the stacks with 19-0 as they try to secure that Bonnelby, but the Gibble gets taken down by the Umbreon, and Hooper just has to try and stop these scores from heading on in, as Lucario just wants to cause as much strife as possible for the side of Vamos. A really strong start for Orange Juices despite that early invade.
Yeah, Lobo, that cap actually going in for the Umbreon, really important. They're running the attack weight item, which does actually improve the healing output from Wish once this Umbreon hits level 6. So getting that Eos energy dumped early on means that they can go back and get some more, as Flareon's finds a beautiful flamethrower to take down the Trevenant in the bottom path as well.
Yeah, look, Trevenant really needs to get online. The Mean Look's going to hit onto that Garchomp, and Power Up Punch Close Combat is going to come on in from the Lucario, as it does not matter. It looks like Orange Juice is just going to venture into that slow zone for the side of Vamos. They're not too afraid to really take the fight to them, but it seems like Vamos have to find a way to stop this early pressure coming through from Orange Juice's Absol. Is just deciding he wants to fight in. Trevenant's going to come back and help on out as Orange Juices decide they don't really want to deal with the more evolved tree, as Blaziken gets caught in the Mean Look. Absol's going to go in, but again, the Trevenant, big wood hammer coming on through, but disengages straight away. Again, this is such a close game, and Garchomp is going to take all those Altarias back for himself, as Vamos managing to get a nice takedown on the Absol here and push into this top tier.
Yeah, that was a really nice eject overheat from Sadrak, as he lines up another one off the Woodhammer, able to take down Lucario in the process. So they're going to be able to dump a 30, and a couple small points here as well. They want to go for this break to allow this Regieleki to walk. That is going to give them a lot of pressure. They're not too worried about the scaling on the other side as well. So this strong start from the side of Almost is what I was talking about, where Orange Juice is going to need to worry if the scaling Pokemon can get online as early as they have here.
Yeah, look, that bottom Reggie hasn't even been looked at as Reggie Lecky was the priority for both teams. ALL and Ninetales just going to start hitting this here as Trevenant is going to get caught out here. Almost going down. Blazing is going to come in with the Fist of Fury. Trevenant getting out over here, just doing a great job zoning. Reggie Rock is still being worked on by the ALL and Ninetales. Chandelure is going to come on in, gets Horn Leashed out. Big Woodhammer to try and whatever's going on, but Chandelure managing to get a brilliant flamethrower secure to give Orange Juices a little bit of time, but he's also going to zone out, blind the opponents with that Chandelure Unite move, but walks right into an overheat, but misses narrowly the Woodhammer as the Alolan Ninetales gets a good takedown on the Slowbro with that ice, just stopping the big tanky boy in its tracks.
Yeah, that KO on the Slowbro definitely helpful, but Flareon's keeping this Orange Juicer squad alive. The North American sniper, such a strong player when it comes to these long-range Pokemon. And, you know, Flamethrower can act in a similar way, as we see Machisel use that Absolute Unite move on the enemy pad, just trying to find a little bit of space, any kind of opening they can get. But yeah, Flareon's able to secure that Reggie underneath Vamos's grasps there, and keeping the Orange Juicers alive just a little bit in the mid-game here.
Yeah, as we head into the mid game, we have got 85 to 79 going to the side of Vamos, a lead, but a slight lead with only 6 points in it, as both teams are just looking to try and get as much farm on the map. Orange Juice got one tier 1 pad taken down. We got 28 seconds until we go here. Trevin almost getting knocked out. He gets caught in the mean look. It's trapped between a Slowbro and a Chandelure, but good zoning there by the Avalanche Blizzard combination. Heavy Slam pushes the Slowbro into a single position with Lucario is there to try and do whatever it can. Gets caught in the Avalanche combination. The 5 Fists of Fury, and does manage to go down over here. He's going to fire off, try to get this Lucario out of the way. The Garchomp is going to go on in with Trevenant being taken down too. This flamethrower is just doing so much damage as Garchomp has no choice but to pop its Unite move, but still taking damage in the process. It's still alive as there's just being, the pressure is being mounted as the Anolan Slow Globe pops out here. The Rings Unbound come on up as Vamos is finally just trying to get some breathing room from the pressure that Orange Juices is providing down on this bottom path.
Yeah, as they're trying to get some breathing room, I'll give you a little bit of breathing room there as this fight just continues on. Machisel ended up going down, but he played that fight so well, able to get that pick onto the Hoopa earlier before that Rings Unbound came, securing a lot of experience to the side of Orange Juicers, as Zugrug is going to get caught in this bottom side Reggie by the Trevenant, and both of these teams are going to get in position for this Reggie Alecki here, or this Reggie Ice.
Yeah, Reggie Ice is the priority this time around, as Garchomp is just going to try and rip the top Reggie Lecky to shreds. Absol's going to go in, it's going to Unite move to secure that Reggie Ice, and it's going to take down the Blaziken in the process. It's just going in with the Night Slash. We get pushed back away by the Blizzard move from A9, and it does go down in the process to the Hoopa. Chandelure now caught out in no man's land by the Trevenant this time around, but the Slowbro does come to its defense. It's tank v tank as another Ninetales gets taken down one more time as the Mean Look Flamethrower combination is proving to be very strong as Garchomp is now, here we go. They are trying to fight it out again. Blazing has come back through the Focus Blast, hitting. Chandelure just has to run. The Garchomp Unite is going to take it on down as they decide to turn their attention to Slowbro, as it is just trying to pop any way it can and run away from this onslaught that is coming from Vamos, and it's going deep into Orange Juice's territory.
Yeah, if I'm putting my coach hat on for this game, I'm telling the Orange Juicers, this is a moment where you get the objective and get out. I think they played that so well. Absol was able to secure that bottom Reggie Ice, but going for that push, knowing that the Garchomp should be rotating down, was very, very risky. Garchomp, expert rotation, comes down and able to thwart that push right in its tracks. So Orange Juicers, you know, every time they have a little bit of a lead, it seems like it just barely ends up swing the momentum on the other way. That being said, they're 30 points up, experience is looking good, and they're picking up a couple KOs down here in the bottom path as well.
Yeah, look, Absol going down there, and Alolan Knights is getting caught in the mean look, but being able to tell you, Garchomp is on the chase. It's going to try and chase down this Lucario. It just try and get any kind of takedown. It goes and does manage to get the takedown as it's going to retreat out. That takedown timer is going to be back. It's going to be back in time for the Rayquaza. Oh, it's back. Oh, my apologies. Got a little bit confused there. The Garchomp returned back to home. And again, 7 seconds, 30 points into this. The Rayquaza is so close to spawning. It feels like to me the first team that makes the move aggressively could take this here, as we have a little bit of zoning coming out from the Chandelure this time around, and now both teams just looking to poke each other out. Inder.
Yeah, there's a lot of different resources here, whether it's a mean-looking Gage or a Woodhammer Hornleech on the side of the Trevenant. Both sides of a control mage that can really stop a lot of these tanks. The benefit is Orange Team, they've got the lead, Orange Juicers, so it's up to Vamos to make something happen as the fight breaks out here, Lobo.
Yeah, absolutely. The Hooper Rings Unbound's going to come in. The Slowgo's going to get a few takedowns. 3 members down for the side of Orange Juices this time around. Only the Absol and the Chandelure coming through. Absol managing to take down the Alolan Ninetales. Hooper's just going to have to back on away. 3 members down for both side teams as Absol gets shunned out by the Hoop Rings Unbound. Garchomp is looking for a target to go down to. Hooper has reverted to its base form this time around. There's still only 30 points in this. Absol's going to head to that top side to try and get a 50 on in, which is going to give Juices a 100-point lead. If Trevenant can get there, it pops the Phantom Forest to stop the score from going on through as Absol gets caught out. Rayquaza is at half health. Garchomp is in there. It's going to try and do whatever it can. Lucario and Blaziken are all in the mix here, and it is the Lucario that manages to take the Rayquaza secure, and now it's all about just getting those scores in as Trevenant is trying to hold up the Absol, but it manages to get the takedown, and it looks like the Alolan Ninetales is the only one there, and it's going to be the Surrender getting popped up before we're out of time. Wow, that Ray fight just turned into a big brawl in the middle to see who could secure first.
Yeah, the fight started off with such an explosive run, both teams trading a couple Unite moves. But the difference maker really was Orange Team having, the Orange Juicers having that 30-point lead to start the Rayquaza fight. Machisel goes for the back cap, forces out Krinsky on the Trevenant, and that opens up the map where now the Vamos is playing without a defender in their central area, and they're also down a reliable secure move. They've got the overheat if Sadricker can make it, but into Flamethrower, Power Up Punch Lucario, I think he might have ended up getting it with a close combat with the Flamethrower coming in. It is going to be, almost a coin flip in a sense, which team can get it. I think a little bit favorable for Orange Team, and that 30-point lead to begin the fight was all the difference they needed in the end.
Now, I want to ask you about the Absol's Machisel's decision to try and go score top lane, but getting stopped by the Trevenant Unite move. Again, trying to push the favor in his in Orange Juice's favor, but again, isolating himself against the Trevenant, but also popping an important Unite move that could hit most of the team when they went into a fight. I'd like to get your thoughts on that specific part of the raid fight.
Yeah, the Trevenant moving around. I think a big thing actually that ended up coming into play there also was the Trevenant's Floatstone, being able to move around different parts of that fight. An item that you don't typically associate with defenders and Trevenant alone. So it did end up getting quite close, but I think what really ended up happening was at the start of that raid fight, both teams just popped a bunch of Unite moves. And I think it's one of those moments where the players, going into the fight are really unsure of what the outcome is going to be, and it comes down to very small moments that it's hard for us to even pick up when we're watching the game. But as that fight broke out early on, we saw Flareons had a really good eject to dodge the Garchomp's combo. Garchomp was a little discombobulated, couldn't find Flareons, and every second matters in the Ray fight. When you're the team that's ahead, every second you're buying is 1 second closer to victory. And Orange Team, I think, on the back of Zugrug, Kratos, Roland, some of these more experienced players, they know in these moments how to take control of the game. And, Krinsky, Vamos, they've got their own, set of amazing players as well. But these inches are really what makes the difference.
So we also pointed out towards the mid game of this fight, those fights defending those two bottom pads were going back and forth. In terms of just a team kind of maintaining control throughout a match, it's not seen a lot of the time, but some of the time in these games we are seeing teams take control of the match throughout the entire way. What do either of these teams have to do to kind of keep that control on their side?
It's all about discipline, right? The game can sometimes get away from you when, you might be on the back foot for the last 2 to 3 minutes. And, suddenly you finally have a winning moment. We saw Orange Juicers struggling a little bit throughout that mid game. Boom, they get that bottom Reggie. And then suddenly your drive is, all right, keep the pressure on. We're going to keep pushing. They try for it. And then, you end up pushing the limits a little bit too much. So yeah, I think discipline is really what's going to make the difference here. I know we see some wild picks on screen, guys. There was an issue in the drafting phase, so these teams are just going to do a redraft. Enjoy, a couple funky Pokemon making it through here, and shout out to the guy, to all of you viewers watching. I know there's been a couple audio issues. We are working on it in the background. We're going to make sure that it's taken care of, and we really do appreciate your patience in all of this, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. We do thank you guys for your patience as we try to sort out these few technical issues as we get going. It does not derail from what an amazing tournament that we have got going on here. Now, we are looking at the draft screen right now. Inder, one of the drafts is the most important thing. I want to get your thoughts on whether we're going to see a very similar draft to what we saw in the game number 1, or if you think teams are going to change it up or keep to what they did to in game 1.
So if I'm looking at what happened earlier in the tournament, I believe Vamos versus Nouns also lost game 1 and opted to take second pick in, I think, a meta where a lot of teams have been taking first pick. So I'm not sure if they're going to adapt from their series earlier and go for that first pick this time or go for that second pick. If they do opt for the second pick, I think there might not be too many differences in the draft. What I'm starting to notice is that Slowbro is becoming a center point of the meta, whether it's to pick it early to deny speedsters on the other team, or its pick is forcing out some more unconventional control mages that might traditionally counter it. The meta is starting to shape around Slowbro. It's a Pokemon that makes it through the draft because we see things like Mimikyu and Phalanx tend to take up those ban slots. I don't know if these teams are going to start to just take away the Slowbro in the ban phase, or if it's going to continue to be the first pick, but I anticipate that's going to be a focal point for both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're starting to say that Slowbro is now starting to become a focal point of these teams, we can assume that it's obviously going to be picked up in that very first stage. So if you're the opposing team and you're taking second pick, when you see that Slowbro get first pick, what are you thinking? What are your thoughts? Like, in terms of, is it just trying to stop the Slowbro from doing what it's doing, or are we trying to play around not only the incredible Unite move in Slow Beam, but also the very other great moves like Scald, as well as Surf and Telekinesis? We can just take a Pokemon completely out of the game. What are we bringing to try and counter that Slowbro, or is it kind of an avoid at all costs kind of thing?
That's a good question. You have to be really careful with Slowbro, because you can definitely counter the Slowbro with picking like a double mage composition, right? Slowbro hates being controlled and locked down by things like A9, the Delphox, the guards, the candles, and all we talked about. But one thing Slowbro does is it counters speedsters really well, and you start ending up having like this back and forth where if you pick double mage into Slowbro and the other team picks speedsters, right, the speedster team now has the best speedster counter, so the enemy team can't pick Slowbro. And in my opinion, I think what we're going to end up seeing is teams resort to playing more balanced compositions where they've got a ranged character that can maybe help deal with the Slowbro in some cases, but they also have something that can access the backline on their end as well. So to answer your question directly, I think you have to not show all your cards immediately. That's why we're going to start to see teams, maybe pick up their supporter in that 1-2 phase and give that emphasis back to the other team. Like, hey, what are you going to pick alongside this Slowbro so we can counter it? And that second pick team, if you give up Slowbro, they do have the final pick of the draft. And I think that's really where they can make a huge difference in the drafting phase.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we're talking about one of a linchpin of a team inside their defender. We also have a lot of very other good defenders like Trevenant as well, that coming in, really providing that CC and control. Something we have also seen in this tournament and other games is the Mamoswine, which is now coming to the forefront, especially with the ability to really hinder teams with that Ice Fang. Is that a possible option that teams are looking for as we head on into this ban phase right now?
Yeah, funny we're talking about Slowbro. It does end up getting banned away, and I think a lot of counter picks or specific picks this draft are going away. Mamoswine's a great addition to the meta, I think. It really addresses a lot of these heavy melee compositions. Character that just can be really tanky as its thick fat passive stacks up. But those Ice Fang repositions, the boosted auto stuns, the freezes, can be really impactful, especially when you're thinning out the defender pool. So when Slowbro and Trevenant and Umbreon might not be available, I think Mamoswine serves as a really good alternative. But for this draft, what we've got in front of us here, Charizard ban, I'm not too sure about what the thought process around that is, but the Slowbro ban from Orange Team kind of indicates that maybe they're looking to play a more speedster-oriented composition, and I like Vamos's answer to that, to just immediately ban the Comfey. Like, hey, you're going to get rid of Comfey's best counter, we're just going to get rid of Comfey off the bat, and then, they get to secure some of the strongest picks in the meta with Blaziken and Phalanx for themselves.
Yeah, look, Blaziken and Phalanx, such a problem in the meta. I'm really interested in this first pick into Blissey, though. I really want to get your thoughts onto that. I'm not... for me, it's a little bit confusing to see a Blissey go first pick in terms of that supporter role. I thought we would have seen something a little bit more prominent in the meta, as we are seeing the Cramorant and Umbreon being picked up, and then also Trevenant and Hooper being hovered over by the side of Vamos. But that Blissey first pick, could you explain that one to me?
Yeah, I think it is a little odd, given that some of the best all-rounders in the game were available and up for grabs. The way I guess I see it is they're really enjoying the, pocket kind of support pick, with Slowbro already being banned out, Comfey being banned, and there it is, right? Like, if you want to enable a character like Zoroark, Hoopa just isn't enough. Even if you go Trick, you need a little bit more juice. And Blissey's the next best thing, arguably the best support at keeping an individual ally alive. So it does make sense here, given that they wanted to go down the Zoroark line. And we'll see how it fares up into Phalanx Blaziken, who are some really scary Pokemon.
What I like to see is we talked about the Slowbro, it got banned, but we also brought up the Mamoswine that already comes in. I'm really kind of interested to see the potential of the Ice Fang redirect into the possible Phalanx and Blaziken absolute, trying to get the gank, so to speak, on whatever the Mamoswine tries to pick out. We are seeing Bordy back on the Venusaur, possibly going to opt with that Solar Beam secure there. Very interesting comps from both sides. I like what I'm seeing here. How about you? Like I asked you before, who kind of has the advantage here going into straight paper-on-paper draft? I'm curious to get your thoughts this time around and see how that differs to what actually happens in game.
Yeah, I mean, Vamos has some of the stronger picks that I really like in the meta in Phalanx and Blaziken, but I do like the more well-rounded nature of Orange Juicer's draft here. Another thing to point out, as we're not going to see the items here any longer, but not a single anti-heal or cursed item user for the side of Vamos, which can be really troublesome because we know that Blissey's going soft-boiled, and if the Umbreon goes Wish, which I think Zagreg might opt for Snarl this game, but if they were to go Wish soft-boiled, there's absolutely no anti-heal on the other side, which can be really, really troublesome to deal with when you have a character like Venusaur who relies a lot on their poke damage. It'll be completely nullified this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though we do not have the anti-heal, they could just go for the complete possible out damaging that healing when it comes to the Pokemon like Phalanx and Blaziken, just able to output so much damage in a brawl type scenario. But we've got the Zoroark heading on into the central area. Phalanx is going to take the Xatu and head on up to that red buff, as I believe Bulbasaur is going to take on that blue buff this time around. Nice to see what's going on inside these different central areas this time around, as Blaziken and Hooper inside that top lane. But Eevee already deep inside the slow zone for the side of Vamos, as Bulbasaur and Piloswine try to put on the pressure.
That's a play you can make if you're playing the bottom side defender. You just count how many AOS energy your enemy laners have. And if you notice that they came to the lane with just 4 or 4 plus the blue buff, then you can go back and take those back pieces of farm there and try to get some additional pieces of stack. So Zagreg, very seasoned defender. That's something he's always paying attention to. And good to see that play here. It does also end up denying the Bulbasaur from hitting level 5 here, which is going to be really troublesome as we see Machisel gank bottom.
Whirlpool is going to take off a lot of that damage, as well as the Zoroark coming on in. Piloswine could get put out here. Has to use this eject button as Razor Leaf is going to go. The Hooper Highway has been set, and Hooper's going to come down to make this an even 3v3 matchup. Both members are going to avoid that Whirlpool. And a 7 points to 0, a not too exciting early game this time around, as the Hooper Highway gets set once again. Phalanx is going to try and defend that top pad. Umbreon is online. That Piloswine just needs to get online. We talked about a little bit earlier with that the Mamoswine having that late level spike. If it is not able to get online, it's not going to be be able to do too much. I think that's what possibly what Orange Juice is going to try and deny, is to stop that Mammoth from evolving and just hinder them as much as possible.
Yeah, a lot of these evolution Pokemon, especially the ones on defenders and supporters, tend to get stuck if your early game's not going too well. Machizel, nice little rotation top, does find the final piece of their feint attack onto Phalanx. Not quite enough damage. Funny illusion interaction there. I've never seen that before. If you illusion as a Phalanx, you only take the disguise as the main trooper, as the brass trooper there. So the more, you know, you learn something new every single day.
The more you know, the more you know. Again, the flamethrower is just putting on damage as Zorak is going to try and go in on the Phalanx once again. Here it goes in. The Night Slash is going to go down. It's going to target the Hooper this time as well as it gets taken down. But here comes the Blaziken to try and do some support. It gets stunned up by the Blissey Egg Bomb. It's going to go in for the Night Slash again. The eject has been popped. Blaziken barely getting out. Does not get out. 2 KO streak as for the Zorak, as this pad is going to be left on 7 and now to 2. Great engage in that top side as Zorak is just kind of running riot. Really comboing these Blissey Egg Bombs to stun up as Phalanx decides to go back in. Zorak again using that illusion. I think that's probably going to be one of the funniest illusions, second only to the Rayquaza illusion from the Zorak coming up. But great redirect once again by the Mamoswine, but Umbreon managing to get out this time around.
Yeah, these teams not giving us a break with constant battling here. So close, rolling with that Egg Bomb. If you do get that knock up into the enemy team being airborne, you can stop that Hoopa Highway portal, as Machizel does find that secure on the Regieleki, the KO as well onto the Phalanx. And I think they might be looking to siege his top pad here, Lobo.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a real common tactic that I'm seeing. It's probably common to you, but that top tier 2 pad with the Regieleki walking in and just getting broken straight away is before the 5-minute mark. I've seen it a lot more in these tournaments than I ever thought I'd see it. But Zorak possibly getting caught out here. It's going to try and score some points to get some health back as it goes back in with the Night Slash. It does manages to get another KO on the 2 KO streak for the Blissey of all things on the Hooper, as that Bliss assistance does come out, and that top pad is now broken, which means every Regieleki is going to be a problem for the side of Vamos as Blaziken tries to get a few stacks in, but Umbreon is just not going to allow it. I think this is great map control by Orange Juices, as once again Blaziken gets taken down by the Umbreon, and now Vamos just are trying to absorb the pressure wherever they can, but I think they're struggling towards this mid game as Orange Juice is just applying the pressure. Zorak once again going in. The Night Slash doing the damage with the Flamethrower, finishing it off. Venusaur's caught out once again. The Unite move coming out again from the Zoroark, and the action is going on in even more. Blaziken with the Fists of Fire, the overheat's trying to do something, but Zorak is in there once again. The health just disappears, and I don't know what Vamos have to do into what they need to get some kind of control in this match.
Yeah, this is the phase of the game when Zoroark is extremely over-leveled, it's got stacks, it has a support that can keep it alive in the Blissey, who also has their special attack stacked up, improving their healing output, and, you know, there aren't a lot of answers to Zoroark at this stage of the game. You know, this is why Pokemon like Slowbro need to exist within the meta. This is why Mimikyu and all these Pokemon pretty much have to exist. To provide counterplay to Pokemon like Zoroark, but when you don't have one of those, all you can really do is hope that the Zoroark doesn't make a big mistake, and then, you know, play around your Unite moves. Whatever experience you can get, try to get, you know, a level lead, be a little bit tankier, whatever it is, but Machizel's not going to give them an opportunity. Beautiful plays here, keeping the pressure on, staying aggressive, dodges the overheat as well. And he's starting to show why he is one of the best, you know, speedster players, Zoroark players in North America, putting on a clinic here.
Yeah, we are definitely getting a clinic. That Regieleki is going to walk, is marching to that home base, so Vamos have to deal with that. But with that Zoroark just in the way here, it looks like it's 1v3ing, it's 1v4ing, anything that it can. It's doing the damage. Mamoswine going to have to pop its Unite move here. The Golf Gatling gun is going to go in. Zoroark's going to capitalize on that. Verdant Anger not able to hit too many targets with the Solar Beam combination. It goes down as well. Hooper has come on bound to try and give some kind of respite, but the points are just stacking in. Cramorak gets a 4 KO streak with that one. The Blizz assistance came on to make it live so much more. We are 3 minutes 40 seconds left in this game. All of the tier pads are down for Vamos, and it looks like Orange Juices are just playing for fun in this time round. Again, at this point, with 3 minutes to go into, is it just secure the Ray and hope?
Yeah, on the bright side, Machizel did go down, but it's a good news, bad news situation. Good news is we brought down Machizel. The bad news is the experience went to the way of Hoopa. So now Hoopa is the highest level on their team, which isn't something you tend to want. If you got that on the Phalanx, that shutdown XP would have been huge and allowed him to be back into this game. But now Machizzle's back at it again. He's got a reduced death KO timer as well. So that's going to help in the late game. And, you know, this is going to be disastrous. I think, like you said, one of the only options for Vamos is to get Rayquaza here. But with their tier 2 pad down on the top side, this Regieleki does create a bit of a pin where Regieleki can be walking while Rayquaza is up. And it can apply pressure where, you know, it either goes into your base or you have to deal with Rayquaza, as Machizzle might end up going down to the Verdant Anger there, Lobo.
Yeah, Verdant Anger being popped up at 230. We don't usually see that go down. The Focus Blast takes down the Blissey as well. This is great here for the side of Vamos. They're trying to get some catch-up experience here. They thought the Unite moves are just going to fly, but wow! That Flamethrower doing that AoE damage, managing to get 2 KO streak down there, as well as the Cramorant taking down the Hoopa. Solar Beam Venusaur has no choice. The Gold Gatling Gun is going to try and protect it. Went too early on the Solar Beam, as Flamethrower just had a sitting target in Venusaur. 1 second to go. Regieleki marching into the home base, and it looks like Orange Juicers have decided to try and end this one early, as they are just trying to hit the Rayquaza. Hooper Unbound's coming on through. Night Slash is going to cook on top of the Hooper in its Unbound form. Hooper's trying to move and dodge the Zoroark, not able to do so. But on the other side here, Blaziken is still trying to deal with this Lecky. Cramorant trying to do anything it can do. Venusaur's back up on the side. Blaziken almost going down here. Cramorant manages to take it out, but it's still got the... Oh my god, this Regieleki is still walking in. Rayquaza is at half health, and the Night Slashes are coming through with the Blissey help, as Chandelure is just trying to zone out wherever it can. Again, Vamos have no place to go on this map where they can try and take an advantage, and Blissey securing the Rayquaza.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Machizzle's fine gameplay this game, but it doesn't mean that the other core players on Orange Juicers weren't participating. You know, Flareon's really coming in clutch with that huge flamethrower to help start that secure on the top side. And I really like Kratos's, it's almost odd to call it an adaptation to go to Air Slash Dive, which is the original dive build. But this game, you know, I think Kratos understood that he's not going to be getting a lot of attention from the supportive cast on the rest of his team, and he needs to be much more independent. And that extra healing that he can get off the Phalanx and just in general off wild Pokemon means that the Blissey can, you know, focus their efforts on some of their other carry players. So well done by all the players on Orange Juicers. You know, definitely a very dominant game. It is going to be game number 2, so Vamos is going to be going home as we are in the lower bracket semifinals. But yeah, well done by the North American champs. Amazing to see, and excited to see what they have in store for the rest of the tournament today.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see where, how these teams are going to keep on performing. Orange Juicers are putting on great shows, coming through, fighting through the losers bracket, taking this victory, like you said, winning 2-0. Really great job, great showing by Vamos as we get the countdown timer. Now, again, I'm going to ask you this. I think you've been asked this before. When a Zoroark gets that fed, what do you do? Like... We talked about Slowbro, we talked about Mimikyu, we talked about possibly the Serena Unite, but that was to deal with a Zoroark Comfy combination. What do you do in an instance where you've banned the Comfy like we saw in the ban phase, but now the Zoroark is just running riot?
Yeah, a lot of the answers start within the draft phase, and this is a mistake, you know, and it feels harsh to call it a mistake, but we saw Vamos fall trapped to this earlier in the tournament to Nouns, where the control mage that they elected to go for was the Venusaur. Sludge Bomb, you know, a great tool at slowing down defenders and Pokemon that don't have a lot of mobility, as that slow can be really troublesome. Not a really good tool at doing much to Zoroark. Zoroark can, you know, jump out of it. Illusion can cleanse the slow off of Sludge Bomb as well. Zoroark doesn't really even care too much about the slows. So I think trying to leverage a Pokemon in that role that can kind of be another answer to the Zoroark would be really helpful. And then on top of that, you know, it all comes down to having a cleaner early game. If they're able to execute a little bit better in the early game, not let the Zoroark get carried away, you know, that's where a lot of difference can happen. But, you know, we've got Zoinks, our wonderful analyst, joining us here. What do you think about that, those two games there, Zoinks?
I agree with you, Inder. I think it started in the draft phase, particularly a Charizard ban coming out on the side of that squad. I got some question marks there, and then they sort of continued from that point on afterward. I like the Blaziken tech. I really do think it was extremely strong. Phalanx also really solid opportunity, but yeah, you're right. That Venusaur piece really didn't seem to do it for them. I mean, shout outs to Machisel for playing on ping, rocking the Zoroark, having a landslide victory. And with this game and like how it went down, I feel like Orange Juicers are starting to solidify their name as just one of the best teams in Unite at playing out of advantage state. Every time that Orange Juicers is headed into a Ray fight with they had a sizable lead this time, but even like smaller leads than they're playing for, Orange Juicers are becoming one of the hardest teams to beat when they have the lead. Very, very tough to steal that away. They're very good at holding on to momentum. They have great macro players in Kratos and Zugrug, and they just have unbelievable cracked on the stick style of players like Machisel and Flareons and Roland. So like, I don't know. I really do think this is a tough team to beat when they're ahead.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you. If they can get ahead, it's a very tough team to beat. I think one of their downfalls, though, has been falling behind in the early game and finding ways back into the game. So if they, can figure out a solution to their troubles in the early game, they can definitely be a much more well-rounded and scary team to play. And if I'm looking at the competition that's left within the tournament, I mean, my eyes are on Nouns, a team that's got players that are really, really solid in the early game, which seems to be, Orange Juicer's kryptonite right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm blown away by what I just saw, what I witnessed. I'm trying to figure out what teams can look into doing. Like you guys said, this starts in the draft phase. But again, if you're taking away the counters to these Pokemon that these players love to play so much, again, is it just about finding more versatility in what you can do? Like you guys pointed out, the Venusaur probably wasn't the pick there with the ability. It doesn't have the movement to try and get away from the Zoroark. I thought, in my perspective, the Mamoswine was not a bad pick into that option. If it's able to pick an Ice Fang to get it out and really do some disruption there, possibly not the pick if it's not able to hit a Zoroark. I think half the trouble is actually being able to hit a Zoroark. So really, what else can you look at? Do you have to go unconventional? Do you have to? There's only so many mons that are really powerful in the meta that can help. Where do you find these answers?
Yeah, I mean, it's when theory meets execution, right? Those sometimes you have great aspect of one and the other one you fell a little bit short of. But, I mean, to Vamos' credit, they had an amazing tournament run up until this point, right? They hit a strong opposition in Orange Juicers, but their team has proved themselves to be extremely formidable as well. So we definitely have to give respect to this squad for, making it top 4 in a tournament as stacked as this one, because we have incredible teams ready to play some incredible games. And our next matchup is going to be an amazing one. We're headed back to the winner's side, so I'm excited to get into that one. So without further ado, let's throw to a very short break, and when we come back, we'll have the winner's side finals. We'll see you there.
But look at this right now. The question is, are they going to be able to get away? No, they're not. It is going to be a 4 down, man. Even the side of Nightmare.
Let's go. Yo, I'm like an addict, do I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shoot tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna look back. Never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes.
Welcome in, everybody, and back to the Ingage Master Series event for Pokemon Unite. We are now into our winners finals, down to just 3 teams remaining in our event. My name is Zoinks. I'll be rocking the analyst role in this next series, but these 2 wonderful Unite personalities will be handling the casting part of the game. Inder and Kelo. Let's start off with you, Inder. How have you been feeling casting this event? You've gotten to do some prior events for this match, but of course, the finals day has been very exciting. What have you thought so far?
It's been great. I think we've gotten the opportunity to see some really good Pokemon Unite, a lot of adaptations. You know, our first look at what the world's meta could potentially look like. You know, we'll probably have a balance patch, another balance patch before Worlds, but it's starting to shape out what the Pokemon meta might start to look like.
Okay, I like that. I mean, our meta survival guide's been filling itself out. It feels like pick or ban Slowbro, please, teams, please, I'm begging. Kelo, how about you? Our next matchup is going to be Nouns Esports versus Rework Respawn. 2 teams have been kind of chilling, waiting on this match for a while, but this is going to be an exciting winners finals. What are you thinking about this next matchup?
We did see both of these teams play a bit earlier, and they are fierce. But I think what's really cool to see as we have our top 3 is we actually have 3 different teams representing 3 different regions. So Orange Juicers obviously have a little bit of breathing space down there while we are going to do our winners final. Representing NA, we have Rework Respawn being the only sole ladder north team, and they actually qualified through the open qualifiers, and we obviously have Nouns representing EU, another one of those invited teams. So a great mixed bag here.
I personally am very excited. I feel like so far in this tournament today, we've been talking a lot about style or play style, how these rosters like to play out. Nouns Esports with a very heavy focus on that early game that tends to push them into very, very good late game situations. You trust in Sarayu and Gatlu. Rework Respawn on the other side, very flexible in the draft. I can't wait to watch it, so I'm going to hand it over to you 2. I'll talk to you all in just a bit. Inder, Kelo, take it away.
Thank you so much for that, Zoinks. And we're back in the draft here. Kelo, I think the theme of today has been banning out some of these single target lockdown Pokemon, whether it's Mimikyu, Slowbro, Serena making it through some of these drafts. I think a lot of these teams taking some inspiration from the Japanese meta and looking to just lock down these fast Pokemon.
Yeah, it's a lockdown. It's being able to just pinpoint whoever is the most threat. However, this is a really interesting ban phase coming from Rework Respawn. They've decided to ban the Mew. Not really something we have seen today or very often in the latest meta. Why do you think this has happened here?
Yeah, I'm just as puzzled as you are. I think maybe time was ticking down and they just wanted to select a Pokemon. That being said, you know, they are able to take away some really power picks, but with these bans, with Hoopa, Mew, and Leafeon being banned out, a lot of today's power picks are making it through the draft. So Slowbro, Umbreon, Cramorant, you know, Phalanx is still up for the taking, Blaziken is still up for the taking, Sylveon as well, a Pokemon that, you know, has been dominating the meta as well. Looks like we're just going to see every single strong Pokemon make it to the pool, and it's going to be a battle of the giants for our first game here.
One pick I have been absolutely loving today has been that Chandelure pick. So whether we're actually going to see another Shandy come out into play here, we obviously have Gatlu picking up that Phalanx. We know while it can be quite strong, it does have a fair few counters to it. So whether we'll end up seeing one of these on the side of Rework Respawn, however, they have locked in the chicken and the egg, Blaziken and Blissey.
Yeah, the chicken and the egg, I like that. Those being locked down. And there was a bit of a Chandelure hover there as well. And it looks like Noun's going to opt for what I like to consider, you know, Chandelure's older sister, you know, Gardevoir, been around the block a little bit longer. Similar kind of playstyle. You know, you get level 5, you get your big burst power spike online. You have an option to go for some stun, some crowd control if you want. On that Moonblast. And, you know, on the opposite side, though, a Decidueye pick, a character that has been used to try to counter some of these control mages with a little bit longer of a range. Interesting to see this Pokemon, not something we see very often. What are your thoughts?
Honestly, I probably would have preferred the Chandelure pick into here. Having both the lockdown potential of Umbreon and Chandelure, I feel like Nouns would have struggled. I'm kind of curious as to why they ended up opting for this Decidueye. As you mentioned, I guess it's just that longer range, being able to outrange Gardevoir potentially. However, I'm really interested to see how Reggie ends up playing this. They are running those attack weight stacks as well, so whether they're the ones that are going to be sent into that central area, whether they're going to end up opting for a lane here.
Yeah, typically what we see is maybe the Rowlet will start in one of these paths and then go back into the central area, or like you said, maybe they might start in the central area. They do like to do a little bit of swapping around. But that being said, having 2 of these level 5 evolution Pokemon on your side in that Blaziken and Decidueye means you do open up your early game to be a little bit risky if things go a little bit sour. Whereas on the other hand, Nouns, they've got the Sylveon who's going to be online really early, Phalanx will be online early, Slowbro who just recently got buffed, also stronger in the early game, and Nouns team that's known to really get ahead and stay ahead. Think they've got a composition that they like. Rework Respawn, we'll see if their counter pick can provide dividends here.
Yes, all of these answers will soon be, or questions will soon be answered, but we do have our winners final match. Nouns over on the purple side, Rework Respawn on the orange side. As we picked it, Rowlet is going to take that central area, as we're going to have some early pressure from this Phalanx, making sure to get those attack weight stacks in.
Yeah, and I like both Desu and Galu playing aggressive, understanding that Toon wants to come here and apply pressure as well. The only reason they're able to do this is because they have the knowledge that the enemy side does not have a central area Pokemon that can apply pressure, right? If Nouns knew that the other team had, say, a Leafeon or something, another evolution, they would not play aggressively like that. So understanding their limits there, really, really important and really, really good play to see on the side of Nouns here.
Well, we can see that we have that Dartrix waiting in the tall grass for those birds to spawn. Sylveon is going to come and join the party. However, is it a little bit too late? Maybe not, as we do have... no, them backing off onto the pad. Nouns Esports not able to grab any KOs or anything, just playing a little bit passively for the time being. As, well, I say that, and Tomb is lurking in that tall grass, potentially looking for that blue buff.
Yeah, if I had to guess what happened there is Bruv called in the bottom lane that, hey, the Umbreon's not here anymore. You guys need to leave. And that type of communication is really, really important from your side path players to relay that information to the rest of the team. So Nouns playing really well within their limits. Rework Respawn also understanding, what needs to be done to get them out of the early game. So both of these Titans, they're trading blow for blow, as even of a game as you can get as we get underway at the central area Altaria here.
Yeah, but Galu isn't going to worry about that. Instead, they're going to dive straight onto that Umbreon, try to get that KO. We do have that Curlier being able to win it down, but Umbreon still gets out on that minimal HP. We do have both of these supporters online now, having those heals for their team.
Yeah, the healers are online, but more importantly, throughout that exchange, Rework Respawn was not only able to secure more of the Altaria, but also get some points underway. Some much-needed stacks on both of these sides. As we Galu start the jump onto Blaziken, Blaziken forced to eject. This might provide just enough space for Galu to get a score, and I know he really wants to get this attack weight started off. Minato tries to go for the defense, isn't able to find it, and now Nouns finally able to say that they're going to be on the point leaderboard here as well.
I like how that Curlier backed off instead of dunking their points there, making sure that Phalanx had enough space to get in extra attack weight stacks. However, Slowbro, the sole defender in this bottom path, trying to just waste some time, as we do have the rest of Rework Respawn prioritizing that basement Reggie. This is something we've seen quite often throughout this tournament, is teams focusing on this Reggie Alecki as soon as they've broken this tier 1 pad.
Yeah, I think teams understanding more and more that in the end game, point lead is really what sets the difference, as we see Blissey go down here as well. And one of the best ways to start off with a point lead is through this Regieleki. Turns out maybe the solo queue players were a little bit more right than we might have given them credit for. We see Galu just piloting this Phalanx so well, takes down the Blaziken, who still doesn't have their Unite move. Couple Unite moves on the side of Rework Respawn being used as well from their ranged Pokemon. Takes down Galu on that Phalanx. So Nouns having to pay for this siege. There's another mean look onto Seryu as well. Can he make it out? There's a snarl on top of his head. And I think he's soon going to be going down as well. Trying to juke as much as he can. No, it's going to go down. And Nouns able to get some points in, but much needed experience going to the side of Rework Respawn there.
I guess that's the price worth paying. They're trying to get in the points. They're now at 219 to 121. But as you mentioned, it's giving up that valuable experience to Respawn. Considering they are behind in levels right now, they are starting to catch up. Decidueye has just hit level 11. So that is huge there. A huge trade-off there.
Yeah, it is a big trade-off, and Decidueye, we talked about it in the draft, it can outrange this Gardevoir and become really, really frustrating with those Spirit Shackles. Another thing we haven't really been able to address so far with the constant battling is this Krem isn't the typical dive build that we normally see, and they've opted for Hurricane Surf, so a full Mage Krem. And I think this is where they're going to get that control mage aspect, where they opted to not go Chandelure and convert that Cramorant into a little bit more of a control mage to give them that much needed crowd control.
It's just a matter of whether they can land these Hurricanes and Surfs, as we do have a bit of an Ingage Umbreon able to lock down that Phalanx and allows that Cramorant to use that Hurricane, push it up to the sky. However, two members of Rework Respawn are down. We do have the Gatling Bolt missile popping on out. However, it is just no match to Sylveon. However, they also get traded off by that knock from Decidueye, who also gets traded off as well. Absolutely insane KOs left and right. Able to get in a few dunks and allow Gatlu. Wait, never mind, a Blissey steal from Monado here.
Yeah, both of these teams doing their best basketball impressions. It starts with Seryu putting on the footwork on that Decidueye, dodging the last part of that knock, able to secure that KO with Side Shock. But then Blissey coming in with their best Kobe Bryant impression from downtown, able to steal away that objective. So well done by both sides. Going blow for blow here. As close of a game as we've had today. Experience definitely favoring Rework Respawn a little bit, but in exchange, Nouns got the point lead.
They do have a point lead, but it's not very much. It's only, roughly 40 points. The downside is Nouns are missing both of their T1s. However, they do have that comeback experience on their side. Fairy Frolic is going to pop on out and dodge that Spirit Shackle from that Decidueye. They are needing to back up into this Flux Zone, as Nouns Esports are looking to create this pressure. Fairy Singularity, definitely singling it out that Decidueye and taking it down. This pad is still left on 31 points, though. They need to get the KOs before they can dunk in anymore.
Yeah, I really like the attempt that Nouns is making here to take down this bottom pad with Toon diving behind the enemy pad. The reason why Nouns is after that bottom goal zone is that's a safe haven for Decidueye in the late game. When things start getting rough, Decidueye can go back into their Flux Zone and rely on the safety of their home base to provide them with much needed defense. Nouns understands that, Toon understands that very well, trying to find a way to push that bottom pad. But through the Spirit Shackles, the dive or the Surf Hurricane on the Cram, and just the sheer bulk on the side of Rework Respawn, they're able to keep that bottom pad alive. And it's going to be tough for Nouns in this late game. They've got the point lead, but like you mentioned, it's not enough. And they're making another siege on this bottom pad, Kelo.
Yeah, they have a 5-person push down here, looking to break it and create some space and potentially rip up this Regirock. However, we can see on the opposite end, Regieleki has been secured by Rework Respawn, but I don't think it's going to be too much of a threat, considering you still have that tier 2 pad to take the blow.
Yeah, I much prefer Nouns' position here. They've got a 100-point lead. They've also got the Regirock buff. So you see Toonsum going down low. Does he have the Fairy Frolic? Not quite enough as Toonsum goes down to start the fight. Now Rework Respawn needs to apply the pressure. They've got the one-man advantage here. Can they find a way into this fight? Or are they going to opt to just go for a score here? We saw Blissey earlier go for the score. They're going to opt to go for a point lead, settle things down. And now that point lead we were talking about Nouns having is swung to the side of Rework Respawn.
It's 90 points difference here. It's just a matter of defending this Rayquaza with all of their might. Funnily enough, nobody has utilized any of their Unite moves. As we say, that Cramorant uses it, but instantly gets knocked out. And now Esports are now going to find this opportunity to start poking at the Rayquaza.
That's that power of Phalanx, just doing so much burst damage. Nouns now, they're doing a really nice maneuver where they start on the Rayquaza and then they use that slow beam to try to take down the Blaziken. Nice Bliss assistance keeping them alive, but Nouns is staying compact. They've gotten the Cotton Guard from Eldegoss to keep them up, and they did start on this Rayquaza. They're the team that's behind, so they do need to make something happen. They're down the slow beam as well, so Rayquaza is getting low. Can a Spirit Shackle get in range or an overheat with an eject? It's going to come down to the secure. It's getting low. Who's going to get it? Goes to the side of Blaziken with the overheat. Albert is able to find it, and with Rework Respawn already having the point lead, 30 seconds left to go, I think this is going to be trouble for Nouns at the end of game number 1. What a beautiful secure from the side of Blaziken there.
Can always trust in the overheat secure. We do have an attempt from Brav to go in and get a back cap, 34 points. However, it's just not enough to match the amount of points that Rework Respawn were able to dunk in with their shields. Both of those pads are now broken for members down on the side of Nouns. There is not a lot that they can do to make a comeback. I mean, considering that match, Nouns seem to have been in the point lead for the longest time, but Rework Respawn, they were able to just catch up in levels, play it safe, and end up taking the lead.
Yeah, I think it all starts with the first KO of the fight where Toon goes down. I think he probably miscalculated his Fairy Frolic being up in time. Going down there kind of shifted the momentum. Rework Respawn had the ability to take back the point lead there, which puts the ball back into Nouns' corner, who is a team that doesn't have a good secure move here, right? Phalanx, maybe with the Iron Head, some Gardevoir moves might be okay, but they're no match in the name of Overheat and Spirit Shackle. I think another problem Nouns had, though, is their play around the slow beam today in general has been a little bit rough. We saw the slow beam get used on Blaziken, and I don't know if they had enough damage to get through that Bliss assistance, but they weren't able to capitalize off a KO there. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication. Not really sure what ended up happening there, but they do fall game number 1 in a position that I think they would prefer to be in most times. Up points with the Regirock buff. Unfortunate loss, but I'm sure they can bounce back.
I guess that's the outcome that you're looking for when you do use the Slowbro Slow Beam, is to secure that KO. However, when that can only dish out so much damage when you don't have that follow-up and the person that you lock down ends up getting out, it feels like such a waste. However, I mean, I did say during that match, Nouns allowed that Regieleki to crash into tier 2, but then we had the backcaps from both Blissey and Blaziken to then take the points lead and create that pressure onto Nouns to make a move on the Rayquaza.
Yeah, and that's where the game starts to get out of hand, right? If you're the team that's reliant on having a point lead, which Nouns was and they understood, the moment you lose it, the ball is in your court, and it all has to go around that slow beam play. I think if they were able to take back that game, what they probably would want to do is focus earlier on the Rayquaza while their slow beam is still up, and then when that Blaziken comes into overheat, boom, you snap, use that slow beam, stop the overheat, maybe Toon or another member of the team zones out that Spirit Shackle, and they can find a way to secure it. But this tournament is proving to be much needed practice as they're up against one of the best teams in the world, not only from Latin America, but in the world. And, you know, great game number 1 as we're moving on to the draft here in game number 2 with some similar bans.
I guess that's the brilliance of the Ingage Master Series. It's just a taste of what's to come at Worlds, considering these two teams have qualified. Obviously, there's probably not going to have that ping discrepancy, so it'll be a bit of an even playing field. However, you know what? Switching between them, they're able to manage that. But we are going to go in with the bands Mimikyu and Leafeon for the side of Nouns. Hooper and Sylveon was just a little bit too much of a threat in that previous match, I suppose?
Yeah, I mean, so far, identical draft situation. Just the Sylveon ban last game was a Mew ban, and Sylveon honestly makes a lot more sense given the metagame and what we've come to see, especially from Toonslim, who's been causing such a nuisance on that Pokemon. I have to see if he's going to opt for the Espeon, which we saw him play earlier in the tournament. Cramorant has been a popular pick for him, which isn't available. But in the meantime, Nouns has their eyes on some the two best all-rounders in the metagame, picking up both Phalanx and Blaziken for themselves.
They're splitting up the chicken and the egg. Unfortunate. However, Minotaur is going to pick up Blissey once again, so it'll be really interesting to see which all-rounder pick they're going to go this time round, considering Mimikyu and Blaziken and Phalanx are out of the mix.
And there's that Chandelure that you were looking for in game number 1, and I think this Pokemon has been a defining range Pokemon for today's metagame within this tournament. So good, solid pick to have some shutdown potential into things like Phalanx and Blaziken. Espeon pick on the side of Toon. Toon tends to pick more of these foundational glue type of Pokemon, like let Saryu and Gatlu kind of have the spotlight. Toon will find a way to do whatever he can on an evolution. Still manages to play really well on them. That being said, on the other side, there's a Serena. This has been one of those picks that has that single target lockdown potential, but such a greedy composition from the side of Rework Respawn. Two of these Pokemon, Chandelure and Serena, that need so much attention and farm in the early game.
I guess that's probably one of the issues here is you do need to try and get the Zarina, which I suppose would be going up into that top lane online in order for it to be effective, especially coming into that Phalanx comp as well. However, looking at this on pen and paper draft, who do you think might end up coming out on top here?
I prefer the style of play that Nouns has here, where they've got an evolution to get them out of the early game. They've got Pokemon that can scale well into the late game. They've got the Slowbro, and Slowbro, which has proven to be really, really good today. So I do give Nouns a slight edge, but again, a theme of the day has been like, if you can get online with your scaling Pokemon, which Rework Respawn did very well last game. They had that Decidueye all 9 fairly early with a couple attack weight stacks. If you can manage to get through that hard part of the early game, you've got a fine draft underway here as well. So it's going to come down to execution, which is always what you love to see.
Every match is different. It all depends on these plays. They are so important. If Rework Respawn are able to secure this win, they're going to lock in their spot in that grand final seat, a spot you definitely want to be in. So whether Nouns Esports can set this into a round 3 situation, we'll just have to wait and see.
And that's Serena we were talking about, going to the top path here, able to, maybe look for some stacks, potentially deny the Phalanx here as they are going to look for some secures. Neither team actually has a central area Pokemon that can get an early gank out of the way. One side's got the Blaziken, the other's got the Chandelure. So both of these laners are just going to have an honest 2v2 fight here.
I guess it's, you want that Blaziken to come online, get that level 8, that way you can get the switches in maneuverability. So I guess, prioritizing Gatlu's attack weight stacks. Mind you, they only managed to get 1 and were able to stop Zarina from not getting any as well, considering they were just fighting each other. However, we have a rotation from both our special attackers, Cramorant and Espeon, have come to join the party for a 4v4 up here.
Yeah, beautifully, mirrored positioning there, as Hitman does get caught by the Blaze Kick on Saryu. Phalanx, Gatlu on the other side is going to end up going down. Both of these teams trading blow for blow. Beautiful eject from Toon to get them out of harm's way on that flamethrower as well. But Saryu on the Blaziken, maybe a little bit overzealous there, is going to end up going down. But both of these teams seem like they understand each other really well. They're following the same scripts on both sides, as we see both of them trade blow for blow here. Slight advantage to the side of Nouns here, especially after Minato goes down. Adest is going to pick up that evolution, but it's still anyone's game.
It is still anyone's game. A few more stacks end up going in on either side, 24-10 in this early game. We saw this last time as well. It's that Hurricane, and I believe they'll probably end up going Surf Build. So really interesting to see both of those Cram moveouts come out into play in this tournament. However, majority of those birds do end up going to Rework Respawn. I think it was Toon that was able to pick up that large one at the end though.
Yeah, much needed experience goes his way. Psyshock this time the pick for Toonsome, so a lot of control mage picks from both sides. I think these teams really understanding that it's important to shut down some of these all-rounders that can get really scary throughout the game. Mean Look onto Seiryu, doesn't let him complete the entire Blaze Kick. Does set up a stomp, but it doesn't really matter. He charges an overheat, gets the damage reduction, takes down the enemy Serena, and able to turn the blow there as these topside Altaria spawn underway.
We do have 4 members of Nouns up here. We have about 15 seconds until those first objectives spawn. So whether they're going to end up, well, here we go. We do have a rotation. They're not going to prioritize the Reggie Alecki this time round. Instead, looking to put all their power into that basement Reggie.
Yeah, both of these teams showing what they really want to prioritize. I think Nouns know that they've got a good secure tool this time. They don't mind going for this basement Reggie, get those buffs underway. Rework Respawn kind of want to play the point game this game potentially, or just felt like they weren't going to be able to contest Nouns, so they're going to go for a bit of a trade here. What's important is that they're able to get their attack weight stacks up here. Nice ejects being traded out from both sides. Seryu's going to pick up the KO for himself though, and get this 40 dunk here. Much needed attack weight stacks, and again, both of these teams 1 point different, divides both of these two teams. The experience looks pretty much matched. Rotations are being matched. I feel like these teams both got the same script and they're just playing it to a T.
They're just mirroring each other right now. It's absolutely insane to see these plays and just how close they are in terms of skill, in terms of just the awareness they have as well. However, we do have Blissey widening that gap a little further for Rework Respawn with a little dunk. However, they do end up paying the price by getting sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, and for support mains out there, as you see Adesu get stomped on a little bit, what the Blissey is doing there is totally normal. They want to have their stacks, their special attack stacks, set up in the late game so their healing output goes up. Their KO doesn't really reflect a huge experience swing, so that's totally fine. This, on the other hand, if the Umbreon does get caught out here, could be troublesome as they're their main line of defense, forced to use that X speed and retreat. Both of these teams understanding each other so well. Cramorant finds a space on the bottom side, though, widening that gap again, Kelo.
Is left on 19 points though, so Nouns do have that bit of an advantage having the healing, but also being able to pivot back into that flux zone if a Rework or Respawn decide to push. However, Hitman ends up getting hit down themselves, sent back before that basement Reggie does spawn. However, more sneaky backcaps coming in from Rework or Respawn. After all, it is a points game, so you just got to get in the points where you can.
Yeah, it looks like these teams are trying to get ready for the Chinese beta here, trying to just score as many points as they can at any given opportunity. As the fight goes underway, Bliss Assist is under Suna, not able to connect in time to provide that damage reduction, does get the knockup, but not quite enough. Blissey also doesn't get that refunded. In the meantime, Seiryu was able to secure that Reggie Rock. So once again, Nouns opting to go for more of these combat-oriented power effects, whereas Rework Respawn much more focused on the point game.
And we do have that Reggie Alecki beginning now by that Chandelure. However, Felix is going to take the opportunity to go and chunk out so much damage, but the Imprison was able to shut it down from pushing any further, and now they're going to continue trying to get this Reggie Alecki, the Midnight Ignite, just to go and blind the Blissey and the Felix. That way they couldn't end up getting the steal.
Yeah, and interesting interaction comes into play here as the bottom pad's going to go down here as well, where the Flamethrower actually is able to reset even if it ends up hitting one of the baby Phalanx units, as they're still considered a unit for resetting when it comes to Flamethrower, which can reset off of wild Pokemon, which is kind of how those babies are coded in the game. If it was Gardevoir's Future Sight, for example, hitting one of the smaller ones wouldn't provide that full reset. So nice to see Reggie taking advantage of that, continuing their Flamethrower and their passive stacks, and really showing why this Chandelure pick in the Control Mage spot has been so pivotal to shutting down some of these more meta all-rounders.
Once again, we're going to have 4 members of Rework Respawn look at gathering together, seeing if they can possibly get some KOs or bait out some Unite moves. However, they are going to back away as Blaziken is going to charge up their Overheat and take down that Umbreon and look at pushing on back. However, once again, just the Imprison from the Chandelure being a great tool to just push back Nouns Esports.
Yeah, for a majority of this game, it started to feel like Rework Respawn's been in the driver's seat, but it's almost a little misguided here. As Nouns Esports, they're continuing the point lead. I know Rework's trying for these back caps, trying to widen that gap on their point side, but Nouns, once again, is going to have the combat power of this basement Reggie Ice coming into play for the final Rayquaza fight. And with their experience lead, they've got some stacks their way as well. Fight is going to be either teams to take, and Nouns being down a game, I'm sure they're hungry for this one.
I mean, before we go into this final stretch, we have 3 level 13s on the side of Nouns, 2 level 13s on the side of Rework Respawn. So whether Zarina is going to be able to tick on over in time, I'd say Nouns do have a bit of that advantage in terms of their levels. But it's all going to come down to whoever can get a catch out first.
Yeah, I think what Nouns is going to do is try to get this Rayquaza a little low. If Rework Respawn doesn't respond to it, Brub is going to look for a slow beam, and they're just going to look for the finish. Rayquaza's getting down to that 60% mark. This is where the explosiveness is going to come. Galu's starting it off. Rayquaza's getting low. I know the slow beam's about to arrive onto the candle. If they can get it, they don't even need it. Overheat secures that Rayquaza. Nouns playing that perfectly in the end there. Rework Respawn not respecting Nouns' ability to take down Rayquaza, despite being the team. Nice overheat eject out. Did it to Nouns the game before with the Blaziken. So Blaziken able to take down both Rayquazas this game. That being said, Nouns only 100 points ahead. If they can get that Hundo Breaker on home, I think that should be enough of a safety net as the surrender does come out, and Nouns able to take game number 2 to force a game number 3.
And this just further cements how close these two teams are. We have ourselves a round 3. Interestingly enough, Inder, I don't actually think I saw any of Rework Respawn enter that Rayquaza pit. Instead, they opted for the fight while Soraya just did their thing and burned down the Ray.
Yeah, it's easier, definitely from the observer perspective, to see Rayquaza go down in its HP bar, but this is a type of play that teams should come to expect when you're playing one of the best teams in the world. If you've got a Slowbro, you have a secure tool, and you have the ability to burn down Rayquaza, that's that trifecta that you can win any single game of Pokemon Unite if you don't respect that Rayquaza. And in my mind, I had the feeling that if this Ray gets to that 70-60% mark, Nouns is going to pull the trigger, which is something that they're wonderful at doing, and they ended up doing. They secure that game. So yeah, Rework Respawn not respecting Nouns' burst there, and I do agree with you that maybe they should have given a little bit more focus into that Ray pit sooner in that fight.
Look, we do have to bring in our resident analyst before we head on into round 3. Zoinks, did you have any thoughts there or anything that either of these teams need to do moving forward?
Well, I'll answer those questions separately, I think. I think that final fight was like, Inder, you were mentioning, that is the perfect trifecta that you were able to force. Also, I think they picked the best target priority they possibly could. They found the Blissey solo alone, and they had to use the Bliss assistance to save Blissey instead of an aggressive push, which it looked like they were trying to set up to do. Zarina moving on a bit of a flank, Blissey extending really far so they could probably try to line up that combination. Punished so hard by Gatlu intercepting that entire length of play, shuts them down. Blitz Assistance is forced to just hit whatever target they could. It lands on Reggie. Reggie has to try to put the Imprison down to stop the Phalanx, and all in all, the Chandelure is nowhere close to in position to try to out-secure the Rayquaza, probably their best option in the first place. So, just a great call-out by Nouns. I mean, they set up just a no-lose situation, really across the board, like you were mentioning. The team fight looked excellent. If we're looking at something that I would love for Rework Respawn to do, and I've been saying this for a while, I think people should be dropping this arena. I am really just not a fan of that particular pick. It doesn't seem like it's working out as well as on paper I think these teams are thinking it should. And honestly, there is some cracked Lucario players on Rework Respawn. I mean, let the dog out. That is what I would like to see in these specific drafts, if we're going to see something change up. Otherwise, very, very impressed with what these teams have had been able to put on. And honestly, I'm very jealous you two get to cast an incredible Game 3 of our Winners Final. So you two, take it away.
Thank
you so much, Zoinks.
All
yeah,
right,
I think... sorry, go ahead, Kelo.
Here we go, round 3. I mean, are we gonna end up seeing any different bans? Mimikyu, once again, a locked-in first ban, and Hooper.
Yeah, I think Slowbro ban definitely makes sense here as well. We'll see what Nouns wants to first pick. Blaziken's been the Pokemon of the series, been single-handedly winning both games, so what it appeared to be. I think they might want to elect for that themselves here. There's that Blaziken. I do agree with Zoinks is let the dog out. It's a Pokemon that I feel like when Lucario players' back is against the wall, it's the one Pokemon they want to see. Going back to Season 1, a lot of these players have put in thousands and thousands of games into Lucario, so it'd be fun to see it. No failings to counter it, but honestly, it's been looking good whenever we've seen it, so we'll see if they end up bringing it out anyways.
Rework respawns, sticking with what they know. Hitman making sure to lock in that Cramorant, not giving it over to the side of Nouns. However, this is something we don't really see very often. Bruv on the Snorlax. I love this. However, I'm curious why they ended up opting for this, considering they don't have a Hooper since it's been banned. But we know how effective. I think it was in one of the earlier games where we had the Snorlax just lock down one of the Garchomps up against the wall.
Yeah, that was nice. I think that was Zugrug on the Snorlax earlier, and Comfy Dodrio on the other side. I think if I'm trying to explain the Snorlax pick here, Nouns wanted to keep their options flexible. Trevenant being the typical defender you'd see in the spot, but Trevenant a Pokemon that typically needs a little bit of a stronger early game attacker in the lane to help secure it. This way, the Snorlax allows them to be flexible, send the Sylveon down in that path, which it looks like they might want to end up doing with Gatlu taking that central area instead. And then Snorlax can kind of be that early game threat. However, Rework Respawn kind of showing what the Latin American ladder demons are like. I think this is what, when you're in NA or you're in EU and you queue up for the ladder late at night and you start hitting Reggie and Sherlock and the rest of the Latin American players, these guys have put a lot of stacks to bed, is all I can really say. And they're bringing out everything that they've got. The Dojo, the Zoroark, the Comfy, even Cramorant can, couple well with this if they end up going to dive build. So it's going to be a really fun game to watch. I'm excited.
Talking about that, I feel like this is a solo queue's nightmare. Having the two Speedsters and the Comfey, not knowing, which one they're going to attach to, just both being as impactful as each other. But, it really depends. Do you think Minato is going to provide more assistance over to Reggie or the Dodrio here?
I think typically you're going to see it to Reggie on the Zoroark, and Dodrio is going to play more of like a map game where they're going for some of those back caps and just trying to develop a point lead and open up some space. I'm not sure, maybe my eyes fooled me, but I feel like I saw an energy amp on the Comfy, an item I don't think I've seen very much play in competitive on the Comfy, so I don't know if they're just trying to juice out a little bit extra Unite moves or what, but energy amp, an item that provides you with a damage amplification after using Unite move. Comfy, probably one of the least damage-oriented Pokemon in the game. I could be wrong, I might have been seeing things, so if I did, my bad, but if there's an energy amp on Comfy, I want to see what they're cooking.
You are absolutely correct. Minato is running the Experience Share, Energy Amp, and Cursed Incense on their side. So, I don't know, interesting choice of items, but we do have a bit of an invade from Adesu here. However, they are a little bit too late as Comfey was able to lock down that red buff.
Yeah, so the purpose of this invade is less to get one of the buffs. I think Adesu understanding these buffs might both be taken, and more to provide some vision to allow Gatlu to decide where to go. Here's Gatlu. Gatlu a little bit late, unfortunately, not able to get there in time, but they're going to be able to at least secure one Boltoy, which does mean that level 5 will be a little bit difficult to get on the side of Rework Respawn. But again, with these invades, it's always a give and take. If you're committing resources on one side, it means that you're giving up resources on the other, and we see this Dodrio who's almost level 5 with Zoroark, who is level 5 here, as Galu and Adesu both are going to end up going down.
I think that was a great play from Reggie to just leave that Boltoy over to Gatlu, instead prioritizing those back Bunnelbees, making sure to get their level 5. However, they do end up getting kicked against the wall by that Combustion. 2 members of Rework Respawn are down, allowing Nouns to secure all of those birds for themselves and look to get in some dunks in this top path as well.
Toon just showing an expert, specialization on his Pokemon. Face shaking that bush, which was really dangerous as he is going to end up going down as I compliment him there. But face shaking that bush into 2 speedsters can be really, really scary. He had his Combustion on his back, so he's able to push the limits there. And again, Nouns just baiting out the members of Rework Respawn into bushes where they have allies ready to help provide some backup assistance. And 2 much needed KOs to swing the momentum back to Nouns' favor.
I think the timing of those KOs were perfect as well, because it just allowed Gatlu to soak up all of the mid farm there, able to get closer to that level 8 for their Unite move. However, we do have Comfey attaching onto the Zoroark, making sure to utilize the tall grass and stay inconspicuous, looking for an ambush onto Blaziken here. However, they were able to dash on out.
Yeah, so one of the ways we talked about stopping the Comfey characters, obviously you could do it in draft with those single target lockdown. The other way is just to have a superior early game. Right, Toon, level 7, almost level 8, does get stuck in the mean look, but he's going to be absolutely fine with a Cotton Guard Palm Puff on him. Seiryu, already level 8, has that move reset as well, able to have multiple sources of dashes, and now Reggie on the Zoroark, this is the phase of the game where you really want to snowball and take control of the game, but he just can't find an appropriate target. If he wants to go on Galu, Galu's got his Unite move ready to go as well.
I think it's just the respect these teams are showing. However, we do have both of the objectives spawning. Rework Respawn aren't going to delay and look at shredding this Reggie Alecki. Gatlu did try to get a steal, or at least a KO. However, Reggie Alecki still goes over to the right. Rework Respawn along with a Reggie steal as well.
Yeah, so Galu did want to try to get that secure off their Unite move. Wasn't able to find it. Some good experience, at least on the side of the KOs. I believe Seiryu was the one that did get that Reggie steal on the bottom side. So Blaziken proving to be this objective control monster. And I'm starting to get a little concerned for the side of Rework Respawn. They haven't been able to find their snowball, which is normally where they would do it here, as Zoroark ends up going down once again. Dojio's going to go down. Galu picking up a 2-piece. Chaos Shrika 2 on his end. Beautiful heavy slam from Bruv. Able to extend it to Chaos Shrika 3. Make it a Chaos Shrika 4 for Galu. Can he convert it into a Penta? This is normally where if I'm playing solo queue, I'm like, come on, Umbreon. Just walk up. Just give it to me. Give us the Twitter clip already. But well done by the side of Nouns here to stay in the game.
Look, you've got to get some healing from that Pollen Puff before diving on in. However, they were able to pick up an extra KO. Not really a 5 KO streak because it was a little bit too late. However, the pressure is on up in this top path. Some dunks are looking to go in. No, they're going to wait to do their quick math. Maybe secure some wild Pokemon before going and breaking it.
Yeah, I think Nouns recognizing that they don't have an opportunity for a good overdunk. They're in the driver's seat right now. And Rework Respawn doesn't really possess the ability to take down Nouns as long as Nouns plays this correctly. So leaving that pad open, forcing Rework Respawn to play up here instead of having the safety of their back in DD farm. I like this play by Nouns. Gonna see if Toon can survive this gang. Nice little Mystical Fire, able to get out of ways from that Dropek. And we'll see if Toon can do it again. He's got the Mystical Fire, gets stuck in the mean look, but the Dojo Unite move forces him away. Fairy Frolic as well. Toon just living on the edge right here. He's gonna proc that focus band. There's the Gatling gun from the side of Cranberry, and finally the doors are open for Rework Respawn. They're able to find a footing in the game, and maybe they can start blowing the snowball open up and try to find a way back into this game.
My oh my, that was a game of chicken between both of those teams, and you have that 3-headed chicken coming out on top, being able to go and break that tier 1, but also secure themselves that Regieleki. Mind you, they are behind in points, however, they are going to use this opportunity to just soak up any extra experience that they can, considering Rework Respawn. They have 2 level 9s on their side, and we already have a level 13 Blaziken on the side of Nouns.
Yeah, Seiryu is going to be a problem. He wasn't able to be present in that fight. But this Regieleki's still alive, not quite as it goes down. Momentum's going to go back towards Nouns as the Stojo is going to end up going down. Rework Respawn, they were able to find a way to open the door, but I think Nouns still has the apartment building in their way as Toonslim understands the limits of his character, stepping up once again. Nouns wants to get further ahead in this point lead if they can. They're pushing up forward. Toon's going to end up going down on the Sylveon there, and the rest of Nouns might be in some trouble. 4 members of Nouns down to the side of Zorak. Happened so fast, it wasn't even able to catch exactly how that ended up going down. So 100 points might swing. 50 and a bit of change for the side of Rework Respawn. And every time Nouns comes back in the game, Rework respawns there with another jab. So both of these teams showing why they were mirroring each other in the previous game and why they're some of the best in their respective regions.
This is just allowing Rework Respawn to catch on up. They now have that point lead. They now have 2 level 13s over on their side. Before we have that final stretch, we have 1 additional basement Reggie that is about to spawn. So whether any of these teams are going to prioritize and try lock that down, or whether we're going to end up seeing some sneaky back caps instead, and a potential Regieleki secure by this Umbreon and Zorak that we can see waiting in the top side.
I like Nouns' positioning here on the bottom side, and they're gifted with their superior positioning with their Registeel, oftentimes the more favorable basement Regi buff. However, we're going to see Rework Respawn go for this topside Regieleki, and if we're thinking back to game number 1, there was a similar setup here where Nouns got the basement Regi, they gave up the Regieleki, and because of an early KO, an early fall by Toonslim, this Rework Respawn was able to swing the points back into their favor and take away that game. I don't know if the same thing's going to happen this game, but we're going to see Nouns try to step up and maybe not make history repeat itself here.
I feel like Nouns are aware of this, which is why they're poking at the Rayquaza. That way they're not trying to give Rework Respawn the opportunity to go and get that back cap. You do have the Zorak looking in for a bit of a flank. A great drill peck onto the members of Nouns Esports, followed up with that triple trample. However, we do have 3 members of Rework Respawn down at the moment, and it's only a half HP Zoroark left standing, and the overheat secure from Sorayu. There's not much that Reggie can do right now, as they do have a Leafeon with shields on their tail.
Yeah, I suppose the difference maker in this game and in the last 2 games has been Blaziken. Blaziken able to secure every single Rayquaza in this set, applied a lot of pressure initially onto the Umbreon, and when Rework Respawn went for their advancement, it just wasn't enough. The members of Nouns are just too tanky in this late game, and they had the firepower to return back with that Registeel buff they were able to get. So Nouns, in game number 1, I think this is what the result that they were hoping to have with the superior combat power. And in game number 3, made some adjustments to the draft, took Blaziken for themselves, and they're able to execute their game plan just the way that they wanted.
Look, Rework Respawn, they're not going to give on up yet. Instead, they're going to try to get some KOs. There is still 30 seconds left on the clock. However, 4 members are down. Only a Dodrio with 43 points. And you know what? Even with the double points, with more dunks going into that home base, these points don't really mean anything to Rework Respawn right now.
Yeah, I think Rework Respawn kind of, reading the writing on the wall here, understanding that their run is over, but, they had a phenomenal run to get themselves to this point, going undefeated in the open qualifier, able to make it all the way to a top 3 finish in the Ingage Grand Finals here. They're going to be dropping down to the lower bracket, right, where they're going to be facing off against the Orange Juicers. So it's not quite over for them yet. And that's going to be just an exciting of a matchup as we just had between Nouns and Rework here.
Alrighty, we can see the stats. Gatlu being able to pick up themselves 14 KOs, multiple KO streaks. However, Sorayu receiving that MVP, obviously locking down the majority of their objectives for the side of Nouns.
Yeah, the objective secures have been the name of the game, and it's not new to this event. I think Blaziken we saw at NAIC be responsible for a lot of game-winning plays, leading up to the regional finals for all the respective regions as well. Blaziken's just been such an important pick But I know we've had a very eager soul watching these games. Zoinks, what do you think about the play from both of these teams?
All right, I give the credit to both of you. Yes, Blaziken was the key to success in these matches. But let's not forget, I think that final fight was won on the back of Gatlu's Leafeon. I mean, the entire match was kind of an amazing showing. I think double-digit KOs. I think rocking up to like 13 or 14 KOs in total. But the ability to not only KO the Dodrio kind of mid-Unite move or just post-Unite move, and then to hold onto their own Emerald 2-step to make sure they could knock out the Comfey before it could reattach to the Zoroark. It just felt like as soon as one of the core damage dealers, one of the double birds, is knocked out of Rework Respawn side, there maybe could count on the Zoroark, but with no Comfey pocket and all of that being shut down by Gatlu, I was extremely impressed. So it's kind of 2 games in a row from Gatlu that I think they had key moments in the final fights that looked electric. So definitely a big fan of that specific matchup.
But as we mentioned, it isn't over for Rework Respawn just yet, as they are going to be heading on down into that losers bracket and facing up against Orange Juices. So before that match of the losers final, we are going to take ourselves a quick little break. So make sure to hydrate, grab some snacks, and we'll be back shortly. While you folks were grabbing your snacks, we've decided to grab a snack of our own. Doobsnax! Howdy Doobsnax, how you feeling today?
I'm doing good. I'm excited. Been watching the tournament. You all have been carrying hard, so I'm excited to be a part of it and just got to limp this thing over the finish line. But man, top 3 teams, 3 regions. This is a pretty good event.
Oh, 100%. It has been an absolute ball. But for those folks that are just joining us over at the Ingage Master Series, we are now heading into that lower bracket final. We have a Rework Respawn who have just been knocked down by Nouns Esports, and Orange Juices have had a bit of a break. But Inder, I know you're going to be putting on that analytic hat for this match. Any thoughts before we head on in?
Yeah, we've got a bit of a rematch from earlier today. We saw Orange Juicers go up against Rework Respawn. Despite being their coach or analyst, sub, whatever you want to say, I actually had Rework Respawn 2-1 favored, and that's what ended up happening. I do want to give the edge now back to the Orange Juicers. I think they've had some time to marinate in their own orange juice, and they've been cooking up some good counter picks throughout the meta of this tournament alone. So I think they're here to play. I think they're teed up. Machizel's finally awake, and I'm excited to see some great games.
We are definitely excited. I'm glad that he's awake because, I'm starting to crash myself being on the opposite side of the world, but I'm sure we'll be fine. The excitement is brewing. We're going to push through it, folks, just like these two teams need to continue pushing on through because it has been a pretty long day so far, but even in a pretty long couple of weeks, the amount of games they've had to actually get to this point, it all started with the ladder rounds. And then we also had our group stage, and then we had the top 16, and now we're top 8 to top 3. So kind of wild.
Yeah, I mean, despite the variance that you can find at Pokemon Unite, right, flipping array or what have you, it always seems like the top teams do rise to the top. The cream does rise to the top. And these are 3 of the best teams in their region, right? And it's hard to discount the work they've put in and the performance they're putting on in this event right now. So, I mean, if we started this thing way back on day 1, you said, hey, our top 3 teams are going to be Nouns, Juicers, and Rework Respawn, you'd go, yeah, okay, that seems pretty predictable and pretty on point. And unsurprisingly, those teams have made it back here right now.
I'm wondering if this is going to be a reflection of what we see at Worlds. Mind you, there are going to be a lot more regions involved at Worlds, but I guess just a little taste of, what's to come. And you know what? Some great practice for these teams, especially during this break period.
Yeah, one of the things that kind of took the competitive scene by surprise was the reintroduction of these EX Pokemon. So I know teams haven't been able to really rely on the ladder, the in-game ladder for practice as they normally would have. So tournaments like this, community tournaments, everyone, the fans coming together, production, everyone being able to put on a show, as well as give these teams some much needed practice has been really, really important. It's our first, major event of the balance patch as we see the draft underway, and I'll leave you guys with the Greninja band. Enjoy.
Thanks, and I'm not too sure if I'm happy about this Greninja ban. Whether this is actually serious or not, I don't know. What are your thoughts, Dupe?
Off the rip, I think somebody's just kind of sleeping at the wheel. But I've been wrong
And it's
before,
not me.
and I'm more than happy to be wrong again. I mean, maybe there's a soul read here. I don't particularly believe in that. But Rework Respawn getting this first pick, we'll see what they equip themselves with. As we've seen some pretty standard bans across the rest of the way here. Mimikyu, Slowbro, Hoopa, of course. And Umbreon, unsurprising, locked in. Because across the way from them on OJ is Zugrug, one of the best Umbreons moving right now.
Yeah, you've got to take that away from them. So it'll be really interesting to see what lock-ins we have on the side. Oh, see a Miraidon? No, they're going to go over to a Cinderace pick. I guess Flareon's is just really trying to decide which attacker they want to fall onto. It ends up being the bird with the fish in the mouth, Cramorant.
Yeah, Cramorant, what a glow up it's gotten since it's gotten all its bug fixes, right? And its moves gassed up a little bit. I mean, it's been everywhere and it looks phenomenal. Meanwhile, we're taking a quick look at Rework Respawn. Hitman quickly going to the Espeon. Looks like we might get a Leafeon lock. No, Eldegoss lock. But that Leafeon has been incredibly impressive, especially what we just saw in the hands of Gatlu. So it's got to be on their radar for sure.
Well, considering the team didn't end up picking Leafeon up for themselves, Kratos is hovering over it. Whether we're going to end up getting baited again, yeah, we are. Instead, they have opted for a different speedster, being that of Zoroark, and we've seen some incredible Zoroark games today. However, Reggie, knowing they have a Zoroark, are they going to lock in that comfort that they were hovering over, or maybe a speedster of their own?
I don't feel like they're going to go into the direction of Comfy right now, right? You pick the Eldegoss, maybe trying to bait it back across the other way, right? It's a Gengar. I know Zoinks just popped off watching the stream right now. A Gengar has been officially locked in. That is a green check mark, Kilo.
That isn't the only ghost we are going to see during this match. We're also going to see the Aegis being picked on up as well. So double ghost comp here. The rainbow comp on either side as well, locking in one of each role.
Listen, that is exactly what we are looking for here. Just, the Roy G. Biv of these Pokemon Unite compositions. Gengar's been locked, and we're in the losers finals of a big event. I mean, these teams have been playing for a long time, and they decided to put their eggs into the Gengar basket.
I mean, you talk about balanced teams. Is this the true balance that you need? A one defender, supporter, speedster, attacker, and all-rounder? I guess it's interesting to see these compositions where normally we'll see like a double defender. I mean, we've even seen a double speedster comp today. But I guess, all is on the line considering this is the lower bracket. However, it is that first match. But I guess looking at this team composition here, I am a little bit worried for this Gengar and Aegis considering they do have that 3-tier evolution. They only have that one 3-tier evolution on the side of OJ's, being that of the Blaziken.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that big of a hurdle. The big hurdle for me is this Gengar. There is some good targets on the side of OJ, but if they aren't hitting those targets and closing the door on those individuals, it's going to be a tough time. I mean, there's a reason Gengar hasn't really been picked in the competitive scene. So, hold your breath, folks. Rework, Respawn, putting it on the ghost type to get it done.
Here we go. First match of the lower bracket finals. Rework, Respawn, and Orange Juices are both going to send those speedsters into that central area. You do have that Gossifleur going and helping out that Ghastly. I guess, Ghastly early game, it can't really do a lot.
Can't do much, but it does have that really cool, lick pull, which is not nothing. Yeah. Which, if it was in lane, I guess that would be a little bit more relevant. But Gossifleur just making sure that the invasion doesn't happen too quickly. Espeon pressuring back the other way. That is a Shedinjadal popped out of, I think that's the Han Edge. Not quite Aegis yet, of course.
However, we still don't have a Zoroark online. Thankfully, they do have some bag of Bunnelbees that were left for them. Gonna lock in this Boltoy. However, this is going to give the opportunity for Rework Respawn to come on in and empty out their pockets.
Well, Zoroark has hit their mark, and they feign attack in. Quite get their target, but there's 4 players moving for Rework Respawn, and some low evolutions on the side of the Juicers. Maybe not expecting this top path pressure in the form of 4 players, and they kind of got away with one. Scored a decent amount of points and got all the experience in the middle.
We've actually seen this quite a fair bit. It's the 4-person push on either side, leaving the defenders down in that bottom path. However, Zoroark isn't going to delay, going to soak up their buffs. That way, there is no threat of an invade. Rework Respawn, they have a different thing on their mind, looking to potentially dunk in some extra Eos energy. However, Snorlax and Kremmer are doing a great job of defending that.
Yeah, great pivot by Zoroark, too. We actually saw them move down and then move back up as Espeon is able to sort out Flareons on that Cramorant. Of course, Hitman acting like a Hitman and putting one through their forehead.
As we pivot up into the top path, Dunks end up getting denied by that sword. However, Zoroark was able to dodge that and get in some dunks of their own, being able to take down that Doublade and dunk in some more points for their attack weight.
Well, we're trying to eat on some nightmares here as they're chasing down this Blissey. Reggie wants this knockout, and they're getting taken for a ride by Roland. Roland sees that there's a Doublade right there to cut them off. Can they finally close out the KO? Man, they need to. Doublade sorts it out, and that is a breath of fresh air for Rework Respawn here, as Roland, like I said, was just taking them all over the map.
I guess it's just that time wasted there by the Blissey. Not too much of a threat. However, Espeon has popped their Unite move, not able to pick the KO up on that Cramorant, so they're not going to actually have this for the objective spawns.
A pretty good job by Hitman in a 2v1 situation, you know, putting good pressure on Flareon's, buying time. Aegislash is here. They actually get the KO there, and now it's just Snorlax hanging out, watching Pad as it's the 2 versus 1 the other way. Still nobody interested in this basement objective yet as the Machizzler rolls up top. Blaziken's already chipping in the Regieleki. We're trying to square up for a fight. We've got the Egg Bomb on the Umbreon. Umbreon's right in there, snarling all over him. Can't get it done. Secured is the Registeel downstairs, and now Rework Respawn might be able to make a push. They're looking for a target. Blaziken's charged up. We're in a mean look as well, but Gengar Blender is here. KO goes down. Regieleki finally getting focused on by Machizzle. Converts on the Umbreon. We got 2 down for Rework Respawn, and OJ coming to life.
That was a great turnaround from that Zoroark, knowing that those members were on such low HP, an attempt to try and break this goal. However, Minato is putting in the work by denying that Zoroark from getting in that big dunk.
Look at this. Umbreon going back through Machizzle, sitting on top of Regieleki a little bit. Getting split off is Roland, and Roland is going to eat just a quick little Shadow Ball here. We'll see if we can get a KO. Aegislash gets 2 the other way. We see that off screen as Roland is closed out, but this Regieleki is still standing. These teams have been prioritizing top, but this objective has stayed up for a long, long time, Kelo.
Yeah, while this objective has stayed on up, we can see there is that Registeel buff around Minato there. So able to secure both of those objectives for their side. Now that's going to create pressure, and Orange Juicers don't want to let this crash on in. Considering it's left at 24 points, that's going to leave 4 points on and that potential for a massive overcap. However, they're going to deal with it. Rework Respawn are aware of this. Instead, they're going to go and pivot all of their efforts elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable, right? You know, look for an opportunity somewhere else. You know, obviously OJ is putting the pressure on that Regieleki to make sure it can't hit, and that's what they're doing. They're just buying time, they're surveying the situation, and this scoreline is only separated by, what, 27 points, if my math is right? So there's a lot for these teams to scrap for, and the second basement Reggie is already up.
Yeah, but looking at the levels, we have 3 level 11s on the side of Rework Respawn. They have that positioning, only leaving this Snorlax, who has popped up their block, however, ends up getting caught out in the mean look. Nowhere to run, and it is going to stop that heavy slam. We're going to have a little bit of an Ingage, just popping out those moves, seeing if they can catch anyone unawares.
Well, Zugrog knows that the Gengar's close. Gengar looks into the back line. They get on top of the Blissey. Can they convert? No, they're kind of getting blocked away from the rest of the team here. And now they have to use their Unite move just to get out. Is there a target that they can underground swim to? Zugrog's taking a ton of damage. They get popped by the Gengar. Is the next one on the chopping block? No, the Zoroark uses their Unite move, and the Cramorant pops theirs as well. And now we're just firing at all the targets. And the Cowboy Cram, getting the wanted signs just ripped down. Orange Juicers take the second basement Reggie and are looking to get a score lead going for themselves too.
This is why I love Cramorant, just the Unite move to go and create that space. However, they do end up diving a little bit too far into that flux zone, get caught on out, as we do have Orange Juicers continuing to fall on down. Snorlax just taking a quick nap before going and defending this pad. However, can they even stop it?
I mean, Aegislash is already all over the Zoroark. They have to feint attack away, actually, as now they're trying to get their points in back. Nice little Hurricane out of Cram to stall all those scores, but the Gengar finds another one. Zoroark is down, moving through. The Sword is chopping them up like they're on an episode of Top Chef. We're in the back line. Espeon gets credit for 2. We're still moving forward. Blaziken looking for the cutoff here. Kratos gets buckled by the Gengar. Listen, that Gengar might be a ghost, but it's wearing a Proton Pack. It's got Egon Spangler's glasses on, and that ghost is busting right now.
Oh my gosh, that was a great push from Rework Respawn. The fact that none of their members ended up going down, being able to break down that goal, it is 199 to 123. I mean, Orange Juices, they're not too far behind considering they do have this level 13 Zorak on their side. But there is still the question of this Reggie Alecki up in this top path. Now, we have seen this a lot from Minato today. Just going in and getting those sneaky back caps wherever they are. Just such aggressive plays here from this Eldegoss.
Absolutely. Listen, Rework Respawn did great work downstairs. They pivot back. They're insulating themselves. They've got the point lead. They give up the Regieleki, and this is going to be a safe catch situation. What they don't want happening, though, is OJ doing a big map pivot and smashing through their bot path here. It looks like OJ is actually going to react to wherever Rework Respawn is and see if they can get a couple catches. Now, Machisler's in the back line. We've got a Rayquaza that just hit the map, but they can't find a premium target, while Kratos is going to get 88 downstairs and put them just shy of the point lead.
290 to 211. However, this is going to bring it to a close game. Machisel, aware of this, they are going to go and start the Rayquaza. However, they're not going to commit as they still have to try and deal with the rest of the members of Rework Respawn here.
ABC, the first one to take a ton of damage. The Umbreon's there. Machisel gets popped up by, I believe, like a Cotton Spore pop. They catch the Bliss Assistance in the middle and trying to get out his Gengar. They use their Unite move again as a retreating tool. Right into the middle, Umbreon pops their Unite move. They're looking for a target. Can they get into the back line? Oh, man, Roland is able to get just enough space. Zugrog is completely separated for the team, but everybody on OJ is still standing. They bought enough time for Flareons to come back into the mix and put some real pressure on. Rayquaza's getting ripped. It's about 15%. Who's going to close the door on it? Machisel just hanging out looking for an engagement in, but they need a secure tool taken by Espeon. Great little move there. Cram Unite is out. They're going to try and rip some shields down, but Eldegoss makes it out with theirs, but only carrying 15 points. Hitman, on the other hand, got a full burger on their plate.
Yeah, they're looking to go and dunk this, trying to get the Psyshock. However, they do end up missing the Blissey. But nonetheless, Orange Juices are going to go in with that surrender. I mean, it was really interesting there from Machisel on the Zorak. You could see them just lurking about that top side of the Rayquaza as Rework Respawn were shredding down that Rayquaza. They still had their Unite move on hand, and I think they were going in for that play of, I'm going to dash on in and hope that I can Unite move steal. However, things did not go in their favor at all. Gengar is not a Pokemon we see very often, but the fact that Reggie was able to pick up 11 KOs, 82k damage as well.
Yeah, like I said when we were loading in, right, Gengar theoretically has some solid targets on the other side, and Reggie was finding them. That's what's important, right? Rarely was Reggie having to engage on Zug. Rarely was Reggie having to engage on Roland. They were getting on top of the Machisler. They were getting on top of Flareons, getting on top of Kratos, and really disturbing their ability on the side of Orange Juicers to push back and take care of the squishier targets on the side of Rework Respawn. So, I mean, are we in the Gengar meta as the chat is throwing out there? I don't know, but what I can tell you is that's the best it's looked in a competitive environment that I've ever seen.
I absolutely love to see it. It was not just Reggie as well. It was the Aegislash being picked on out. An all-rounder we haven't seen at all today, especially coming into Phalanx, Blaziken, I guess Serena being one of the top three. Mimikyu just constantly receiving the ban. It just goes to show that Aegislash is still a really good all-rounder pick.
It really is. I mean, Wide Guard, just that ability in general against any of the Pokemon that we're seeing on the side of Orange Juicers, you know, does so much work. A great secure tool didn't really need to be used, right? The coup de grace, that big Unite, Sword Slash coming down, but they were finding KOs and closing on targets, and they're engaging at the same time as Reggie, which is what was really important there. Espeon being able to play at range, just a little bit of disruption with its ability set, really just kind of worked to show that this might actually be a cohesive plan that Rework Respawn has had in their back pocket and needed to pull out for the Orange Juicers.
I guess that's the thing. It's not considered really a meta team composition that we'd see very often, but the moves just work so well into each other. As you mentioned, it's the wide guard stun, but also the mean look from that Umbreon, just allowing Reggie to go in and get those finishing blows. Even with Hitman locking in Psyshock instead of that stored power move, worked really well in their favor. So as I said, it's you look at it at first and it's like, oh, this is a bit odd, but they actually demonstrated that off meta picks can still work really well, and I guess catch the opposite team off guard.
Yeah, I mean, a unique thing that happened specifically in that match is the ability for both Gengar and Aegislash to move past Zugrug's block. We saw it a couple times, right? We had like the boosted autos. The wide guard use was able to help. Who was it? Name's complete. Wasn't Reggie. Whatever, doesn't matter. Help the Aegislash get behind the block to be able to put pressure that way. And of course, Gengar's Unite can also just completely evade the block as well. So them being able to stress that back line is exactly getting the targets they wanted. And guess what? I mean, this whole thing started off with Rework Respawn banning Greninja. So if that was a mispick, they might actually have themselves a real draft on their hands. We'll see what happens.
I guess it was just one of those picks that didn't really mean a lot to them. Interesting, we didn't actually see a Leafeon pick the previous match, so whether we're actually going to end up seeing this evolution come out into play. But two very popular picks of the day, the Slowbro and the Mimikyu locked on in, and two supporters taken off the map as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to put us in the direction, of course, like, we just saw Clefable pop up for a second. Eldegoss is going to be at a premium now as well. Like, that's just incredibly good. But it also might be an attempt at by Orange Juicers to force Rework Respawn into a Comfy scenario, and then it's just like a quantity that you know how to deal with.
But we can see Hitman that is hovering over this Alolan Ninetales. They have been playing Cramorant quite a fair bit, but instead they are going to go in for the last minute switch and taking that Blaziken away from Kratos.
Yeah, and Blaziken has been incredibly good, right? Mentioned by Inder before, every team that won in the previous best of 3 that involved Rework, Respawn, and Nouns had the Blaziken on their team. And bang, actually banning out the supporters so that Orange Juicers can go in the way of a Zoroark with a Comfy pocket.
And Monato's just going to stick with what they know best, which is going to be that Eldegoss. Once again, still hovering over this Alolan Ninetales. Whether they're going to end up locking in. No, they're going to opt for the Sylveon pick here. So whether this is going to end up being that Hyper Voice pick or whether it's going to be that chase down of the Mystical Fire, we'll wait and see. However, Zugrug, hovering over that Trevenant. I always love to see Trevenant out on the field. And I was going to say, is this why we ended up seeing that Greninja ban? Flareon's playing it? No, they're gonna go for Cramorant once again.
Yeah, maybe it was just like a tip of the cap, like this is why they maybe banned it, but really you just take Cramorant here, which is incredibly, incredibly strong. Reggie's going to have the last pick of this draft. We'll see where they go. And is it going to be a Gengar game again, Kelo? Please be still my heart.
The thing is, fool me once with the Gengar pick. Can they fool them twice with the Gengar pick? I guess looking on into the opposite team comp, yeah, you want to try and dive onto Flareons and onto that Zoroark. However, having that Comfey pocket to possibly get the stuns, I feel like this is going to be a bit of a harder match for Reggie to get the lockdowns, considering, well, they don't have the Aegis/stuns over on their side, nor the Espeon either.
It might just be a reactive pick to Cramorant, I guess, at this point. I mean, that seems like the truly the best target. If you can catch Machizzle without the Comfey on it, you've got a chance. I mean, it does stress Zugrug in a unique way. They're going to have to always be turtling around their, around this Cramorant, around this Zoroark, which Zoroark, with its mobility, doesn't necessarily want to be pinned in one spot, so Zugrug can give them the cover. So, I mean, maybe this is just, 18D chess out of Rework Respawn.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see how this match ends up panning out. Now, just a reminder, this is the lower bracket final. So if we do have Rework Respawn being able to take this victory, they will go up and face against Nouns once again. However, maybe we might end up seeing a big turnaround from OJs, considering they have played pretty well today as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. But this is going into game 2. And now they need to win 2 on the hop because Rework Respawn are on the doorstep of going to the grand finals here, the Ingage Master Series. Quickly is Rolling going to make sure that Machisel can get up to Zoroark because we know that Zorua struggles in the early game.
Yeah, it struggles along with that Ghastly. So making sure not only, as I said, as you mentioned, the protection for the invades, but also to secure the Gossifleur with the red buff as well. Torchic is able to get themselves attack weight stack and able to use their move to get away from that Phalanx.
Yeah, just barely. That would have been a great KO for Kratos if they could have picked it up. Unfortunately, not willing to play ball right there. Now, we do have a great flank going in, and this is going to be a disaster here for Rework Respawn. Can they just close out the KOs? They let the Gospler off the hook. They want the chicken. They put the chicken down, and they ate that thing up. Here's Haunter looking to provide a little bit of cover fire on that pad because we've got some 850 birds about to spawn.
Yeah, we are going to have that 4-person push up in the top path. Hitman is looking to join the party. However, they're going to wait in that tall grass. Those birds end up getting soaked on up. Now, whether the teams are going to end up playing passively or aggressively here, it looks like they're just going in for a bit of a rotation. And I guess Machisel and the Comfort going in for a bit of an invade while Haunter is distracted down in the bot path.
Yeah, I'm actually stressed out if I'm Rework Respawn because our Gossifleur is still level 3. They need to evolve, and right behind them, going to go on a huge flank, is Machisel and Rolling. They're going to try and get some stacks, and if that goes in, they might evolve here. Finally, the Eldegoss does, but Kratos can put Minotaur in the blender.
As we did have Machisel and the Comfort going with the invade, you do have a bit of an ambush by a Soul Combustion. Oh no, they did have that Haunter by their side. However, they do end up getting out empty-handed.
Yeah, and I'm glad they did get out. However, as a general Combustion hater, the ugliest Pokemon to exist, I wouldn't have minded too much if they got that KO. Still's hitting at level 6. Unfortunately, still a Combustion, putting the pressure on after using the illusion. Is Machisel still hanging on to Roland, but now they've got Kratos there. Reggie, we're right behind him, going to be able to put some pressure as the Haunter themselves. They go straight for Kratos, who uses their ability to bounce right on out of there, but we are feign attacking onto this squad. Combustion's at half HP. We rage on here. Rework Respawn really have to just turtle up on this goal zone here, Kelo.
I think it was more just about creating that pressure, keeping them on that pad, waiting for those birds to spawn. However, we do have that Phalanx falling. Full heal, I believe that was popped by Reggie there, making sure not to succumb to the suppression tools. Blaziken being able to pick up 2 KO streaks, and now this might create enough space for Rework Respawn to take this top base. They deal with Flareons at that Crimorant and push them back all the way to tier 2.
I mean, Blaziken, just so much pressure, right? Was able to dash through the flux zone, actually stop Flareons and Kratos from pushing forward. They close the goal zone. They have a huge lead. And look the confidence that Minotaur's playing with right now. They're on a solo mission, just gathering information, putting themselves in the lion's den in the face of a Zoro with a Comfy, completely unafraid, knowing the rest of Rework Respawn is with them, and they can make some absolute magic happen here. Albergi just moving forward. They're going to sit on top of this Regieleki themselves and just try to put pressure with it on Kratos. Flareons again has to show up, and it's really just this resource exchange that Rework Respawn seems to be winning all over the map, Kelo.
I was a little bit worried there for a second. Kratos was about to push in that Regieleki into their home base with the no retreat and Mega Horn. However, as we pivot down into this bot side, Reg Ice was able to be secured by Orange Juice's Machisel, so that is going to give him that little bit of HP regeneration, as Trevenant is going to push all of the Swablos and Altaria over to their side. Meanwhile, Zoroark ends up utilizing their Unite move along with Umbreon.
Yeah, forced out, I believe, the tall grass as well, just to make sure that the Zora could stay standing. But Rework Respawn is unfazed. They're moving forward. They all have the Forest Curse mark, but they don't really care. I mean, Zugrug was putting that mean look, and they're able to just easily walk away. And now Reggie's actually moving in parallel with Machizzle, making sure that they can't get too froggy into their own central area.
Right, we're almost at that halfway mark. It's 55 to 128. However, looking at the levels, it is quite even. I'd say Orange Juices, while they are behind in points, they definitely have a bit or more of a level advantage, considering Eldegoss is still sitting at that level 8.
Yeah, really, really struggling here. However, they're doing a good job given the resource deficiency on the level portion, but still stressing the map incredibly well, as I mentioned. Nice unite by Kratos to get on top of this gold pad, pick up a KO for themselves on the Eldegoss, really make sure that they aren't getting any far ahead. Of course, Al just moving through. Now they're in the blender between 3 players. They get Hornleech pinned against the wall, popped up, put down. Zorak is there to close the deal, and Rework Respawn still sitting on their own gold pad. Can't quite get an engagement on top of Zorua just yet, but now Rework Respawn's moving with 3. Zugrog is there, so is Flareon's. Pressure going back the other way because Juicers have the levels, Kelo.
They have the levels and they're looking to try and take the point advantage here. However, they end up getting denied by both that Gengar and that Blaziken. No 40 points for Machizzle. Instead, they're going to try and take this red buff and run away from the threat, the aggression that Minato's showing right now on this Eldegoss. My oh my.
Yeah, I mean, good adjustment by Minotaur to try and put some counter pressure on what Machizzle was trying to do. Locking up Regieleki for Rework Respawn is good. Again, they're still trying to catch up in levels. They're behind just slightly, and putting just general map pressure away from their actual objective is a great way to start that train. Zugrug doing everything they can in the face of a bunch of players, using that big Unite move as well, carrying a bunch of players, grabbing some berries, and they're going to try and close this goal zone in their face. They do. Zugrug just peels back.
Yeah, there's not a lot that Zugrug can do 1v4, even though they ended up popping their Unite move, getting some great shielding, not looking to give them the KO. However, they might end up giving it over as they do get caught out by that mean look. Gengar is going to focus all of their energy on that Reg Ice instead of the fight. However, Zugrug, I have no idea how this guy is still standing.
Yeah, I mean, a great Trevenant player using everything in the kitchen sink to make sure that they can have vision for the team. If, you know, they weren't put in a good mean look, try and get to the objective. Obviously, that didn't happen. But again, it forced Rework Respawn to babysit him in path instead of doing other things that they would like to do, like get this Gengar to level 13, get this Blaziken to level 13.
I mean, looking at the levels, it has definitely evened up across the board. Looking at the points, there's only a 3-point difference between them as we have 30 seconds before this final stretch. So it's just a last-minute scramble. Try to get whatever experience to tick on over, as you mentioned, to those necessary level 13 moves.
Yeah, 15 seconds, and Rework Respawn is just going for some positioning, see who they can find right now. We've got Gengar going for what looks like to be a delayed cheeky back cap, just a quick score. Al gets absolutely shoved by Zugrug, forced to eject button out, but this is the Zorak engage that they're looking for. Immediately, Al goes down, the Blaziken is down, Comfy pops your night move, so does Zora. They're looking for the next target. ABC is trying to put somebody in the mean look. They can't find the target. We're still dancing all over them. We've got our goofy shoes on, and the Machizzler's looking for it. Umbreon Unite back the other way. Zorak goes down. Comfy needs to get picked up on another target. Kratos Unite trying to find anybody, trying to put anybody into that blender, into that NutriBullet, but they can't get anyone. Rework Respawn still moving through. Zorak with a gargantuan KO timer right now, and it's the Gengar show. Back at it, looking for more targets. Can they find another one? 4 players down for the Juicers. Rework Respawn have reworked the meta into a Gengar show, and now Flareon gets buckled by the Sylveon. This Rayquaza's nothing but free. Zorak's coming back, and they're not even going to be in on time. Rayquaza's gone, sealed by whoever. Who else but the Blaziken? KO Shrika 2 for Sylveon. Rework Respawn going to the finals.
My golly gosh, what an insane final stretch fight coming from Rework Respawn. Never in this day and age would we see a Gengar win 2 matches in a row. Otherwise, Rework Respawn, they're just going to widen up that gap even further. 180 to 584. There is still 45 seconds left on the clock. However, Rework Respawn, they still have Rayquaza shields on hand.
Yeah, that's all for naught. we're just in garbage time now. We're just moving through. I mean, orange juicers are of course gonna give it the old college try. Doesn't matter. The Machisler gets gobbled up by the Gengar. We're just looking for stats now. KO streak of 2. Kratos is upset. They're just saying we're not even gonna try and win. We just want to take down Reggie once, and they still can't. Still putting a chase on them. Reggie's finally gonna go down. KO timer of 40 seconds. Cotton Cloud Crash lands on top. You know, Kratos is just trying to survive the counterpunch from Rework Respawn, who took that attack on Gengar personally. They're going to put more points in Kelo, and what an absolute showdown we just had in the losers finals.
This is just showing and demonstrating the power of Rework or Respawn right now. I'm curious to know where they actually sit on Zoinks' power rankings. However, that means we are going to see ourselves a rematch up in that grand finals. Rework Respawn going up against Nouns once again.
Gengar. Just a Gengar in the hands of a top LATAM team just dispatched the top NA team. Like, where are we right now, Kelo? What is happening in this offseason?
Look, I guess this is a time to experiment, see what works, right? I mean, there is a bit of a risk considering, yeah, there is a prize pool. We do have a $500 prize pool up for grabs. So, I mean, we have to bring in our resident analyst, Inder. What are your thoughts on the set we just witnessed?
Well, if you consider Gengar to be a 48% win rate Pokemon, 48% of the time it does win. So there are games where Gengar is able to take it away, and that's what we saw just now. Make no mistake, Reggie and the rest of Rework Respawn are phenomenal players. They can make anything work. But they did something really smart there. The rest of their team set up a good foundation, right? And the name of the game for a lot of these teams has been the Sylveon pick. Almost like, I like to call it the glue, holding everything together, right? And as long as you've got the glue, you can stick anything you want to it, right? In this case, it happened to be a Gengar. Without the Pokemon like that, I don't know if Gengar would have had as much success if it would have had the spacing in the team fights, the ability to scale throughout the game and not fall behind in the early game. So, amazing show. I don't really have much analysis outside of that. We saw a Gengar and it popped off.
And that's, I don't know what else you could ask for. I mean, we haven't seen a Gengar in a minute. The last time I saw it, like, locked it into, like, a monumentous occasion was when, was it Team Peps at EUIC like 2 years ago, locked it in the best of Game 5 of the best of 5 against Talibobo Believers at the time, and everybody was flabbergasted when that happened, and we just watched it win 2 games in a row. I'm excited. I know Zoinks, they might have had Rework Respawn 9 on the power rankings, just by ghost type bias and Zoinks' love for the Gengar play. Their stonks might be going up.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see how much further up they end up going. But you know what? This is just going to show what a great day we are having at the Engage Master Series Finals. It isn't over just yet, folks. We still have that grand final set left to go. We're going to end up bringing Zoinks back in for this next match, as I am going to say adios. Otherwise, you folks, stick around. As I said, make sure to hydrate, take a bit of a breather as we get ready, and we'll be back very, 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 very soon.
Very, very soon. Hello,
I'm in
everyone. Am I taking it? Who's taking it? Somebody's in my ear. Doesn't matter. Master Series, Ingage Master Series is back. Nothing like just absolutely shattering a terrible re-entry back into this amazing event. We're on the just brink of grand finals. Zoinks, Unite Mike's boys are here to bring you the grand finals. Of course, the fattest brain in the game, Inder, also going to take us to school as we go through this grand finals. And I have a little bit of a thing to talk about, which is super exciting. Of course, you already heard about the Engage Giant Slayer series. But of course, Engage is actually partnering with us in the month of July to help us bring Unite Mike's Mayhem back. It's a 4-week event. The top 4 teams for the first 3 weeks, they're going to try and qualify for the last week. Best of 3 format starts July 10th, and then every Wednesday after that until we get through all 4 weeks. So big shout out to Engage for supporting us on that. That'll be over on the Unite Mike's Twitch channel. Okay, I said a bunch of stuff, including ruining our entrance into the grand finals. Zoinks, thanks. Welcome back, brother.
You are welcome for ruining it. What's going on? I'm super excited to be here for the grand finals. Honestly, I am so pumped about this next matchup that we have. We already got to see a preview of this game a little bit before, and it was fantastic. One of my favorite matches we've seen so far today. But Inder, I'm curious, obviously a little heartbroken. We come to you on the voice comms. Your team got eliminated. We got 2 exciting squads. I know you got friends on both these rosters. We get the run back of Rework Respawn versus Nouns Esports, EU versus LATAM. Where's your heart going in this next matchup? What are we about to see?
If I gotta give it, I mean, Gengar making a comeback. Maybe it's debut in competitive for the first time. Rework Respawn, I don't know if they wanted to put it on a show, if they really believe in this Pokemon, they're gonna bring it back for this series. Whatever it is, it's really exciting. But if I'm thinking back to their matchup earlier in this tournament, a lot of it, like we said, was defined by the Blaziken play. Blaziken got every single Rayquaza. So I'm going to see if these teams are going to reflect back on that. But Gatlu was a monster in some of these games against Rework Respawn. And I think Gatlu has had a bit of a up and down year. You know, he started off the year strong with 4 free. Then they kind of went on a decline. He got picked up by this new Noun super team who had their original super team to start the year, and I think he's finally been able to find a footing, find a roster. I know he talked a lot about how he learned a lot from his previous teammates on 4 free earlier this year, and he really shaped him up to a new type of player. And I'm just really excited for the growth of a type of player like that. Like, you see Gatlu, he puts up his own tournaments, he's involved in the grassroots scene, he's out there solo queuing, streaming all the time. So it's really rewarding to see a player that has like such a passion and love for the game really able to pop off on, you know, some of the biggest stages out there.
I mean, when you think of both of these teams, I mean, these are names we've been seeing for years now, right? And the fact that they still find the value and the fun in showing up to these grassroots events to put on a show, whether it's picking Gengar or just, you know, trying to get their mind right going into Worlds or giving us a Worlds preview of what these matchups might look like. It's incredibly exciting to be a part of that, and that they are still willing to be a part of that as well. Talking about their last set versus this one, I mean, yes, Rework Respawn just made it back to the grand finals, but they didn't have to face down, as you mentioned, Gatlu's Leafeon. Leafeon actually not even picked against them. Is that something that they've adjusted fast enough for going into the grand finals, Inder?
Yeah, I can't say I'm too familiar on my Leafeon Gengar matchups. But in my head, if I work it out,
studying, buddy.
Yeah. I think Rework Respawn are a team that can adapt to speedster play. Obviously Gengar is the hot topic right now, but this team, you know, we saw them play Zoroark Dodrio earlier in the tournament. They bring out things like E-Speed Lucario, which is a speedster kind of in its own right. So I'm confident that they'll be able to provide adjustments as it goes throughout the drafting portion of the game. And what I'm really excited to see from them is when they kind of flip the script and start to bring out a different style of play. You know, we've seen them play speedsters. We've also seen Reggie play phenomenal on that Chandelure. I see Zoinks getting excited. Is that another ghost Pokemon that excites you?
It does. One of my personal favorites to play, actually. I do love Chandelure, but I'm mostly excited because I was going to ask you about that Inder. It felt like one of the things that you and I were constantly talking about Rework Respawn's success was due to that Pokemon, and specifically due to its matchup into Blaziken, which normally is phenomenal. It is a really good matchup. However, when we saw Nouns take down Rework Respawn, it felt like they had found this answer to Chandelure. Specifically, there was a few fight engagements that looked amazing, but just quick, I think we're about to start the game, so rapid fire. Do we see Shandy, and does it look good in this grand finals?
I think we see at least 3 ghost Pokemon in this set. Take it away,
Yes,
guys.
sir.
just the ghost type trainer Zoinks getting paid off.
I've never been pandered to by an analyst desk. This is crazy. I feel great right now.
Yeah, or just let me know who you paid or what you need to do to make that happen.
Oh, I'm
still
broke.
looking.
Inder's about to be gifted 50 subs.
Okay, well, I've got like 2 subs I can sling for maybe like 1 pander. I don't know what the going exchange rate is there, but look at the premium that is put on Sylveon Zoinks right out of the gate. Mentioned that it might have been the glue that Rework Respawn had to make this Gengar actually function. Inder pointed that out, and it looks like, give Toon his Sylveon, take away that tool from them, and move on from there.
Yeah, one of the toughest Pokemon to take KOs on. I mean, honestly, a player that we might consider to be one of the hardest KOs in the world. I think if I'm going to think of all the players, Toon, one of the toughest to lock down. And the style that Rework Respawn plays is very dive, very in your face. So having a Pokemon that can kind of counter that ability just by it's able to outwit and outmove, very, very good first pick by Nouns.
Yeah, right back, we've got the tree into the chicken. 2 quality picks here. ABC on a couple different defenders, none of which were the tree. Last game, it was actually Zug that was on the tree, and they're snatching it back the other way. Still a lot of confidence on the side of Nouns, though, locking up Phalanx, which we just saw actually kind of get beat up and broken apart by Rework Respawn in their previous set.
Yeah, I think Nouns inviting the Gengar, if they will. They are not concerned about it. Rework Respawn, picking up this Alolan Ninetales, its debut in this tournament, at least as far as I can remember in the finals day today, a Pokemon that has kind of on paper, people have talked about having solid counters into the Phalanx, so we'll have to see it in practice. But Nouns Esports, with a bit of 2 old school back-to-back picks, the Mr. Mime and the Venusaur, both getting locked in place.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to feel some level of comfort with Bruv locking in Mime. If they see something that they can bully on the other side with this Pokemon, they're going to. They're incredibly adept at it. Reggie really putting them, I know they scrolled through a couple ranged attackers there, finally ending up on the Dodrio. Is Dodrio going to be the secret to this recipe to be able to take down Nouns here in Game 1?
I'll tell you, at the very least, I like it better than a second attacker, Doobsnax. I think with only Eldegoss and Trevenant as your frontline, double attacker finds a bit more difficulty really trying to succeed, especially when there's a Phalanx trying to run it down your throat at any given point in time. On the side of Nouns Esports, though, Blissey, Phalanx, and Mr. Mime, with already extremely tanky Venusaur and Sylveon, you're much more comfortable about your survivability chances, your HP bars out there. Dodrio might have some pretty terrifying dive aspects. I don't think we're ever going to consider Reggie a non-factor, right? This player has earned their weight in gold on any kind of assassin-style Pokemon, so they're still going to have to keep their heads, plural, in terms of Sorayu, on a swivel, but other than that, I think they'll be ready. And
Gatlu, is this going to be Giga Drain Pedal Dance, or are we going long range? I didn't see the items. I was kind of hoping you did.
Well, yep, should have definitely been looking, my bad. But full heal definitely makes me believe we're going pedal drain. The old run at them style strategy hurts a little bit more into a lowland Ninetales, but I think with a Dodrio on the battlefield, where no matter what, we're going to be picking Giga Drain, whatever option it may be.
Yeah, that's the full heal lends me to agree here. But here we go. Game 1 under fire here in the grand finals of the Ingage Master Series. We got Nouns, we got Rework Respawn, Titans of their regions squaring off in the offseason.
I don't believe we've seen Sorayu lock in the Phalanx yet. Usually that has been a role that Gatlu has picked up for the team, and Sorayu kind of filling into whatever role they fit into. But that is one of the things we talk about so much with this new Nouns Esports roster, is how amazing the flexibility is of this roster in terms of Pokemon pool. Gatlu and Sorayu, 2 of the most flexible players, I think, literally in our competitive circuit. Now they're both on the same roster.
Yeah, absolutely, which allows them to have incredibly deep and malleable character pools and have looks like this, right? Oh, all of a sudden Sorayu's picking up Phalanx and able to flip the script a little bit of what the texture of their draft actually looks like.
Exactly. And these teams have also shown their cards that they're very willing to pick off-the-wall crazy picks, whether it be some Gengar. We've seen a whole lot of Sorayu Talonflame the past year. I mean, there is so much to see when it comes to these two rosters, so I think the fact that they have players ready to fill that bill is very, very exciting. Top path are about to post up here. We have the Dodrio into Phalanx. Going to be an interesting first fight.
Nice little post to bring them into the side of Rework Respawn. They got quite a bit of that Zoinks, able to hit some evolutions there for themselves. And Nouns Esports just kind of getting everything taken out from under them. Toonsplin was there available for a nice little flank if they could get a catch, but unfortunately wasn't able to deliver much on that.
Big drill pack pulling them into real danger.
Yeah, we're putting walls up in both directions here. And unfortunately, unable to close on the Gatlu catch. They're dragging them off pad. I don't think the communication, maybe A9 wasn't necessarily there to focus fire it down to help. But ultimately, Nouns Esports gets away with one.
Interesting lane swap, right? So we have Toonslim hanging out with the Sylveon on the top path, actually allowing Sorayu to go back in. Due to the kind of the disaster around that first birds, Sorayu not having the experience to hang as long, so they actually need to rotate in. Well, that means the entire time that Gatlu has basically been on blue buff duty. The only thing they've been able to pick up, so a pretty slow experience race for them as well.
Nice eject button by ABC to get the tree out of harm. Now we're looking back up top, and it's this ugly Combuskin Owl trying to get to pad. They're getting the break speed off them. Minotaurs here just going to have to A-press and use their abilities to try and chop them down. But the drill peck comes through, can't take anybody with them. ABC with a nice little flank. They're going to put the wood hammers down. Now they're looking for Toon. Can't quite hit their mark there. Toon is still standing somehow. ABC's looking to pivot. Toon is still standing somehow. Phalanx getting a KO. Sorayu getting that sorted out. And finally, Toon goes down, but you've got to think that put way more effort than Rework Respawn thought imaginable. Bruv with the sickest walls scissored them down, keeping everybody there. Sorayu in the tank for a minute, and they get sorted out by Minotaur. Rework Respawn on the push.
Birds hitting a wall with their movement abilities seems like it is just a fact, a foregone conclusion in Pokemon Unite. Talonflame unites, and I guess Drill Peck Dodrios, at least when Bruv is on the battlefield, it seems like that's what we're going to see. Bit of a race for the secure on the Regieleki, but do some good setup thanks to Reggie's Drill Peck. That overheat is a very easy secure, and Rework Respawn sticking to their guns. They have prioritized the Regieleki in every single match that we have seen them, at least the early ones so far today.
Meanwhile, though, Nouns Esports able to get the basement Reggie without much player commitment here, but Rework Respawn finding KOs up top, and they'll see if they can make this push happen. Bruv is the next one to go down. Toon pops their Unite move as it's a 3v2, and now it's a KO streak of 2 for Al, and it's a goal zone gone as the T2 is the next one on the market for Rework Respawn to score on.
Yeah, I like this priority. I mean, they're giving up a lot into this bottom side, right? Sorayu's going to be scaling up extremely quickly on this Phalanx, probably going to be able to take out that goal zone as well. Nice little fight by Reggie trying to hang in this battle, but one more Giga Drain going to land, and Gatlu going to take that KO.
If that would have been a KO, that would have just been the sickest series of all time, right? Like Drill Peck into Unite move, jump kick onto the berry, and then I think it was just like just barely not quite up yet Drill Peck to get the closeout, but nice little scrap between two top players there.
Yeah, one Panera Charge Lemonade short, I think, of pulling that play off in particular. Toonslim going to do a little bit of damage into this Blaziken, but this is a level 10 Blaziken. So many fights have went very well for Rework Respawn on the top side, and you could see why they were prioritizing that. This Blaziken, the biggest win condition on their roster. They want to make sure that they are enabled as much as they can. Reggie can now start to solo on the other side of the map. They're not there needed to try to help out their top path Pokemon, and it's a lot of walls Reggie was finding.
What is that damage too? I mean, even if they weren't just smacking into wall over wall, I mean, that Pedal Dance damage, Giga Drain damage, and attack damage was very real out of Gatlu right now, as they are putting everybody. Nice Trevenant Unite to force curse up 3 players. They're all marked. Now Reggie needs to get some KOs here, but it's getting to be difficult. They can't even engage on the Venusaur, and now Phalanx is on the chase. Soraya looking for them. Woodhammer repositions, and it's now Al that tries to get everybody back. Overheat Bliss is right in the middle, and it's 2 players down instantly for Rework Respawn. A loose Toon got sorted out the other way, but now it's Minotaur getting credit for Toon as well. But Gatlu, too big, too big, too big, and this goal zone is getting smothered by this team.
And that feels like the first team fight we've actually seen on equal grounds from these two rosters, right? Nouns versus Rework. They finally have both their big damage carries facing off against one each other. Blaziken versus Venusaur, and Blaziken is able to take it with Venusaur able to take that matchup with abundance. So right now, the raid boss from either of these sides, they're now 1-0 in the fashion of Gatlu's Venusaur.
Yeah, Gatlu is already level 12, easily going to hit 13, which is really that like break point you want to get with Venusaur. And they're really playing unafraid. They don't care if any of these Pokemon engage. They've got such good sustain through that Giga Drain right now. And of course, Adesu is just able to get all the vision in the world for Rework Respawn. There's no surprises that Rework can throw at them right now in terms of personnel, where they're going to show up on the map. Minotaur is pinned between all the walls. They have to use their abilities to try and get out. They can't, because it's who? Toon.
Yeah, it's also Minotaur. The amount of times we have seen that player just on the opposite side of the map, and maybe one too many for my liking, big overheat reset of their position, but it's not enough. A Phalanx Unite move that Dust Devil Up, gonna shut them down.
I mean, everybody on Nouns is feeling it right now, right? We just saw an eject button showtime out of Bruv in the face of two players, while Toon is working on this Regice at a snail's pace. Bruv gonna have to put up some walls to make sure nobody can engage. Confusion Blast just pushes ABC away, and now they finally take their Regice. Is this gonna be a push? A nice catch on Al immediately, and now they're gonna just have to sit in the face of this Trevenant. A9 can't even step up because they're getting spaced out. Blizzard Avalanche on the pad doesn't hit anybody, bruv.
Oh, yeah, that's tough. I mean, Nouns Esports kind of just getting fed a few of these big KOs. I mean, you're just going to walk up against a team composition that has Mr. Mime. I mean, Bruv's going to teach you that is going to be a mistake that they will always take full advantage of. At least Rework Respawn has this Trevenant trying to get some stacks, but not going to happen either. Venusaur taking that one up and gobbling them down. Venusaur at 13, Sylveon at 13. Minotaur scored in home base because heck yeah, but Rework Respawn's got to retreat now.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting down the spores, as many as they can, and the fact that they're still standing is impressive in its own right. But ultimately, that was a mission for 5 points, my friend.
Yeah, Minotaur loves these aggressive plays. I mean, their respawn timer is incredibly short, so I guess we can give them that credit at the very least. We do have Al taking some aggressive positioning on the Blaziken, does force out the Phalanx from that top elbow, so at least a small W there, but look at that lockdown of the corridor. Now it's just letting nobody pass into the raid pit easy.
Yeah, Al just sitting on top in the top left corner there to see if they can pounce on anybody that might be caught unawares. But really, we're just doing a small dance here. We're going to see who actually engages.
Yeah, Phalanx and Blaziken having a bit of a stare down, even though they're both invisible. Only Ninetales going to be immediately bursted, and that's the first.
That's the first, and there's many more to follow here. Toon quickly caught, which is a great catch for Rework Respawn here, but now Minotaur is just on everybody's radar, so Rayu actually pivots. Reggie's able to get out, at least for now. Minotaur is just leashing Gatlu away. Bruv easily finds, wow, eject button reposition on overheat for the Ray, question mark, as now Sarayu susses out Al, and they're going to put the pressure on them. They're going to pop them up. They're trying to engage. Overheat is charged. Trevor Unite is used, but Al goes down to Sarayu. Now Sarayu is going to have to use their Unite move. Hitman is finally back, but really it looks like it's just Nouns taking whichever fight they want, wherever they want, whenever they want, Zoinks.
Yeah, Rework Respawn just not capitalizing on all the time that Minotaur was able to buy with the Venusaur being taken away. They really slowed that refight, and then Blaziken just caught up by 3 members of Nouns Esports. Rayquaza already almost KO, but it is Reggie to steal it as he just charges all the way through, and Rework Respawn walking away from this fight with a Ray Shield.
You've got to be kidding me, brother. Like, you mentioned it. It doesn't matter how much time Minotaur wasted, because Reggie was just like, I'm just going to use my Unite move. We'll see what happens. We'll see what we can do. Now Al's on defense duty, charging up on overheat, putting the pressure on. If they get this knockout, that's a good respawn time that they have to work with, but here's ABC with a gargantuan shield. Minotaur doing it the hard way, or trying to, cut off by Toon. That might be a difference maker. There's a real opportunity now for Nouns Esports to push if they can cobble it together, because they got T1. No, time's up. Zoinks, what happened?
Oh, 10 sec. I mean, the clock being the toughest opponent that Nouns Esports has ever had to face in that scenario. I mean, Dodrio's scoring patterns are amazing, but you cannot forget the mobility tools that this Pokemon has. What a secure on that Rayquaza. In the face of 5, mind you, Dodrio able to cruise through and grab that Ray. Nasty business.
True road runner, just past everybody. Of course, gets over the wall and is now free to score in the home goal zone. I mean, okay, sure. I don't know what to say. I'll say this: Rework Respawn feels like they got away with one there, and Nouns has to be a little perturbed.
Yeah, Nouns, I was going to say I did not love the decision by Gatlu to chase down the Eldegoss down towards that bottom side of the map. You knew they had no Unite move, so I think that's why Gatlu was trying to take them out quickly, because they have no escape option, but they're also not really a threat when they have no Unite move, right? So would have loved Nouns to just kind of double down on that team fight. They were able to, in time though, but Rework Respawn able to still take it out. I mean, all the focus went onto Blaziken, but I guess we should have been worried about Reggie's Dodrio the entire time.
Yeah, sure.
It's not Gengar. It's no Gengar. I'll say that, but maybe we should have been moving our focus a little bit more.
That was a true solo queue maneuver by Reggie right there. Just like, you know what? I'm going to hit my Unite. You know, I'm going to try and time it. We'll see what we can do. It worked. The rest of the team was probably like, okay, that one worked. We're getting away with one. And now they have to win another one, and then they have to reset this thing. Nouns, on the other hand, they're looking at the clock, and they're saying, it is midnight out here. Like, let's just win the next two.
Minimum.
At minimum, right? That's for if you're in the if you're tuned, for example, in the UK. Right. But like the rest of the team is like, I'm so tired. It's so late. Please, let's just win the next two and get out of here.
Yeah, I am curious about what the thought pattern was in that fun footage, basically how we lost the sauce a little bit. I mean, in terms of secure tools, you're on the Venusaur team fighting style of build and not the big solar beam style. Phalanx's no retreat can be solid, but it's not, I mean, the biggest security, especially not into Blaziken or maybe even Dodrio, right? So maybe just a lack of options in that final moment. I mean, Sylveon, that specific build, that's never gonna take a Rayquaza outside of a miracle auto attack. So I mean, Rework Respawn, they played to their singular out, and they were able to pull it off. So, impressive stuff. I mean, this is a team that is clutched up. It's a reason they are ranked top 10 on the power rankings, by the way. Ranked currently number 9. So, if they're able to take out Nouns Esports, it would be a 2 placement above their power ranking. So, very, very impressive.
And we know those are official, so put some respect on it. Now,
official in quotations, but yes, official.
Let me ask you this. Regardless of the result of this match, Zoinks, does Rework Respawn get any points on the power rankings metrics for playing Gengar and winning with Gengar?
And beating number 6 orange juicers? I don't know, but I'm starting to be pulling that way, Doobsnax. I'm not going to lie. It's tough. I mean, it was exciting. I'm really interested. Was the Gengar into failing some of the thought pattern? I don't know. I've seen some weird Dream Eater situations onto some of the troopers. So, interesting. I'll have to message Reggie about it to learn the details, because as much as I love Gengar, Doobsnax, my win rate with Gengar does not reflect that.
It is above or below 48%.
Ooh, I plead the 5th.
Fair enough. Mine below, far below, way below. Here we go. Let's see where these teams start. No unconventional bans here. Slowbro, Leafeon, Mimikyu, Hoopa. No questions asked there, but we're going to see where Nouns goes. And they said, how about a secure tool? How about a secure tool right out of the gate?
Yep, let's take that Blaziken. It's also, I've been saying it for so long, Blaziken's early game, as much as we talk about how ugly and horrific Combusken is, it's actually pretty solid into Phalanx. That Blaze healing buff does so good for this Pokemon in particular in the early game against a Phalanx, so I think they're okay with letting that one slide over to Rework Respawn. As powerful as it is, it's still a comfortable 1v1 matchup for Sorayu, at least in the earlier parts of the game.
They are getting a prize. Adesu was hovering Blissey. I was switching to Eldegoss, another powerful support. I didn't mention it before, but in game 1, Adesu's Bliss assistances were awesome. Like top range, eating tons and tons of value, hitting a bunch of players on the way in. Not much more you could ask for. But Adesu, true utility. And even just like Cotton Spore being so good right now on any engaging Pokemon, because it's so disjointing, is terrific as well. Well, Comfy locked in, which means Reggie is going to get the speedster of their choice to close this thing out.
I love that. I'm a big fan of that prospect up and coming, but I also think it's so hard to pick Blissey into Umbreon, right? So I think rotating into the more all-around style of support in Eldegoss feels very, very good. Now, you're right, Reggie is deciding between two speedsters. Now, we know there's more in the tank, so I'm excited to see what actually gets locked in as Reggie teases us for a while, but will be that three-headed bird, Dodrio, getting picked up by Reggie. A Pokemon that will have a tough time into Toonslin's, or Chandelure, or Gatlu's, or even Sorays. It really depends on how they rotate these players around, but Chandelure is interesting here, Doobsnax. Inder and I were talking about it a little bit when we were to start this matchup. Flamethrower Chandelure, unbelievably good into Phalanx. It's so easy to get the resets off that Flamethrower and reduce that cooldown. Into Dodrio, I love Overheat. So this is going to be an interesting decision for whatever Nouns Esports member is going to pick up the Shandy.
My gut tells me I would still go with the flamethrower resets because the Phalanx is on their side. Because it really feels to me that what Rework Respawn's going to be doing is they're going to be throwing Phalanx and Umbreon right at you, right? To try and soak up all of your resources and attention so that Reggie can get behind you and really get some key knockouts. Of course, Hitman on the Delphox facilitates that type of engagement, specifically with the Fanciful Fireworks when they do that. So I'm just saying Flamethrower, get as many cooldowns as you can and just lay in some pot shots everywhere. Toon is skilled enough to make sure that every one of those matters, and that's what I'd like to see personally. But I'm not playing, so we'll see where they end up.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm excited that these people are playing. They're very good at the game, and that makes them very fun to cast. So I'm excited to get into this matchup. I think I'm right with you. Honestly, either pick feels strong, but Flamethrower with that Phalanx combination, it just feels a little too good to walk away from. You could rotate to Poltergeist, but I'm just such an imprisoned fanboy, I would not want to see that go away. One thing, this might be the battle of the pot shots, as you called them, though. I think this is going to be a Mystical Fire Delphox. Looking at the enemy side, double attackers, not a lot you're really trying to lock down with Fire Spin, so let's just have a shoot 'em out battle. I'm into it.
How about a Desu taking that red buff immediately out from under Reggie? Going to be able to slow down their impact in this one early. Al going to make it back with Minotaur and the Comfy, of course, as they're going to sit in that T1. But a Desu is just stressing Rework Respawn out. Just A-pressing. Nothing fancy here. We're just A-pressing. We're just chucking our leaves around, you know, just seeing what's going on. And now they might be in just a squiz of trouble, as Kelo would say, because the Desu's get the pressure put on. No, I was going to say no shot. The Doduo goes down.
That would be. I mean, a Desu's broken, right? Like, I think that is with a capability that they could have done. But yeah, they're going down. Honestly, a Desu doing their best Minato impression of just running it down to the enemy side. But so far, not going to take much. It will be a Hyper Voice Sylveon, so we haven't seen too much of it. Surprising to see into a player like Reggie. Very, very good option to get away from that Speedster Pokemon. But if you want that special attack or special defense shred to partner with the Chandelure for some big team fight moments, Hyper Voice is absolutely the tool to go with.
Yeah, you can kind of see that what strategies both teams are putting together, right? And I think this has come down to an execution. We see how good it is right there. We actually have the slow smoke come down, and that's going to allow Al just to get out just barely, because that would have been a sweet KO out of Gatlu, who is on the Sylveon, which is typically where Toon is. But again, Nouns flexing their malleability and their Pokemon pool depth across all of their players, Zoinks.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what makes it look so good. Is it just that much individual prowess, or just teamwork and efficiency in fights that just makes it look good and they still cover it? Either way, it is really hard to come up with any criticisms on Nouns Esports in terms of their player or Pokemon pool, because it is just fantastic.
Absolutely. We're in the bottom path here, of course, as the time is ticking down under the 8-minute mark. Al, just tons of pressure being put on. Comfy is there just in time to grab on. Look at all those little pips moving across the top of the donk, and the dinks behind them as they're looking for an opportunity here. 720 birds are about to be on the menu for these teams.
I forgot you called them that. Oh, man. This is going to take a while for me to recover from that, but oh well. Overheat for the Blaziken. Going to take up all of that experience on the bottom side, and we're going to see yet another 7-minute spawn of the Reggies, with Rework Respawn prioritizing top side, Nouns Esports understanding that and electing to not fight it and instead play around the bottom side. That's where we see the Blaziken hanging out right now, one of the mainstays of Nouns Esports strategy.
Yeah, well, Hyper Voice is particularly good into no retreat, right? Whereas the Do Trio has tons of mobility, less so for that Phalanx once it goes into that no retreat build here. We're going to go for a secure quickly. Overheat is way early, taken by Rework Respawn because of it. Umbreon goes down, but they did their job. Straight into the back line. We're looking for their next target. Reggie's just jumping everywhere, but it's actually Hitman that's putting all the work in right now, Zoinks. You talk about pot shots, they are landing them right now.
It's Mystical Fire Spin. So, a bit of best of both worlds kind of situation. The reason you see Flame Charge and Mystical Fire so often is the ability to re-aim your Mystical Fire mid-cast with that movement ability, but I guess Hitman, not worried about that, would rather just go all damage all the time, so we're going to lock them down with the spin and then also throw in that wonderful pot shot, but this is a second chance at a Reggie secure for Nouns Esports, and finally, this overheat will land true.
Yeah, and the Hyper Voice getting a KO, you can actually see how good it is in that exact situation here. The Phalanx was in, could not retreat, quickly KO'd. Now we have a great opportunity for Nouns Esports to do some good battle math and get some points in. They're pushing T2 now. Everybody's going to collapse on them. It's a 4v4. We're going to go right into the action. We're popping some Unite moves as well. 3 players down in a heartbeat as Phalanx puts them all there. Comfy getting credit for one. Phalanx getting credit for one. And now they're immediately scoring back the other way. Poached off Pat as a Daisu. They're going to take a ton of damage. Comfy scoring behind them, and they're going to close the goal zone out for themselves, no problems.
45 points in from Phalanx. Thank you, Passive, for that Pokemon to be able to carry a few more Eos energy, and with that, they will be taking a score lead. Not a huge one, but I do like that opportunity to push super hard into the top side. It was Trevenant versus Delphox to the bottom side of the map, so no one on Nouns Esports could really rally for the defense, and Rework Respawn couldn't split push because of it. So a bit of a even matchup on the bot side, but really, really good push by Rework on top.
Just a quick little engagement by Toon. Half of the HP bar of Hitman is just disappears. So you can really see the strength of the Chandelure if it gets onto one of those premium targets. ABC waiting in flank with Hitman. Focus Blast is going to try and push them out of the tall grass, and it works at least for Hitman. They're looking at this Registeel, but nobody's in the backline babysitting this Delphox. They're actually going to pivot on top of Bruv that got on top of ABC, and now they're all sitting on pad with a huge flank by Al, but Nouns Esports not willing to play ball with them. They're scrambling to somewhere else on the map.
This is a Nouns Esports team that has lost to Rayquaza to a Dodrio. There was no one in the same zip code as that Regieleki, and Chandelure's Unite moving it. We're setting up for the Blaziken. Bruv's on a different island trying to defend against any invaders. They're not letting that happen again.
Fanciful Fireworks right into the Trev Unite. Phalanx pops theirs. Al is going to sit on the pad, and they're going to try and spin to win on top of all these players. They're into the back line, forcing out the Cotton Cloud Crash, but behind them, these goal zones are getting scored on, and that's all that Al is doing now, burning time, trying to see if they can get all the attention. Toon is going to try and lock up that KO, but they can't close out the goal zone, but they are almost up by 100 now, Zoinks.
Alright, that push definitely felt worth it. I had some question marks on Phalanx going that deep. That Iron Head, while not in no retreat form and just normal dispatch form, you can jump so extremely far. So we see the Phalanx chasing all the way down, but they do get a bunch of scores thanks to it. But now it's going to be Nouns' chance to respond.
Immediately, Umbreon Unite picks up the berry here, and they're able to withstand this big push from Nouns just based off of these two players playing meticulously. Now, ABC is way far forward. They finally get KO. Dodrio goes into the mix, but the mean look is down at least for a moment. They do get the KO. Catlu's able to push the Hyper Voice forward and make sure that their notes are hitting the ears of those players. Rework Respawn is just absolutely getting shelled. What started off as a great defensive approach by Rework ends up in catastrophe.
And meanwhile, Regieleki was also KO'd, and Nouns Esports able to have a solo mission thanks to Sarayu and pushing a ton of points on the top side too. So now, with Rework Respawn having one successful push on the bottom side, how about a response of 2 successful pushes from Nouns Esports? A split push from Sarayu on top, and a great team fight win and goal zone break by Nouns Esports on the bottom side. Impressive stuff. Nouns have the momentum right now. They did use a decent amount of Unites in that push. They're missing the Sylveon Unite move at the very least. So we're going to see Gatlu returning all the way. Rework Respawn could try to force a fight on the bot Reggie, but it looks like we're going to try to get that Phalanx in position instead.
Yeah, in position, of course. Look at the 2 players back from Nouns going to cover some of these pads to make sure no cheeky scores, because we've got 9 seconds till raise, Zoinks, and this one's pretty important for Nouns.
Yeah, again, they have experience against this Dodrio now. They are doing every style of counterplay they possibly can to make sure that Reggie's normal game plan is at the very least disrupted.
Gatlu knowing exactly where each other were. Reggie goes for a quick engage, forcing everybody to scramble. The slow smoke is out though, and Gatlu uses the hyper voice, kind of caught with it on cooldown. They get drill packed. They're getting full comboed here. The hyper voice is still there, picking a little bit of shear, forcing out the Unite move. Focus blast is there for the cover as well. And now all Reggie can do is run away as the rest of the team is kind of caught with their pants down. They're moving all disjointed. Into the backline is Reggie. I think they got imprisoned, locked in place. Comfy Unite as well. Cotton Cloud Crash right on top. Everybody's on the goal zone. Umbreon's pushing forward. They're trying to find the target. Toon Slim's the first one down, and now we're spinning to win. We're sitting on top of Phalanx as they're looking for the next target. 2 players down for Nouns Esports, and now Rework Respawn immediately pivots to the middle. It's just Gatlu, it's just Bruv, and we've got the Umbreon on a mission to go see if they can look a key target here. Gatlu's Unite move is down. It was used previously. They're gonna have to hit a Hyper Voice here. They're just gonna tick through. No way, that's how it's taken, because it's Hitman on the other side. Oh, the Ray Shields are theirs, and the win is on the horizon.
Hyper Voice, a true double-edged sword in a situation like that. It reduces the special defense of Rayquaza as well, and Hitman is going to take full advantage with that Mystical Fire to pick up the Geho onto the Rayquaza. And now with the Ray Shields in, Hundo Burgers, and forgive me, I did not know what you were calling the 120 scores from Phalanx Doobsnax, which we just got to see from Al.
Double with cheese. Who knows at this point?
Double with cheese. Okay. I thought it was definitive. My bad.
Well, it's in the workshop. It's in the workshop.
All right.
Yeah, Hundo. I don't know, like a.
I think I said Hundo Burger with all. I said a Hundo Burger with all the fixins, and I didn't hate that. But it is a mouthful, so I do understand if we don't want to pick it up as a colloquial community term.
Yeah, we'll work on it. We'll drum it up. We can do it. We're smart enough. We're smart enough for this. As we're just tortured through the last 30 seconds of this garbage time of this game. Of course, we know Rework Respawn's going to win. We know they're just racking up their numbers now. And we have reset this bracket, so grand finals bracket reset rolls on. Nouns Esports could not be less excited.
But momentum and energy behind Rework Respawn. So now, Rework Respawn, we've talked about it a few times on the broadcast, a team that walked all the way through the open qualifiers without losing a single game. In fact, in this tournament series, the only game they took a loss to was Nouns Esports, and now finally getting their game win against them. Hey, putting up a 91k damage game on Delphox. My goodness, impressive stuff. We are going to be resetting the bracket, and of course, we also need to bring in Inder for an interview. My man, what a first set between these two teams.
Yeah, it really seems like Nouns is in the Rework Respawn world right now. You know, the Chandelier was a pick we've been talking about all tournament to help adapt to some of these all-rounders, and Nouns brought it. But it seems like Rework Respawn was one step ahead. You know, they're comfortable with the Dojo in that matchup. They also had the Mystical Fire, Fire Spin Delphox. So it was putting in work. Couple that with the rest of their team, you know, Minato running around causing havoc. It just seems like Nouns, you know, they're one step behind at every play with Rework Respawn. And I think it just shows the experience that Latin America has been able to develop within the meta. Nouns is capable of finding the adjustments, but they're going to have to bring the game back in their court.
How about you, Doobsnax? What do you think?
Away. I mean, but Nouns isn't far away, right? I agree with Inder. I think they're kind of in the land of Rework Respawn right now. But they've got a map. They've got 5 competent navigators. They can find their way back to Nouns country. I believe they can. I mean, those games have been close. I can say that there's maybe some moments that have been like we'll call them shaky, little off kilter a little bit, but they are not getting absolutely rinsed all over the map, right? These games are staying close. They're adjusting to what Reworked Respawn is doing, stressing the map so incredibly well against them. But Nouns has adjusted incredibly well against that, finding their own opportunities. That great double push we saw in the late stage of the game to almost give themselves a 100-point advantage going into that final Rayquaza. So, you know, down certainly, out never.
Okay. I like that energy. Yeah, I like it too. All right, well, Inder, if you believe that they can bounce back, what do you think it's going to be on the back of? Is it draft? Is it macro? Or is it a specific player on Nouns Esports that you really think needs to step up and start winning these games? Because right now, that was an 0-2 takedown. I know we're talking about how it was close, but I mean, if I'm Nouns, I'm scratching my head a little bit from that series. So how about you? What do you think Nouns needs to do to bounce back?
Yeah, Nouns is a team filled with superstars, so I don't know if any individual needs to step up. One thing I've been saying for a lot of today, and I think a lot of teams have been facing an issue with, is discipline. You know, Nouns, they managed to get a lead, and then they overcommit. We saw it happen at around the 5.5 minute mark. Nouns got a couple KOs on the top side of the map. They go for a top push on that top tier 2, and then Rework Respawn is ready to go. Part of it can be fatigue. It's been a long day. You know, it's midnight. But these guys are professionals. You don't want to give them the out that they're tired. This is what they do. This is what they're made for. But if they can lock in, be a little bit more disciplined, I think as a team, that's where they're going to be able to bounce back.
Cool.
So we, in the adage of it's really tough to beat a team twice. Right. We've often seen the bracket reset win from the lower bracket team. It seems like that's the collision course we're on right now. Can Nouns dispel this is my question. Zoinks, over to you. Where do you, I know we kind of got an idea of where Inder and I are on this topic right now going into this reset. How about yourself?
Well, I think the adage of it's hard to beat a team twice is true, but now it's true for both teams, right? We talked about the history within this tournament. Both these teams are now 1-1 against the opposing squad in sets. So now that we're headed to a grand finals reset, and just to inform chat, if anybody was confused about how the format works, since we're in the grand finals now, Esports not taking a match loss yet, because they just took a match loss now, we are now resetting the bracket to a brand new best of 3. Whatever team is able to win it will take home the tournament victory, and of course the lion's share of that prize pool thanks to Ingage and the sponsors. But I did to answer your question, Doobsnax, now that we are on an even slate and these teams are fighting, I do think that Inder's on to something. Nouns Esports feels a little bit late to the punch, and on the opposite side, Rework Respawn has seemed to really found some of these enemy teams' weaknesses. This Dodria was kind of picking apart the enemy squad. They are forcing a lot of really weird rotations that Nouns Esports does not want to take, and even when there's light in the tunnel for Nouns Esports, like a double successful push to take the scoreline back, Rework Respawn is never suffering from lack of momentum. They are bouncing back from these big moments. I genuinely, I don't know, maybe I'm too Rework pilled, but I'm pretty high on Rework Respawn coming into this one, Doobsnax.
Well, Inder, you're the support master here, so let's defer to you for a minute. We've seen Minotaur go on missions. Every one of these games. Doesn't matter what support character they are on, they are flying across the map, and not just at the beginning, all the time. Just we saw him score 5 points in home goal zone for like what felt like almost no value, right? But it's just stressing time and resources to always have to take care of this player. Is this a support strategy that we might see kind of pick up a little bit more in the near future? Because it seems like Rework Respawn is finding some success with it.
Yeah, I think what's important to recognize is a support's job in a lot of other similar types of games of Pokemon Unite is to place wards around the map and kind of direct the team in terms of being like that conductor where everyone's going. And I think for a while, a lot of people have accepted that supports can do that role very well. And, you know, Rework Respawn's performing that phenomenally. Eldegoss, the Pokemon that's so hard to bring down and really showing its strength with its passive, the extra healing that it gets, the movement speed from Cotton Spore, all these tools are coming in handy. And it's really helping the speedster players on the side of Rework Respawn understand where they need to maneuver throughout these fights. But I do want to slow down a little bit, and Doobsnax did bring this up as well. Nouns had game number 1 within inches of victory, and that game was also really close. So while we are very Rework pilled here, it's not like these games are very far off. Nouns doesn't need to make massive adjustments. If they stick to their game plan and just execute 1 or 2% better, that could be the game. That could be the difference in these games.
Okay. Maybe I was too high on this team, and maybe I'm sliding a little far towards one side of this battlefield, but I think you're both right. This has been a fantastic series and very, very close. Too close to call in some of these final moments, in fact. The good job on bringing out that game number 1 Inder, because that really does feel like something we need to point to. I would also point to scoreboard, but I will admit, that yes, it was a victory into the end point. But we are jumping into draft. So Inder, thank you so much for joining us and adding your insight. But we are going to be headed into the reset of this grand finals. Doobsnax, we're starting things off with, to no surprise, a Slowbro ban.
Yeah, I mean, what a rise Slowbro has been on, right? We've got these buffs, we've got the insane hollowware that for some reason we're never going to get to see again. And if we do, it seems like it's a first pick out of Nouns, and because Bruv has been deferring that way quite a bit. Blastoise ban? Okay. Mimikyu
really want Sylveon, I think? Is that what's happening here? I don't know. Okay, sorry, continue.
Well, and I'm kind of stun-locked with you right here. Everything else seems pretty above board. They're going straight into the Blaziken, so they're going to put it on Rework Respawn to see if they actually want to grab some stuff. They go Phalanx immediately, and a no change out of Rework, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, not as of yet. I do like the Umbreon pick a lot, especially with a Desu's potential pick how they've been sliding towards that Blissey frequently. Bruv isn't playing a ton of Crustle today, which I think would get even more value out of this Umbreon, but I think just dissuading a Desu from playing the Blissey is a great option. We're seeing it yet again. A Desu going with the Eldegoss, I think something that really helps out in the early game.
You know, call me an old school head here, an O-head here, but I would love to see Gatlu doing Greedent things.
Oh, okay.
I think it causes a ton of static. They're phenomenal on that Pokemon. They kind of get left to their own devices, and they can really put the screws to this type of team with that, right? Kind of a taste of your own medicine type of approach. It's incredibly resilient, has phenomenal mobility, and I think it would just be, 1, a confidence boost, and 2, a real, actual, legit path to victory here.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, you'll have to wait for that potential option because we are flipping it up a little bit. But this is actually something that I am super excited to see. Where has the Cram been in this set? I was kind of shocked to not see this Pokemon picked up more frequently. Honestly, it feels like every match so far in this tournament has been a Sylveon on one side or Cramorant on the other. These two powerful attacker Pokemon in the metagame. That will be changed. It will be Nouns Esports grabbing both of those, but they are staring down the barrel of a Reggie Comfey duo. Reggie, I'm just playing whatever speedster they want to pick, and a Comfey. So this time, Zoroark is going to be the angle.
And it can take great angles on some of these Pokemon, Zoinks. I mean, it can... If Gatlu's on Hyper Voice again, right? We actually saw them do it on Dodrio. Literally just outmaneuver them until the Hyper Voice ticks down. Then you go for a big engage. By the time it's back up, they should be on the doorstep to be able to get that knockout. So really, it's calling into question the moves that Gatlu can even select. I mean, Toon can have some issues, right? If they're going, I hope dive to at least get some ability for themselves, but who knows? Reggie, of course, is like, okay, I'll take my gold badge Zoroark again. Why not? Let's go to work.
Can't believe he's rocking that hollowware though. Like, come on. Why are we yellow pit? Whatever. Really, a player of that caliber, I don't think I can. I'm just digging for things to discredit them for. But okay, we're gonna be jumping to this first game, and Doobsnax, I think that is an extremely good point. That Hyper Voice Sylveon did not seem like it ever lived up to what at least Gatlu would hope from it in that last set. I have to imagine we're gonna be seeing a swap over to the Mystical Fire this time. Maybe into Phalanx. It's solid, but it just all around seems so much better to have the other option.
Those burn ticks on Phalanx kill me, man. That has like so many of them. I'll tell you what, Al is getting beat down pretty hard here. Mystical Fire immediately. Minotaur is going to bite the dust, and so is the Phalanx themselves. And now, not a bunch of points in, but it's a good start for Nouns, at least given what we saw last game.
Exactly. And it is that swap over. Oh, we got a Hurricane as well. So most likely the very popular dive Hurricane composition that we have seen so frequently the last month or so, maybe 2 months. I don't know. I'm losing track of time these days. But
what is time?
Yes. Oh, that's a tough question that I don't think I'm ready to answer on cast. But I think you were mentioning it, the burn ticks killing you on the Phalanx. It's also doing the opposite of killing the Kabuskin. So much healing from those, and thanks to that most recent buff.
Absolutely. Quickly dashing through is Reggie. Bruv taking a nap right off the goal pad here. Hurricane's going to try and swirl up ABC. Reggie plays forward. And now Nouns Esports doing a pretty good job in the face of 3 players to just try and withstand ABC actually getting knocked out.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, Umbreon, as phenomenal as a tank as they are, I think it's no secret they're probably the weakest tank in the early game of all the evolutions. That EV is really bad secure. It's not awesome in a lot of options. So that's why we see this Snorlax Cramorant lane absolutely dominating.
Zorak barely able to make it to a berry now, and the chase is on. Gatlu wants this. They're in deep waters here. The rest of Rework Respawn is also there. Nobody down for them, as now they're able to counterpunch. I'm not too sure what Gatlu was doing. I think they were just trying to push for it, but maybe that's the 1 or 2% that Inder was talking about that they might have just given up.
Yeah, and if it's a game of inches, Rework Respawn is going to transform those Rumpelstiltskin style into miles. I guarantee it. So, I think that's what they'll at least be looking for. And so far, so good for this roster. Reggie on a bit of an invade now. Soraya, though, if there's any shining spots of Nouns Esports right now, it is in the lanes. Toon Slim already at level 8, and same with Soraya on the top side. Splayskin Cramorant, very, very strong in the early game. Actually out-leveling Reggie on the other side.
Which is what you need. You definitely need one of the players here to be able to scale up, and the fact that Toon Slim is, historically always level 9 by first Reggie is an adage that has remained true for the last 3 years, and right now is no exception. Moving back through is Sorayu. Yes, Adesu went down, but Gatlu in the top path with Ow, and really Rework Respawn in no position to make that top path push that they normally look for. They're going for the bot Reggie and gonna make Nouns have to fight for it.
Okay, we are going Fire Blast this time around, so I'm not really sure the decision-making process the Hitman is being involved in, but either way, they're going to take some pain as Toon Slim starts slinging fish.
Right on top of the goal pad, we've got some great zoning. Bruv is there. They actually, I was going to say Gorman dies, but that's on a Snorlax Pokemon card as they scamper towards the berry to take those away from Rework Respawn and allow that goal zone to be broken. Huge lead by Nouns here, and Rework Respawn, despite having some shining moments, find themselves down by 145 points.
Yeah, thank you, Toon Slim. Everybody thank your Toon Slims, okay? Because that Cramorant absolutely putting in work. As our good friend SpartanTano on the cast said earlier, Hawk Tuang with a fantastic Unite move. Looked amazing. Sorayu, though, also trying to get some of the limelight. So the Blaze can get to 1 KO and looking for even more. Only 13 points to score, and I'm sure their stacks are close to full. But either way, we'll take whatever advantage we can take at this moment.
Well, ABC is going to take a knockout as the rest of Nouns Esports looking for maybe another push, but this is where they got caught last time. Al is there, and they're quickly dispatched. Sorayu not interested in hanging out. We've got the Fire Spin, Fire Blast, only hitting a Desu for no real value, which is allowing Reggie to actually jump into the backline, popping their Zorak Unite move, KO streak of 3 because they are gobbled up instantly. Sorayu's feeling it. Sorayu is racking up the experience and racking up the bodies.
This is so scary to see a Blaziken at this point in the game at level 11, almost level 12 at 5 minutes is absurd. And Sorayu is putting on a clinic about to play this Pokemon at the top level. That's going to be Delphox versus Overheat Secure, and I take Blaziken every single time.
Well, I don't know if you saw, but Bruv hit a huge heavy slam on top of Hitman, so even if they wanted to try and hit one of their moves, they absolutely got disrupted. So don't leave it up to chance, not after that Dodrio game 1 situation, right? Everything you need to do to get it done. And we are yawning too as well, as the Phalanx is trying to put the pressure on. They are in the middle of a whole bunch of players, though. Comfy Unite is out, and they are on a thread. The chase down is successful. Gatlu gets a KO. Are they going to get the BOGO deal? It looks like they're wanting it for sure.
Wow, just a small note. Interesting to see Minato on the Magical Leaf, Comfey. Just a player as, bloodthirsty, running Energy Amplifier and things like that. You just imagine would be on the Grass Knot, just having a bit more player agency about how much impact you can have on the game. But seeing over the Magical Leaf will definitely allow a few more options, or at least for visibility, catch some people hiding out on the outskirts of some of these team fights. Maybe get some early vision. Could be huge.
Yeah, especially when you have a speedster. I would literally just blended up the teams. At this point, you might as well have some sort of vision on Sorayu because they're going to be a problem, and so is Toon. So my point was going to be about, helping identify early a speedster. It doesn't really matter. They're getting yawned down by Bruv. Now they have to retreat, and it's a Desu that is taking a page out of Minotau's book, just running at the other team here, almost crossing into the opposing central.
Registeel buff plus Eldegoss A button go burr, and Adesu trying to make that work. But so far, no success. You actually saw Reggie illusioning the last hit of that Magical Leaf earlier, or sorry, not Magical Leaf, the last hit of that Eldegoss to try to prevent the stun, so they are able to escape. But now back to their side, Reggie and Lecky showing up in about 12 seconds. Now, I think Rework Respawn kind of thinking about this objective almost out of necessity, not even able to break into triple-digit scoreline marks yet. Really tough spot.
Just Sorayu getting into the backline, kind of getting gobbled up though, eating on some ton of Unite moves. That's great experience for Rework Respawn. They're looking for the next one here. Toonslim is so low. Toonslim goes down. Reggie's finding their mark. Now they're putting the pressure on Adesu. 2 quick quality KOs as ABC is going to try and leash everyone away from this Reggie Alecki. Bruv doesn't fall for it. They might be going for a heavy slam over the top, catching them big into the power nap. They roll over. They almost KO Reggie just with that. Reggie Alecki is on a sliver, and it's an A press out of Adesu.
The Hitman thought his Fire Blast burn mark was going to last for just maybe a second more, but no dice. Adesu takes full advantage of it. A player very familiar with taking some heroic objective secures of their own right. Reggie, not the only notorious Pokemon player in the lobby that can do just that. So Adesu on their iconic Eldegoss, making sure that Reggie Alecki walks the way of Rework Respawn.
Yeah, we've got 30 seconds till Ray of our Grand Finals bracket reset, and Adesu says, I don't need that Hyper Beam from year 1. I'm just going to press A on my controller, get it done that way, and it's going to find the same result.
Alright, well, the duel of the level 14s, Doobsnax, Cramorant from Toonslim and Reggie Zoroark both hitting these unbelievably high thresholds for either of these players. The damage numbers they'll be able to output, obviously absurd. We'll have to see if it'll have an impact on this final team fight. It almost assuredly will, as now Nouns Esports has a gigantic lead to boast about, and all the positioning around the bottom side of that Rayquaza pit.
Reggie just hanging out. They're waiting to see if they can catch somebody coming into the middle here. Rayquaza, they're going for an instant burn. They're all using their Unite move. They know this is their opportunity. Who's going to secure it? I think Rework Respawn took it. They blendered everybody in Nouns Esports on the side, and it's Reggie, of course, stepping up, securing every objective for the team. If Blaziken doesn't get it for free with Overheat, we're going to do it this way, but they are shredding some shields on the side of Nouns Esports, and Rework Respawn may have taken Ray, but they are not out of the woods yet, my friend.
Not even close. They don't even have the point lead right now. 255 to 160. They do have one Rayquaza shield remaining in the Delphox from Hitman, who only can boast about 12 points of AO synergy in their pockets right now. Desperately trying to catch up. They will need a full 100 score to try to retake it, but I think Rework Respawn is making the tough play call to just defend goal zones for now and bait in Nouns.
That's a great opportunity for them. Fanciful Fireworks are there. They're going to have to get a couple KOs. Sorayu's the first one to buckle, and now they're on the chase. We've got Reggie watching the goal zones here, but if they go bot, they've got an opportunity to score. Adesu's hiding on the backside. We've got a power nap on top of a whole bunch of players. Next one down is there. We're still babysitting this shield, and Hitman's still holding on to it. Toonslim's fighting on the pad. Adesu actually backs. They don't even score. That's another player down. The push continues. This T1 is going to be sieged by Rework Respawn. They just need a couple more KOs to get it done. Toonslim's down, and now we have Adesu getting worked on there in the back line. We're going to score. We're pressing all our buttons. It is up by 3 points. They are rip-roaring moving forward. There's 20 seconds left, and almost everybody down on the side of Nouns Esports. Sorayu is there. We might get a 62 on the backside, and that might make it a sure thing, as Reggie's going to get a hundo banger up top. No! Stopped by Bruv, but the push continues. Rework Respawn is looking at the home goal zone, and nobody on Nouns is there. They give it up.
I'm happy to say I have taken my daily dose of Rework Respawn, and so has the roster as they take the lead, secure the Rayquaza on a very aggressive play call onto the main objective. Delphox able to work miracles both in that Ray pit and on the scoring front. Amazing work to try to escort that one shield Pokemon all the way to the other side, but let's face it, Doobsnax, there's a few things to say about Nouns Esports play after that Rayquaza was secured that I think left a lot of us with question marks above our heads. Sorayu and Adesu pushing extremely far into the enemy side before that 1 minute warning to even learn about the points and where they were laying out, and they found out they still actually had the lead. They were too far in, easily dispatched by Rework Respawn. That was left only 3 members of Nouns Esports to try to defend these goal zones.
Yeah, I honestly thought Adesu might have been able to score too. I understand there's the push happening, I don't know if the timing would have mattered, right? You know, it's the hindsight is forever 2020 in here. And in this case, I guess it's not quite as clear as I could have thought, as we're just hypothesizing other ways Nouns could have approached this. They did have a decent lead, and I guess the stress is we can't just arbitrarily let Hitman get back up to 50, have them make a call and move. However, we know that Rework Respawn would have had to push with their whole team or have to leave a paltry character behind to try and insulate those goal zones. So it's a tough call. Obviously, it didn't quite shake out in the way of Nouns Esports, but Rework Respawn now on the doorstep. And I love how you said it, man. I'm proud to say I took my dose of Rework Respawn today because they are humming, my friend.
They're cooking. I mean, this is a team that has now won with Gengar, Dodrio, Zoroark, and that is just the speedsters that Reggie has played today, not to mention the other style of Pokemon they have also brought to the battlefield. I mean, these players are qualified for the World Championships for a reason. That's why they're all amazing. But we are jumping into the draft for game number 2. It is now tournament point for Rework Respawn, as they have not only reset the bracket, they've also won the first game of the reset and to put themselves in pole position to take home the Ingage Master Series.
Well, we immediately have a Slowbro ban. Hoopa ban, Blaziken finally on the chopping block and taken out of the equation. And it's Nouns that's banning it. It's Nouns that's banning it, Zoinks.
Interesting. So Nouns Esports might be maybe showcasing a Mimikyu, a Phalanx early pick. I was going to say Mimikyu because I was expecting that to be the Rework Respawn ban, but it is not. So now Mimikyu, in a rare chance of being allowed for choice in this draft, it has been banned away so many times before. Nouns Esports going to actually elect for their first pick to be the Leafeon, leaving power support picks, power defender picks, and even an all-rounder in that Mimikyu. Is Al's going to pick that up, an immediate Umbreon take.
Yeah, Mimikyu kind of on the perma-ban list until this particular game, and Nouns looking for an opportunity to switch things up and see if they can make anything happen right now, because their tournament life is on the line.
Toonslim going to take the Espeon. Okay, interesting. Leaving Sylveon up and electing to pick up the Espeon. Very, very strange. I am not overreacting to Mamoswine anymore. I made a promise to myself earlier today that I would not allow myself to do that because it is becoming more and more common. Ice Fang Mamoswine really can work into so many of these dive compositions, and it looks like the West is finally keen on this pick as well.
Are we in Zarina territory now? No, Minotaur actually flexes over to the Eldegoss here. And I was going to say, if they put on Comfy, maybe we're in Zarina territory for Sorayu up top to try and at least have one isolating Unite move. But of course, that's not necessary, and it looks like we're just having fun. Sorayu locking in that Charizard, looking to burninate the countryside.
Ooh, okay. I mean, we are no stranger to strange picks in this Grand Finals Doobsnax, the Ingage Master Series, but I will say this one might take the cake. It's stranger than Gengar. It is stranger than some of the other things we have seen. We have the Charizard.
I mean, I'm excited, right? Let's see some absolute suplexes from space. Let's burn some of these Pokemon down, and let's really do it with the Kanto starter. Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. A Pokemon that, by the way, is really strong when you build it in a critical hit style fashion. That's why you see the scope lens on Toonslim. Every one of its auto attacks does about 4 ticks of damage, and each one of those has a chance to crit. So a lot of opportunities for Charizard to lay on some extremely powerful damaging maneuvers. And Phalanx, that's why we don't see a lot of Inteleon. Phalanx having a passive that actually negates a lot of the damage that it takes from critical hits. So Charizard having a bit more room to work now that Phalanx has hit the banning phase, and now we're going to be seeing a brand new look. Also, not for nothing, Reggie has locked in the Urshifu. You have to think it is a Dark Bear, but I mean, at this point, should we really call anything confidently? I don't know.
I will say this, though, to the point I was kind of making about Zarina, Charizard itself has an isolating Unite move, right? And maybe that's an opportunity to at least get a breath of fresh air for the team when one of these, when Al goes in or when Reggie goes in, to be able to just say, okay, this is our target now. I'm making it crystal clear because I'm taking them to the moon and landing back on Earth with them. So we'll see if this is the key to success, but all in all, I'm excited we're seeing another unique Pokemon here in the Ingage Master Series.
And again, Mamoswine Ice Fanged into Espeon United into Charizard United. It's going to be a blender of whatever Pokemon that Nouns Esports decides to specifically target with all their crowd control. But Desu right now has chosen their first target of the game, a blue buff, but they have 3 contenders all fighting for the same prize. Doesn't matter.
They took it.
Doesn't matter.
They took it. Hamburger Helper Mitt smacks down and takes that blue buff. They use their their X speed just to get out of dodge. And now we have a Cubfu sitting there. So not only is it an Urshifu that they need to evolve to, we're just a Cubfu right now. I see in chat, though, people are clamoring for the Water Bear. Is that a world we're in now, Zoinks?
I don't want to live in said world. Either way, it's Urshifu, which means it starts at Cubfu, which means we won't have to know if it's a Water Bear or Dark Bear for at minimum 30 minutes into the matchup because of how long it takes to evolve. Yeah. But it's okay. We actually do have the Urshifu evolution, and it is, in fact, the Wicked Blow hitting wicked hard.
Wicked hard. And now they're going on top of Gatlu, who eats an egg, but the pressure's on. I mean, there's 4 players there. They got to be able to get 1 KO, right? Reggie going right back for it. They're putting their points in. Meanwhile, ABC is downstairs just babysitting that fuzzy Roomba that we call Swine Up. And I'll tell you what, I've said it before, but a fuzzy Roomba that doesn't evolve sucks.
Yeah, that is true in a few senses of the word, but at the very least, Bruv scores 11 and is the Piloswine now. A Pokemon that actually can hang. It's definitely one of the chillest Pokemon. Anyway, Toonslim does get a KO out of the Sylveon with a sick auto attack. Eldegoss also going to fall, and finally, Nouns Esports takes their time to rally back.
I mean, the sentient pile of dirty laundry, Piloswine, looking to get into the middle here and get some more experience for themselves as they're just going to Ice Fang and Altaria. Reggie on the move, see if they can get a flank. Here comes the laundry. They're looking for an opportunity. They tackle forward. Reggie's not buying it. This is going to be the showdown of the century here. Ice Fang down, Espeon support, and they can't get the knockout. Minotow's like, hey, I heard we were scrapping. What's going on over here, Reg? Reg is like, you're a day late, dollar short. They're taking all my stuff, boy.
That's true. There's a lot of thievery going on. Ooh, full-length Shadow Sneak attack from the Mimikyu, but it is a tough target to jump on. As soon as you hit that Blissey, you know Bruv's going to pivot directly towards you and Ice Fang you, which is one of the good looks we're about to see as it works out perfectly from Nouns Esports.
Well, they better get some Tide or something aside of Rework Respawn because Dirty Laundry's looking pretty darn good right now. They're putting everybody in the spin cycle. Now we've got Espeon Unite popping up, giving all the space in the world they need. And Nouns Esports looks like they're actually moving, talking, and still pressing their buttons tonight.
All right, we're cruising. Bruv gonna Earthquake into that Eldegoss, stun them for a moment, stun them with their auto attacks, and then even more with that Ice Fang. Bruv is a menace, all Dennis style in the front line right now as Regieleki falls to Gatlu.
Wicked Blow actually comes through, but Gatlu there to secure not enough in the tank for Reggie, as now Toonslim is working on their central farm. We're seeing if we can escort this Regieleki in. We're two-stepping on top of the Umbreon counterpart. They are egg-bombed and kept off pad, so they don't get a shield. They get KO'd. Now we got a suplex on a poor Minotaur, and that is a grass type that is just weak to that Charizard fire. Regieleki hits, and Toonslim just waiting to hit Earth so they can maybe close this goal zone out with a decent overcap. We're sitting at 8, and we're going in with 40. That's a 32 difference, and if those of you that know players, that's an OJ Simpson. Also, we're number 32.
God, all right, we're bringing up OJ. All right, here we go. We're defend this bottom tier goal zone. Play rough Mimikyu, very interesting. Now, Doobsnax, I know before you requested Gatlu to go onto the Greedent just to cause static throw and stuff up. I know it doesn't literally count, but Toonslim Charizard kind of feels like it counts. Am I wrong here?
Everything counts when you're locking in Charizard. Like, it checks all the boxes. Whatever I would have laid out, it checks that box. 100%.
All right, good. All right, well, sounds good, because so far it is working phenomenally. I don't even know if Charizard has been involved in that many fights. Toonslim has just been on the hardcore farming game pattern, as they are almost at level 12. They've been clearing the enemy central area. They've been clearing their own central area, as Toonslim has been scaling so quickly. A 2-level lead over the highest member of Rework Respawn, and they're actually about halfway to that level 12 as well.
I love that. Oh, another suplex from space, put fire on the pad, everybody's getting knocked out, Ice Fang to the Ice Age, and then unfreezing them incredibly quick, kind of like an Austin Powers type situation. Doesn't matter, we're getting knocked out, this goal zone's getting attacked. Look, Zoinks. Right now, it feels like these teams are just trying to out-weird each other, and it's working. Nouns Esports like, you know what? Let's get creepy. Let's just Charizard, Mamoswine, let's throw everything out the window, and let's just go at them with some fun, and it's working out for them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That 5-minute ticker hit, and there was a part of me that expected to see a surrender vote on the side of Rework Respawn. So far, this matchup has not been going well for them at all. Not a single positive to really write home about. And yet again, they lose yet another Regirock. They finally break a goal zone, but it's a pretty minimal overdone because Mamoswine getting chased down. But Bruv's gonna be able to make it out just to get caught up in the rag.
If they get out of here, that would have been just egregious. And, you know, Adesu did their best. Sorayu actually having to force it to get their Unite move. Reggie comes in, and Sorayu actually able to get out. Mimikyu still scrapping, though. Al looking for a prime target, but Adesu keeps stepping up and eating those shadow sneaks and daring them to engage. Meanwhile, Toon, we haven't seen it, but they are just pressing their buttons, burning down Rework Respawn, saying, man, I thought this character wasn't good, but I'm making it look like magic right now.
I mean, I was gonna say, is there not a single unstoppable, like, style of Pokemon on the other side? And Urshifu might be the unstoppable triggered Pokemon, but Dude Slim cares not. Yet another one for them on the KO leaderboard, as Charizard is carving through this entire team, and Bruv's setting up camp in the enemy central area.
Why not? Just Earthquake, Ice Fang, on, rinse, repeat. Now that, you know, now the Bruv's down, the rest of the team scrambles. Like, okay, we don't have our front line here. We can't keep being just absolute just thorns in your side, so we're just going to move forward quickly. Rework Respawn pivots towards this Regieleki. This is their way into getting some level of points on the board. At least they hope so.
Oh yeah, they would love to have a little bit more of a cushion. Obviously, Rework Respawn, very prolific at securing Rayquaza, despite the odds or whatever it may be. But you saw in that last game, Nouns Esports even made that tough in terms of getting the main objective and securing a W. So Rework Respawn trying to find any way to improve their scoring threshold of where they're at right now. 86 just ain't gonna cut it. Right now, they need to find a good Pokemon to take down. We saw some good target priority in an earlier fight, but it was thwarted by Nouns Esports. We saw the Ebon Fist Urshifu Unite move onto the Espeon, but just immediately answered by that Slick Kick Solaire, right? Never giving Rework Respawn easy experience. Nouns Esports not here for it.
Minotaur quickly scoring, getting Ice Fanged and burned quickly. They're not going to let that go unchecked and immediately make them pay for the 7 points they dared to try and score. Al gets the pressure put on them by Gatlu on the Leafeon, and now we've got a Registeel getting ripped down. We got 20 seconds till Ray Zoinks, and now Esports feel like they're in complete control.
Yeah, very clever play call by Gatlu as well, just to hang out on jump pad when that Reggie fight was going down. Nouns Esports gets early vision, sees that they can easily take the objective. They don't need Gatlu, so Gatlu's main job is going to be preventing any backcaps, something that Rework Respawn really likes to employ. So great macro call by them. They do have a decent setup. Urshifu on the back line, most likely looking for that Leafeon, but this fight's already began.
Yeah, ABC down in an absolute instant. Now the chase is on Minotaur, who's completely separated from the team. So we've got no heals available to these players that are actually going to have to fight on these front lines. Another one falls, and that's Al on the Mimikyu here. Toonslim is just sussing around to see if they can find anybody. Rayquaza, though, silently at half, right under half. We go in, secured by Bruv this time, not leaving it up to chance at all. They're saying, I'm going to go in there too, and I'm going to make the magic happen. Between Adesu and Bruv securing out of the support and tank spots, you can't write it any better for the team.
Yeah, Earthquake gonna take the Rayquaza, and with that, I think we can easily call Nouns Esports gonna take a game in this series. And might I say, finally, that was 3 back-to-back wins for Rework Respawn. Nouns Esports finally finding an answer, and with what? The Charizard from Toonslim.
Yeah, Mamoswine Charizard. I mean, it's part of the plan that they've had all day long, Zoinks. And they just needed the right moment to pull it out, and they found it. I mean, Toonslim got absolutely gargantuan. Like, not only was it just a Charizard game, it was a great Charizard game, Zoinks.
Yeah, I mean, he was taking a Pokemon to KO on the enemy side. He was knocking out wild Pokemon whenever he had the chance. I mean, Toonslim literally left no stone or Pokemon untouched on the battlefield, scaling to a million and looked amazing doing it. Oh, the first time the Unite move was canceled. That's crazy. Because an enemy Pokemon was KO'd. But hey, if that's going to happen at any point in the match, I think with 22 seconds left and you're at 952 points, you're feeling okay. Oh, well, that one works.
Yo, just hanging out, making them feel like they weren't going to press that Unite move, get out of here. 2 notches, another one on their belly here. And that Charizard, I mean, it earned every single piece of battle armor it's wearing right now. Holy.
Yeah, definitely earned from battles taken from their fallen foes, maybe, and forged to look fabulous.
And fabulous it looked indeed, my friend. Zoinks, we are going to a game 3 of the Grand Finals reset. And who else would it be but you and I on that, of course, as they have a 4-point score line out of the side of Nouns Esports. Okay, well, how do you adjust if you're Rework Respawn? You've been taking your Rework Respawn out every day. What do you do?
No idea, so we're going to ask the expert. Inder, what on earth do we do when we lose to Charizard and we get 1,000 point clubbed?
You know, the Charizard looked good. Toon spent a lot of the game farming, if anything, and was, always large whenever he was ready to go in these team fights. Before I answer your question, I do want to just point something out. And I don't know if I'm the only one that felt this way. Maybe some other people in the chat can agree. But it felt like Bruv was playing that game angry. I always think Bruv is like a very, poised, stoic, chill guy. But I could feel the anger in Bruv in his Mamoswine. Like, he walked into bushes, he ice fanged, there was zero hesitation from his gameplay. And it's like one of those moments you can just feel through the screen. So, I don't know. An angry Bruv is a scary Bruv. Is there something you can do to adjust? We're so deep into an in-house meta between these two teams. In a final game where we've seen Gengar, Charizard, Mamoswine, Mime, I don't know what we haven't seen at this point. Right. It's going to come down to pure execution in this last game. I don't think draft really is going to say much at this point. Yeah. It's going to be whoever wants it more.
Well, I'll tell you what, that game from Nouns, aside from maybe game 1, of the Grand Finals before the reset, and this one, it felt like every player was moving together, whereas maybe the games in between, we were having highlights out of individuals, but all of Nouns didn't seem particularly on the same page, despite adjusting to everything Rework Respawn was throwing at them. Inder, quick final thought before we jump into the draft for our last game.
I want the ball in Bruv's hands in the last 2 minutes, no matter what.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alien death laser pointed at the earth. We want Bruv taking the shot.
Of the death laser on Earth? You want Bruv to blow up the planet?
It's a basketball reference. You wouldn't get it.
I probably would. I have seen Space Jam, so,
kind of irrelevant. All right, let's get back to the matchup at hand here, Doobsnax. We got Phalanx with that first pick. Interesting, Minato actually going to take the Blissey. So often we've seen the Umbreon to try to push a Desu into other support roles. This time around, Minato actually just going to go ahead and first pick it.
Yeah, a great takeaway from the Adesu camp. However, their other comfortable Pokemon that they're on, Hoopa's banned, Eldegoss is right there, and they're using that a ton as well. And we've seen some phenomenal Secures out of Adesu on that Pokemon specifically. So they lock that in, and Angry Bruv on the Angry Mamo.
Oh yeah, the fear has been instilled in Rework Respawn. I think Inder said it perfectly. There was some rage, there was some vitriol behind the sticks of Bruv's Switch controller today, and I, for one, am shaking in my metaphorical boots. However, we do have the Lucario locked in. I was calling for this in Rework Respawn's Losers Finals matchup. I could not believe that was not being selected, and now we have it. Al locking in Luca. I think it's Sherlock, don't know for sure, but either way, much love to the Luca pick on Rework Respawn.
We have a Zeraora too. Let's go to work. Zoinks, everything's out the window. Nothing matters anymore. We are in the weeds right now in these picks. We are so down in this decision tree, if you will. So far down the rabbit hole that, you know what, Zeraora, why not?
Yeah, I mean, this has been a weird day, Doobsnax, because this is the second time I've seen Saray use Zeraora in today's tournament, which is weird that it happened twice kind of energy. But it's the last game of the entire event. This next 10 minutes decides our Ingage Master Series champion, and Nouns Esports have elected for the trifecta of damage of Phalanx, Dragonite, and Zeraora. While some of those picks might sound bizarre, let's talk about holistic playstyle. We're going all melee on the side of Nouns Esports. A complete dedication to that, whereas Rework Respawn going to flip the script on their normal style of gameplay, and now they're going double mage with the Umbreon to set up and promote the earlier and more often accuracy shots from Mew and Gardevoir. So, two completely different playstyles from these teams in our Grand Finals matchup.
Yeah, why else? Why not just switch it up at the very end, right? Like, let's throw everything out the window. Like I said, so far down the rabbit hole, just go with what your heart's telling you. And I mean, yes, Hitman gold badge on Mew, Al gold badge on Lucario with that beautiful, like, Sphinx holoware, by the way. I haven't gotten to see these players play these Pokemon yet today, so I'm excited to see this pulled out. Hitman's Mew, pretty solid.
Yeah, unbelievably strong. I will miss the Delphox, I will say. However, Mew, very, very solid these days. Did take some nerfs, and some other Pokemon got some buffs, though. And we kind of saw Mew fall down a little bit on the popularity side of... If anything, the only reason I'm really excited about this Mew Doobsnax is because of the player behind it and how good I know Hitman is at the specific option, but I'm not gonna lie, Mew has not been looking their same self these days in tournament play.
They haven't. It's really up to the top players to learn us something, right? And Hitman is certainly one of the folks on that short list, as Al quickly darts through to get some stacks quickly in the face of a Desu and Toon. Toon, still just a little Dratini. There's Minotaur after covering for the Ralts in the center, coming up to make sure that Al is okay, and now we've got a pretty classic top path between these two teams. That's a joke. What is Dragonite doing?
I was going to say, Dragonite certainly dealing with the old school class very, very well. 23 points of Eos energy in pocket, make it 28, means that the laning phase has went fantastic for this little squid-looking eel thing, because Dratini is a poppin' off.
Yeah, I just got to get secures and get levels, right? Too easy. The Danger Noodle, though, that's Dragonair is out, finally evolving up. Sarayu looking to pounce here. Desu is on the backside. They're going straight in for these targets. They're at half HP, and I'm not sure they've dealt anything back the other way. There's Toon there to clean up the trash and get the K opener of this game, I believe, as the rest of the team scrambles back and settles in for a little bit of a longer exchange.
Yeah, I think if you are watching at home and you haven't seen very much Zeraora play, because where are you watching Zeraora play? That is something you need to be on the lookout for constantly, is those Volt Switch pulls from Zeraora. They'll constantly go in and try to grab a specific enemy and yoink them back the other way. Lucario, though, their gameplay pattern a little more telling, as you just get a bunch of E-speed resets off of every single little member of the Phalanx core.
Or Minotaur, just a chancy, left on the solo defense mission up top, as Al was like, you know, I'm going to go bot, I'm going to get a KO, do some E-speed stuff, it's going to be super dope, it's going to look great. And right into the middle is the Zeraora putting damage on, and really caught in the blender is Al and there, put down quickly. Toons them forced to retreat. Unfortunately, that little Pollen Puff's not going to be able to top them off, they have to keep peeling back, and that is another KO on Sarayu here. Now, half HP are Reggie and ABC, and they're watching a Desu to see if anybody supports them, but here comes the dirty laundry.
Yeah. I guess we're sticking with that nickname. It really hurts to hear, but it's working out so pretty well so far. Tries to get an Ice Fang from Minotaur, onto the Corellia, but not gonna be able to be successful. Nice little meteor mash to push Phalanx and their entire family line away, which gives them a bit of space, but Bruv's got to eject button away from that future site.
Eject button away from the future site towards the Corellia, hoping to get an Ice Fang hit. No. Minotaur again split off from the team. Here comes Al to see if they can make some magic happen with the E-speed resets. Nice jump by Gatlu to get over the wall and away from Al, and with just a little close combat punches being thrown out there as Al is just peeling back top Zoinks.
Okay, so extreme speed, close combat. I think Al making the decision, we have enough targets on the battlefield to reset extreme speed. I don't really need that additional reset option from Bone Rush. Instead, we'll be able to make this setup work and just go for a bit more of a damage focus. Toonslim takes a KO on the other side, and now it makes this Registeel secure a little hairy, especially because this Gardevoir is future sight.
That's a pretty early electric ball out of Hitman though, and it's quickly sealed up by Toon as they show up, and they are chucking knucks with this Dragonite, right? We are Outrage moving forward, looking for that action here. This gold zone is getting scored on. Is it going to get closed out? The 40 banger is going to go in, plus 33 for Nouns, and they're trying to win this thing in a stylish way.
I guess the angry bruv caught on with other members of the team. We have Temper Tantrum Dragonite on the battlefield now, as Toonslim is just going to be, like you said, chucking knucks. Into E-Speed Lucario, I actually do think a Outrage Dragonite's a pretty terrifying force to have to deal with. A lot of stuns that can interrupt your otherwise very fluid game plan, and, well, let's face it, Blissey never favored to win that 1v1.
Sarayu goes down quickly, Al low on HP, but they're still willing to go through for the E-Speed resets. Just landing one close combat if they could on the Phalanx would have brought back their HP bar in a tremendous way. However, they got knocked out before they could press that button.
Yeah, Gatlu's been making this Phalanx look very, very good so far, despite having that natural terrifying predator of Lucario, but we need Blitz assistance!
Big Blitzes into the Umbreon Unite to really leverage a KO on top of the Phalanx, cutting off Gatlu in their prime, if you will, prime of that attack. Here comes Al on the backside, moving forward quickly. 2 players down, and now it's Sarayu just darting through the whole squad. Electro Ball sorts them out. Al is sitting on the gold pad, and they're going to look to close another one. Electro Ball, another one sorts out Adesu, and here comes Gatlu, maybe just barely able to just watch that goal zone disappear in front of their faces. Multiple faces.
Yeah, they got a bunch, that's for sure. Bro finally joins the fight. Was backcapping in that initial team fight, by the way, but now the angry bro returns.
And so does the Outrage Dragonite, crash landing from a flight deck they just took in to see if they could support Angry Bruv in a big way. Angry Bruv still moving forward, and now we're looking to groove a little bit. Blissey getting taken out by Sarayu on the Zero Aura, finally finding their mark is the Thundercat here, as somehow the Regieleki was sent towards Nouns Esports. What happened?
Future Sight Gardevoir, it is a pretty predictable amount of burst damage, but you can't really scoff at the amount of damage that they're able to deal. So one of the better secure tools on the battlefield right now might be this Gardevoir and Mew duo. We're not going Hyper Beam Dragonite, which is kind of historically known for its unbelievable wild Pokemon secure rate. We are instead going with the more team fight-centric brawl composition that Nouns Esports is playing, having fun with. It really depends on how you want to define it.
I'll say having fun with is Outrage Dragonite. Toon Slim working through Regirock here. Good spacing by Bruv. They're in the right position. Just throwing Ice Fangs through walls. Who cares? Right into the tall grass to see if they can snatch someone up by their collar. Now they're going to see if can we push? Can we do anything? I mean, this goal lead, or excuse me, the score lead is pretty close, Zoinks. We just got to make sure these levels match up, and we're in good shape.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're in close contention on both fronts, I think. Levels for Nouns Esports, though, holistically a little bit stronger than Rework Respawn. As I say that, I think Rework Respawn finally ties that metric up as well. Big engage by Sarayu. They're going all in on this one, and Gatlu's going to clean up.
Gatlu's going to clean up. That was a huge Unite move going in to see if they could pick up any more targets. Sarayu darting through. They got the Volt Switch going, and now they're going to put the pressure on. Huge Aura Cannon we just saw come in from left field here as the close combat is working through Gatlu, and you can see the HP pool of Al able to move back through and sustain itself in the face of this Pokemon. Well, it's got to hit that move first, Zoinks, as Sarayu's there for the smoke, and Gatlu gets a little retribution.
Yeah, I think it hit a few of the troopers before they were able to bounce back, but, I mean, Lucario, a nice counter maybe in the 1v1, but in the 1v3, maybe a bit too much to ask for Al to win that specific matchup. Toon on the flank of a lifetime into the enemy central area, but that Regieleki is getting very quickly burned. Well, I say that. Actually, not that quickly burned for Rework Respawn, as Bruv takes their first fanged target.
And they're looking through that. Their Gardevoir being caught is a great catch for Nouns. That's the target they're constantly working towards, constantly trying to lock down. Sarayu, with their ability to maybe get into the back path, can stress this Mew as they wait for the Solar Beam to be procced and popped, and now they're going in to see if they can lock down another KO. Regieleki is taken. That's certainly secured, as Bruv is still sitting forward, taking a ton of damage, though, finally peeling back. The Regieleki is going to hit, and we've got a big overdunk opportunity because Rayquaza has hit the map, and the lead is Nouns.
Yeah, 100-point score. Rework Respawn moving in towards that Rayquaza. We talked about their secure potential. It's extremely strong, but their team fight is also going to need to be the stuff of legend if they can slow down this Nouns Esports squad. It's been kind of just walking forward into them all game, and Toonslim going to start that off in a nice fashion.
using their Unite move just to get away, but it's a short distance one, so that Unite move is going to be back here quickly. We're just looking for more targets now. Rework Respawn is just trying to hold on. Bliss is in the middle. Fairy Singularity doesn't catch anybody, and Gatlu's in the middle using their Unite move, trying to spin on top of these players to get a KO streak of 2. They do. We're moving forward. Bruv just eyeing up and trying to eye the prize. Rework Respawn has the onus here to make some magic happen. We're pivoting right back the other way. Cotton Cloud Crash is looking for a target. We're trying to separate Reggie from the Umbreon. They're successful. They put them down. Sorayu Show is finally showing up, and they're going to see if they can put a spark in the back of this team. Give them a battery charge here with that assault. Dragonite looking for the Blissey. They get the Blissey, and we're going to go into the middle here. Rayquaza, it's 5 on 2. Let's see if they're looking to take this thing. It's getting burned down very, very slowly, but we've got a Mew in the pocket. We've got a Dragonite that susses them out. We've got a Hitman that is down, and now Nouns Esports are just going to look to score.
The Nouns Esports credit, I think the slow burn was actually by design. Try to bait out that Mew, gain vision of them, and just immediately rotate onto that Pokemon. That's the only real secure option you are threatened by in the game position that you have earned yourself now. Now with 30 seconds remaining in the match, they are leading 353 to 225, and now defending the goal zones has become one of the main objectives of this match.
Ooh, Gatlu gets put down. Reggie's there. Adesu's on the backside. Fairy Singularity right on top of 2 players, but they still need more knockouts. We're watching pads in the back. Mew is there. Sorayu's putting pressure on the other way, but they need to get some points in. There's not enough players going for them. Toon Slim's babysitting top. Ice Fang down. Are these players? They still haven't been able to score anything quite yet, and this thing is going to go to Nouns.
Nouns Esports hold it down. Mamoswine's passive of freezing the goal zone finally relevant. It took 3 years, Doobsnax, but it works out. The slowdown effect, no scores, or at least not enough of them, can slide in Rework Respawn's way. And there it is. Nouns Esports, the Ingage Master Series champions. After being reset and pushed to the brink, they're able to win 2 games back-to-back. Charizard, Dragonite, whatever big winged boy Toon Slim wants to bring to the table, it's now time to respect it.
It's got to be, and they do it their own way with unique Pokemon that we know the players at home, or the folks at home watching, are excited about. Without a doubt, Zoinks, we just got put through the paces between these two squads with some great picks and ultimately a great event. Inder, give us a little breakdown of what we just saw there in Game 3.
I'm gonna have to agree with you guys. I think some of Angry Bruv's anger was a little contagious and rubbed off onto Toon there as well. I like the extreme speed outrage build there. It makes a lot of sense to lock down that Lucario. One play I wish we could even, if we had a replay, it'd be amazing. But folks at home, go back and watch this. I'm almost certain at around the 3 minute mark, Toon called for Bruv to step up, bait the Gardevoir out so he could go for a flank, immediately finds the flank onto Gardevoir. And once I saw them make that play, I felt like, all right, now just locked in. They might be trolling a little bit with their picks, but I think they finally loosened up and they're able to lock in, finish out that game. So wonderfully played despite the bit of a weird draft.
You gotta keep it fun, and in a series where you were just getting rocked 3 games in a row by Rework Respawn, obviously you gotta have some kind of new look, because what you came into this series with was not working. They find something brand new and able to take it out, so honestly, I'm super impressed. Inder, as the analyst role, you shouted out a few different players on Nouns Esports squad so far, but I gotta hear, who is our Grand Finals MVP of the Engage Master Series?
It's hard to ever give a Grand Finals MVP to the losing team, so I'm not going to do it. I'm going to give it to Bruv. I think he was the turning point that brought Nouns back. I think without that game, the first Mamo game he played in the reset, Nouns wouldn't be here. And if anyone wants to play Ice Fang Mamoswine and wants to get into trying out this Pokemon, I would recommend you go back and watch that game from purely Bruv's perspective. Masterclass of a Mamo game, and congratulations to Nouns Esports.
Preach.
Let's put a button on this thing, my friends. Inder, give us some shouts, some plugs, whatever you want to do here. Say bye to the folks at home as we go around the horn to knock out the last things that we need to discuss.
I had a great time watching this set, the entire tournament as a whole, as well as the Orange Juicers, Nouns Esports, Vamos, all the different teams. It was a great tournament to watch, and yeah, let us know what's going on.
All right.
I think we just figured it out.
Okay, I'll go next. Yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. Doobsnax, I'll make sure you get the rest of the plugs near the end, but let me take a hold of the amazing casters that we had working this event. Lobo, Kelo, SpartanTano, of course, Inder, you were getting involved in some of these games as well, and thanks to all the other casters that were able to pitch into the qualifying events leading up to this event. Huge thank you to Ingage for putting on such a fantastic event and all their partners. Very, very, very fun. I was having a blast watching the grand finals, casting some of these games, but of course, participating in such an amazing event.
Way to button that up, Zoinks. Again, a big thank you to everyone involved. And I just want to let everybody know, Nouns Esports, of course, having won this event, get the prize pool. They also get tickets to the Engage Esport event after EUIC in London next year. They're going to get to do a podcast with Zenith in London as well, and 12 months free of the master subscription of the Ingage platform. Of course, you thanked all the casters. I'll thank both of you for allowing me to soak up some of your air in the room that we all happen to exist in. Big shout out to Engage, also supporting Unite Mike's Mayhem that kicks off July 10th, so tune in for that. And of course, I've got to mention Unite Battle Hub, Lotus 8 Esports, the cash prizes that involved, and that number is not on my screen and it's completely escaping me right now. So if somebody's got that off the top of your head, $500, there you go. We did it. There's the prize pool. That's all the stuff that we're responsible for. Check all those boxes. All of you still in the chat. Peace, love, and hugs. We love you. Gengar meta? Question mark?
Bye!